Okay, looks like we are live. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Standing for Truth. I am your host, Donnie, and we at Standing for Truth are dedicated to defending the truth of biblical creation. We also host debates, interviews, lectures, and more. And so if you enjoy this content, please make sure to hit that subscribe button. And please share around this content as the truth is so incredibly important. One of the many ways we defend the truth of biblical creation here on Standing for Truth Ministries is by inviting and hosting some awesome guests on the program. And today we have a very important program with two very awesome guests. We are here for day one of our two-day event titled Flood Boundaries. And it is a privilege to have both John Mackay, the creation guy, and Joseph Hubbard here with me for this epic event. Gentlemen, thank you so much for being here and giving us your time for tonight's important event.
It's good to be here.
Again from tomorrow, mate. It's already tomorrow over here, so we're ahead.
That's true. You guys are in the future, so I appreciate you, coming and visiting us in the past. So I'm looking forward to this.
Oh, I'm in the future too, but not quite as much as John. So it's sort of late night here, as it always seems to be when we meet. But Lord willing, we'll keep going, and He'll give me strength.
We got a mix of all the time zones here, and I'm excited for this. And for the audience sake, I do want to go over a couple details in terms of what we are dealing with here over the course of the next couple days. And in this two-day event, we will be focusing on some very exciting topics. And these topics include history and theory of sedimentation, sediment formation, and the boundaries of the flood, pre, the flood itself, and post. And as always, we will be making this two-day event interactive with the audience. We want to get you guys involved. So please make sure you're tagging me with your questions at Standing for Truth, and that way I won't miss them. Okay, let's get right into the fun. I'm going to hand the floor over to our awesome guests here tonight, John Mackay and Joe Hubbard. Gentlemen.
Well, thank you very much. I'm going to kick off the proceedings, and then we're going to bring John in for a little bit of a chat back and forth. And then I'm going to take the first session, and we're going to make sure we have plenty of time for questions and answers, Q&As. Let's see if I can share my screen here and make sure everything is all good. There we go. Lovely job. Hopefully you can see that up on the screen now.
Yes, looks good, Joe.
Great stuff. Perfect. All right. So you can see we have a brand new logo since we were last on as well. This is courtesy of Sam Jenkins, who is a regular on our creation conversations. He's come on board to keep an eye on things and look after us, especially the technological side of stuff. It looks pretty good. What have we been up to? Well, this is one of the things we've been organising since we last spoke. We're holding... Well, John held a similar kind of thing to this a few years back, or it had to be over 10 years back now, John, when you came down to the Isle of Wight and you held a convention of sorts, but it was focused around fossil hunting. Well, I thought it's high time we did it again, and we're sort of upping the game here. We have hired out the entire of our base camp area at Monkton Wild Holiday Park. You will come along, you will camp for the 5 nights, the 6 days. Every day we will have morning devotions and an overview. We go down on the beach, we dig up fossils, we come back, we have workshops, and we use the stuff that we've learned on the field trips, we've learned from the fossils in the workshops, and really see what evidence we can find. And then in the evening, we will have seminars featuring myself, John, Dr. Diane Eager, and a whole number of other people that we're getting to come on board from all around the world and the UK, specialists and scientists, to come and do a series of seminars in the evening. So it promises to be a brilliant fossil convention, camping fossil convention, one of a kind. 26th of September to the 1st of October is the dates. You can find out all the information online, and you can even save some money by booking if you're in the UK or can get to the UK, or you want to come on a unique camping fossil hunting convention. You can find out all the details at the creationresearchstore.com or the Creation Research Centre. We've also started another broadcast. You will know, if you know anything about what we do sort of online, we have our weekly broadcast Creation Conversations, which also goes out as a podcast courtesy of Sam Jenkins. And we've started doing a Creation Research Evidence News broadcast. Basically, for many, many years now, Creation Research has been putting out Creation Research Evidence News. It's free. You can sign up to it on our website. It deals with news from creation research, but also news in the real world. A news item on the BBC or Sky News or Science Direct or whatever it is, how does that fit into a biblical worldview? Is it really evidence for evolution? Is it evidence for creation? How can we interpret it? And so that goes out for free. Make sure you sign up to it. It keeps you up to date with what we're doing as well. But Diane Eager, Dr. Diane Eager, she looks after all this kind of evidence research news stuff. So we started doing a broadcast when the evidence news comes out. We record several sessions with her. We've just finished one tonight. We broadcast it, or rather recorded it, just a couple of hours ago. So that'll be ready to go out very shortly on the Creation Research News channel. It's something a little bit different, and it gives you a little bit more information than you would get just in the evidence news broadcast. So make sure you're signed up to that. Make sure you're watching the broadcast. We've got some fabulous new fossils in as well. Here's one that was donated not too long back, a brilliant set of dinosaur eggs. Yes, people love dinosaurs, and these will be down at the convention for you to come and see, all part of our Creation Research Museums project, including this brand new acquisition of a giant mosasaur skull. You see the eye there and the teeth and the jaw, which has been squashed around the other side of the snout. I mean, this has been buried very quickly, and it's been buried under pressure. There's no doubt about it. Mosasaurus, named after the River Meuse in Belgium, where it was first discovered. So you don't need to be scared of big, long, technical Latin words. We use Latin because it's a dead language and everybody around the world can understand it, but they usually just mean some very simple stuff. A wonderful, great big mosasaur sea dragon skull in our museum collection. All right, here's our topic tonight, the boundaries of the flood, title courtesy of Sam Jenkins. Now, in order to really get to grips with this, we've got to deal with a whole load of different stuff, including history, including fossils, including strata. Can we even get to a point of saying, here's the line, which is everything below is the flood, everything above is post-flood? So I'm going to pause here for a minute. I'm going to bring John back on, and we're going to have a little bit of a chat backwards and forward. So let me bring my browser back up and stop screen sharing. And John, over to you, because I believe you have a few little fossils to talk about.
I do, but that's sort of like to introduce where you're coming from. So first of all, I better slip in a commercial in case we have any Australian viewers. I know George was out shopping or something today, so he's one of our regulars here and a helper in the program. But we are also running a camp, a bush camp, a bush Easter. Right now, you may never have heard of such a thing, probably only possible in Australia. You even, like the turtle and the tortoise, have to bring your own house. You camp, you bring your caravan, you can even sleep on the ground if you're brave enough, because I've been west of Bendigo where this camp's going to happen, and it can snow even in the middle of summer or as early as autumn. So if you want more details of that, go to creationresearch.net, and the whole Easter program convention, great topics, great Bible teaching. And as usual, the hosts, who I've known for many, many years, said, can we do a field trip? So yes, even at Easter, we are going to do a field trip on the Monday afternoon, and you'll get some fabulous fossils on the old gold fields. You might be like that young girl who came on one of our field trips a few years ago, and she brought home some gold. By the way, Easter, really, the convention is all about the real gold, the real valuable stuff, who is Christ as creator and savior. So that's my bit of a commercial. So go to our website, find out where it is, when it's on, if you're in Victoria. And at last, we're starting to get some open borders in Australia. So that's really good news. Okay, Joseph's right. I did bring some shells in. They primarily illustrate both what Joseph's doing and more of what's coming tomorrow, because today Joseph's going to deal with a little bit of history, and he's going to we're going to take questions, And then my part will be to deal with layers. Okay, so if you think of the fossils that I've got here, there is a fossil shell. Yes, it just looks like an ordinary shell. It's well preserved, but it's called an Arca shell. Now, we know these Arca shells. We've known them for thousands of years. And you even find out that Aristotle, ancient Greek, 300 or so BC, he believed because you found shells up on the tops of mountains, shells don't live on the tops of mountains. So therefore, these were actually tricks. They weren't real shells. They were imitation shells made by the gods, made by plastic forces in the earth. They were deceitful things. Okay, now it's interesting because 500 years later, Tertullian, a Christian leader, he said, no, the shells up on the mountains are evidence that Noah's flood is real. What a contrast. Pagan view, old earth. Yes, Aristotle was an old earth person, and no evolution of the sort that Darwin was in, but definitely a form of evolution, and the fossils were jokes, tricks. And then you get Tertullian, who says, okay, God's told us you can trust the world because you can trust him. If it looks like a shell, well, you think of his conclusion. He said it's evidence for Noah's flood. Now, our theme today will be following through the history of thinking, and Tertullian, no doubt about it, like me, could pick up his Bible and find even in the Psalms, Psalm 29, it finishes this way: the God who is the king, who sits as Lord of the flood forever. And that's the only place outside of Genesis where the Hebrew word for Noah's flood is used. God as king and Lord sits over the flood forever. And that's why it finishes in that very encouraging verse, God can give peace to his people. A great reminder in a world where you've got Ukraine and Russia and turmoil all over the place. So Noah's flood, creation, peace, enmity, all of these things are all actually related. It's not just an abstract subject. Okay, you get to 500 AD, and I was amazed as I was reading the life history of the Mongols. And of course, they went to China and they recorded all sorts of interesting things. You get the Italian guy who went over there, Marco Polo. He recorded liquid that burned, oil. And of course, what you find is in 500, there's a few Chinese people who report fishes. And you go up the mountain and collect them. They smell like dead fish. What do you do with that? Well, the Chinese, of course, they weren't the same as the ancient Greeks, and neither were they Christians. So it just disappears into oblivion until people like the Mongols come and say, look what they've got, fish that are smelly and fish that burn. Interesting. Okay, now let's jump forward up to the 1500s, the Reformation, and you find somebody mentions petrified wood. Come on, guess who? You know, it absolutely surprised me because the name of the guy was Martin Luther. Now, Martin Luther, sort of key in the Reformation, but he knew all about fossil trees because his father worked in a coal mine. He went to the coal mine and his logic was God can be trusted. He stamped his nature on creation. If it looks like a tree, it's probably it. But you know where I read that? I was reading through Martin Luther's commentary. And Martin Luther has got the great benefit, the privilege of being one of the first whose ideas were spread far and wide. The Chinese weren't. The ancient Greeks really weren't. That Martin Luther was because of the invention of the printing press. Skip forward a couple of hundred years and you find this. Oh, you see, when we're talking about the bottom of the geological column, or should we be using that word? How would you recognize where the sediments started, where they finished? In many people's minds, the trilobite forms, 1, 2, 3. Old Walk, he actually invented that name. It's got 3 lobes, almost in both directions, but he used the ones going across. Tri, 3, lobe, as in your earlobe, and bite, as in ITE, meaning thing, a 3-lobe thing. And he didn't regard it as millions of years old, neither did he regard it as the bottom of the geological column, because that was still to come. In fact, by the time you get to not far from where Joseph has done some digging, and I have too, right up the east coast of England, you find some black shale. You see the shiny black stuff in the middle? That's coal. In fact, Durham was famous for coal. And in fact, when we look at the geological column, you find words like carboniferous. But even that existed before the concept of the geological column, and the man who invented the word Carboniferous was the Reverend Conybeare. Now, surprisingly, you find a huge impact of Christians from Tertullian all the way through to the Reverend Conybeare, who are tied up in geology. Carboniferous? No, not millions of years, not the theory of evolution. It's simply full of black carbon, in this case, coal. Oh, and of course, can I encourage you, take a visit to Durham sometime, read the town signboard on the website, and you find they are very proud of one thing. Their bishop in the 1200s, he had a problem to solve. And Joseph's going to take this up as he deals with history. And number one, here was his problem. Theologians, Theol, meaning God, logons, as in logic or logos, the people who had a word about God. Theo, logos, a God word. Well, he knew all about theology, but you see, he lived in an area where we dug up rocks eventually, where we used the coal. We need a new word, he said, the study of the rocks. God has told us about the study of himself. Now, what do we call the study of rocks? So he invented the concept, and there it is, proudly boasted about on the town website. Go to their web, check it out yourself. He's the inventor of the concept of geology, and it was a Christian bishop. Now, you wouldn't think that if you read through your geological books on the millions of years of layers, etc. I mean, let me start. Here's my last sample for this morning. Can you see this? Can you see the layers in it? Now, you and I call those strata. This is supposed to be nearly 1,000 million years old. And can you see the fossil in the top? Now, that's a fossil stromatolite. The funny thing is, stromatolite simply means layered thing. And it's in a rock full of layer, but we use the Greek and Latin words, it means the same. We call the other one strata. Strata, stroma, layered things. And they use millions of years these days, and no relationship to God at all. So in our subject, as we go through today, dealing with the history of things, as we look at me on how do layers form anyway, as we go to tomorrow and deal with the geological column in depth, beginning, end, does it even have such a thing? How does it really form overall? And you've got the opportunity 3 times, I believe, to answer questions, to ask questions, really. I think you'll have a wonderful time. Joseph, how about you take it from there and give us a bit of history?
Absolutely. A little bit of a disclaimer, right? And I love all of you people over in the States, but as we were talking just before we went live, when you sort of, withdrew yourself from the British Empire, you kind of not only threw out the concept of kings and queens and cups of tea and all that kind of stuff, you also seem to throw out a lot of history. So one of the things that we have to do, unfortunately, is go and have a full look through history. Oh, the old story, the winners write the history. Well, it is true, but sometimes you need to actually go outside the box, get a full perspective. Now, what does history have to do with the boundaries of the flood? Well, you see, one of the big discussions you'll find amongst geologists who are proponents of Noah's flood, and some of the criticisms you'll find from geologists who are critics of Noah's flood, is this idea of, well, where on the geological column can you get a big black marker and go, there's the boundary. Everything below is the flood rocks. Everything above is the post-flood rocks. And can you get a big black marker and go, everything below this is the pre-flood created rocks, and everything in between is the flood rocks? I mean, what are we even talking about when we talk about the geological column? So we need to delve a little bit into history, and we need to have a little bit of a look at how these concepts and how these ideas came about. Now, it's a fascinating journey, so hold on to your hats. We're going to go through a lot of history, but it really is important in order to actually make sure we get a full perspective. So I'm going to bring my slides back up. Hopefully you can all see that still. Whoops.
Looks good, Joe.
There. That's good. Lovely job. All right. Here is your standard geological model. This is a diagram taken straight out of my university geology book, which I did several years back now. You can see you've got, your main groupings on the far left-hand side: Paleozoic, Mesozoic, Cenozoic. Then you've got all the kind of words that perhaps you're familiar with. I mean, Jurassic's in there, Cretaceous, Permian, Pennsylvanian and Mississippian. Oh, Pennsylvanian and Mississippian. I mean, you in America, you'll recognize some of these words, right? We didn't call it that. We named it first, and we grouped them both together and called them Upper and Lower Carboniferous. Carboniferous because it was full of carbon. That's where you get your coal from. And of course, the Americans couldn't go with the British naming, and so they named them Pennsylvanian and Mississippian. We get quite a lot of the words in here linked back to our country, names like Ordovician and Cambrian and Devonian and so on and so forth. They all have to do with different places or different tribes or different parts of history in Britain. I mean, it's really fascinating when you start to delve down into words and the history of words, and you start to see how interconnected everything is. That's kind of what we're going to try and do today. So here's your geological column, and then of course we get the question, well, where is the flood post-flood boundary? Is it down near the Permian or the Triassic? I mean, that's one suggestion. Is it at the Permo-Triassic? Is it at the Mesozoic or the Cenozoic, so the KT boundary? I mean, that's when the big asteroid was supposed to have killed off all the dinosaurs 65 million years ago. Was it at the Tertiary or the Quaternary? You know, right up high. Quaternary to present. Where are the boundaries? Where is the rocks that were formed in the flood? Where are the rocks that were formed after the flood? And where's the rocks that were formed on day 3 of creation? How can we try and fit it into this kind of geological column? Now, for many years, one of the things that creationists have done is they've seen, well, all right, we've got lots and lots of millions of years along the right-hand side there. Let's just get rid of the millions of years, ignore the millions of years, and let's get this entire geological column and fit it within a year of the flood. Now, really, it doesn't work like that. And that's not because I'm saying that the rocks on Earth couldn't have been produced in a flood. What I'm saying is there's a very serious issue with the geological column and the way that it's put together in the first place. And this is some of the stuff that we're going to go into over the next 2 days. A better question to ask, rather than where's the boundary, is this model actually reliable in the first place? Okay, Derek Ager. In a book called The New Catastrophism. I actually have a copy of the book here. It's out of print now, but you can still pick it up on eBay and places like that. I know John's got a copy. I know we've got a copy in the office in the States as well, because I saw it over there in your little cubby hole, John, at the Carmen's place. And it's quite a fascinating book to read, because Derek Ager, well, this is a second edition, and he actually starts his introduction by saying creationists are not allowed to use this. I mean, it's right here. I think it necessary to include the following disclaimer. In the view of the misuse that my words have been put to in the past, I wish to say nothing in this book should be taken out of context and thought in any way to support the views of creationists who I refuse to call scientific. So he certainly wasn't a friend of our model, of creation, of the Bible. But he did have some rather scathing reviews of the geological column and the standard assumptions that had been in geology for so many years. Have a look at what he says here. Nowhere in the world is the record or even part of it anywhere near complete. He's talking about the geologic record. He's talking about the geological column. Even in the Grand Canyon of the Colorado River and the adjacent sections along the Little Colorado River, surely the finest record of geological history anywhere on Earth, there are huge breaks. There are huge gaps. Well, okay, let's move one step further. Is this really a good model? But where did this model come from in the first place? And this is when we really need to dig back through the history books. We need to ask, how was this model developed? And we've also got to ask, was this model developed with a global flood in mind? You see, a popular belief out there today, even amongst some creationists, is that the idea of a very old Earth is a modern scientific idea. With the Enlightenment in the 1700s, more people started thinking about this, and slowly over time, as evidence began to be collected, they realized that the Earth was very, very old indeed. It's a popular belief out there, certainly amongst the proponents of an old Earth, and even amongst some creationists, people think this. The issue? Science and Creationists, National Academy of Sciences. Scientists knew that the Earth was old before they knew how old. Now, what a ridiculous statement. Scientists knew that the Earth was old before they knew how old. I mean, knew? How can you know something is old if you don't know how old or have no way to quantify it? I mean, scientists probably suspected that the Earth was old. Scientists wanted the Earth to be old, but before they knew how old. What this actually does is shows you the underlying issue. There is a philosophy here which comes before the evidence. That's what we're looking at today. All right, let's throw some Bible verses in there. Ecclesiastes chapter 1, verses 9 to 11. What has been will be again. What has been done will be done again, and there is nothing new under the sun. You wonder where that phrase come from? It's right out of the Bible. There is nothing new under the sun. No, the idea of an old earth is not a new one. The idea of an old earth, as we will see as we go forward, is based on a rejection of scripture. It's based on a false pagan philosophy, which can be dated right back to the Sumerians, into antiquity. Let's carry on through the Bible verse. Is there anything of which one can say, look, this is something new? It was here already long ago. It was here before our time. No one remembers the former generations, and even those yet to come will not be remembered by those who follow them. This is why studying history is so important, whether you're dealing with any kind of topic within Christianity or science or geology or, the philosophies. You need to understand your history. You need to understand where people have gone before, because, well, today nobody really remembers it. I mean, it's bad enough here in the UK, and we have a wonderfully rich history of several thousand years, and yet so little people know much about it. I mean, most people think, Romans came, Henry VIII, and then history really started with World War II and the Beatles. And I'm afraid to say it's even worse in the States. Of course, there's a little connection here that you can see between Ecclesiastes and 2 Peter. There shall come in the last days scoffers, walking after their own lust, saying, where is the promise of his coming? For since the fathers fell asleep, all things continue as they were from the beginning of creation. For this they are willingly ignorant of, that by the word of God the heavens were of old, and the earth standing out of the water and in the water, whereby the world that then was, being overflowed with water, perished. The former generations have forgotten. The modern generation has forgotten what the former generations were taught. They've forgotten what happened. We need to make sure we get a full history perspective. So, our program today, I'm going to be dealing with the history of geology in the Geological Column. We'll have a break for questions and answers. John will come back and take us to our next step, our next logical step, which is the strata machines and having a look at Steno's principles that I'll introduce. And then on day 2, we're going to really get into this geological column. And finally, we're going to round up by recognizing rocks from a global flood to see if we can actually get anywhere with determining the boundaries of the flood. Remember, questions and answers throughout. We're going to try and keep the questions that we answer on the topic that we're dealing with tonight. If not, we could be here for hours on end. But make sure you also check out our Q&A site, askjohnmackay.com. If your question doesn't get answered, or if you particularly want it answered, send it to us and we'll probably be able to feature it on one of our creation conversations. Fossil and geology history. It goes back a lot further than you think. The key phrase is the present is the key to the past. Who said it? We'll come on to that. Our first section, deep time and antiquity, from the Sumerians to the Babylonians to the Hindus. Introducing the Sumerian king list. Now, the Sumerians were a civilization that lived in sort of the Middle East. Around was their central bit. You've probably heard of That's where God called Abram out of before he was Abraham. It seems to be one of the first civilizations to have risen up after the Tower of Babel, somewhere around where the Tower of Babel was, so it's not surprising. And they had a Sumerian king list. Now, there's plenty of documentation on the Sumerian king list, and we can't go through it all. If you want a really good book, The Authenticity of the Book of Genesis by Dr. Bill Cooper. Really detailed, goes in depth into the Sumerian king list, and it also talks about the correlation that the Sumerian kings list has between the 8 pre-flood kings and the 8 pre-flood patriarchs of Genesis. Yes, there's definitely a correlation in the beliefs of the Sumerians and the Mosaic beliefs that were documented in the book of Genesis. However, one major exception is the exaggerated ages. Now, the 8 pre-flood kings, according to the Sumerian king list, was said to have reigned a total of 241,200 years between creation and the flood. Yes, the Sumerians believed in a creation event, very similar to the biblical account of the creation event. They believed in a literal and worldwide flood, very similar to the account of the biblical worldwide flood, but there was a discrepancy. They had exaggerated the ages from just a couple of thousand years to 241,000 years. Note, texts such as the Sumerian king list and the Epic of Gilgamesh show that these accounts of creation and the Noah's flood were accepted as real historical events. There was no doubt in their minds these were real events, but they'd been corrupted over time, most likely to claim sovereignty over other nations. It's an issue of national pride. We'll slip a little bit of exaggeration in there to prove that we are the most important. Why? Because if we've been here for 200,000 years longer than you have, we must be far more important than you. Yes, the issue of racism is not a new one. It goes right back to the Sumerians and even further. But you find it's the first ever reference to an exaggeration of time out of scripture. They accepted the biblical events as real, but they exaggerated them to fit a purpose. Skip forward in time and you find Berosus the Chaldean. Now, Berosus was a Hellenistic era, that means sort of just early Greek. He was a Babylonian chief priest of Baal Marduk. Baal Marduk, yes, connected to Baal out of, the Bible, the god of the Philistines. All these chief gods seem to be connected around the Middle East. He was the chief god. He was the one that the food was being sacrificed to, that Daniel refused to eat in the book of Daniel. And this guy, Berosus, was the chief priest. Lived around 300 years BC. He controlled the Babylonian archives and the history libraries. Yes, you heard me right. The Babylonians had libraries containing a history section. This is the ancient Babylonians, by the way, and that always blows my mind. You can go back even further. The ancient Assyrians had a special section in their library dedicated to ancient history. The ancients having it's amazing when you learn your history that you can find. But Berosus was determined to make Babylonians the most ancient of all civilizations and therefore the most important. So what did he do? Well, in his book Babylonica, which was a history of Babylonia, Berosus claimed an additional 1,680,000 years occurred prior to the Sumerian king list. He argued that between the flood to Alexander the Great was 36,000 years. He predicted a further 12,000 years of human history would occur, bringing the total cosmos history to 2,160,000 years, which you will find is a multiple of 60. It's a multiple of 600 Soros, which is the Babylonian way of thinking. They followed a sexagesimal philosophy, multiples of 60. And so everything was wrapped up in a nice little tight logical ball of a total cosmos history of over 2 million years. This is millions of years long before Darwin. This is millions of years long before any kind of modern philosophical thinking that we would recognize as modern science. This is millions of years straight out of the ancients. And are you noticing the succession? Real account of history, scripture, the Mosaic account, exaggerated by the Sumerians, and they certainly believed these were real events, but they exaggerated to make themselves better. The Babylonians under Berosus exaggerated it even further to not only make themselves the most important, but also to fit their philosophy. The Babylonians had great influence on the Hindus and the birth of the Hindu religion. Hindu cosmology has been greatly affected by the Sumerian and Babylonian theology and philosophy. You can see that in the simple fact that cows are sacred in India. Why are cows sacred in India? It goes back to the cow god Baal. Interesting connection. They adopted this pagan sexagesimal system, but they extended the history from millions to billions of years. Again, long before Darwin, long before any modern philosophy, and it's interesting to see just how close the modern idea of the age of the universe is to the god Brahma and the single day of the god Brahma. You see, they incorporated a rather bleak regeneration philosophy of the world has been going on and on and on, and you get rebirthed. They followed a philosophy which could be recognized today as the Lyell philosophy of present is the key to the past. They believed that the cosmos was the god Brahma. He had a lifespan. A single day in his life was roughly 15 billion years, and his total lifespan was 311 billion, 311 and 40 billion years. So that's about 3.11 trillion years, something like that. So we've extended cosmology to now the billions or even the trillions of years. Again, long before Darwin or any modern philosophy of deep time. Alexander the Great heavily influenced Mesopotamia and India. Alexander the Great came from a Greek background, and you can see the influence of the Greeks in India even today. I mean, you can be walking through, a Hindu temple in northern India, in northwest India, and you can be passing statues of Buddha and all sorts of stuff, and then suddenly you'll find a Gandhara statue of Atlas. Atlas, one of the Greek gods, they're next to a Buddhist god, or they're next to one of the Hindu gods. Interesting. And also you'll find that it was Alexander the Great that introduced the caste system into India. You know, the bottom all the way up to the top in terms of importance of people. And you'll find that even today, the most popular beauty product in India is face whitening cream. Because according to the caste system, white man is at the top. That's something that the British Empire certainly, took advantage of, but it wasn't introduced by them. It was introduced by Alexander the Great. I'm the most important, I'm the most powerful, and I'm the part of one of the oldest civilizations on Earth, so you listen to what I say. But not only did Alexander the Great influence India, India heavily influenced Alexander the Great, both in the terms of its philosophy, in the religion, and the acceptance of deep time, the acceptance of millions of years. Move on to Greek philosophy, heavily affected by both Babylonian and Hindu philosophy, and Hindu philosophy affected by Babylonian philosophy as well. So you've got it sort of double jointed there. And you can see this in their pagan system. But towards the end of the Greeks, they began to reject a theological position of many, many gods, and they started to adopt a naturalistic philosophy based off of the concepts that they'd taken from Middle Eastern ideology. What are we talking about? Well, here's some of their ideas. Things like Plato and several of the other Greek philosophers proposed the idea of an early primordial soup philosophy to explain the naturalistic origin of life. They believed in spontaneous generation, that life could just arise given the right conditions. They also believed in a version of natural selection. Although they didn't call it that, you can see the extremely stark similarities in their natural selection philosophy based on the natural arising of hopeful creatures. And these hopeful creatures may be able to survive better than the less hopeful creatures, and they could give rise to the next generation of hopeful creatures. You see the similarity in the Darwinian theory of natural selection? Interesting. And it went even further than that. They believed that they were the most important race on the planet. Yeah, not only did they believe in a version of what we would recognize today as evolution, it was a very racist version of evolution because they believed that they'd evolved out of the slime. But they believed that they'd evolved out of better quality slime than the Jews had or the Africans had. Racism, it's not a new idea. It wasn't introduced by Darwin. It's right back to the Greek philosophy. All right. Important dates. Let's move forward a bit. You've seen the birth of this millions of years ideology right back in the pagan antiquities, and it really has nothing to do with science or evidence. It has everything to do with trying to prove that you're the best people, right? It has everything to do with exaggerating or interpreting the evidence or interpreting history to fit your own philosophy. But let's get another ancient set of thinking here. I mean, AD 115, we're only talking about 200 to 300 years after the Greeks, right? Theophilus of Antioch. Creation occurred, he says, between 5529 BC, plus give or minus 200 years. Well, that's a stark difference to what the Greeks were proposing. That's a very stark difference from what the Hindus were proposing. Where did he get this idea from? The answer is straight out of the scripture. But look at what he was quoting. He says, according to the Bible, creation occurred at 5,529 BC, give or take 200 years, not the tens of thousands as Plato, etc., have written. He's quoting the Greeks. He knows what the Greeks were promoting. He even knows where the Greeks got their ideas from, and he's saying, no, we need to get back to scripture here. Another one of the church fathers, 240 AD, look at what he said. Plato and many of the other philosophers, they perhaps followed the Chaldeans. Chaldeans, Berosus the Chaldean, the Sumerians, the Babylonians, the Assyrians. You see, even they saw that it went back further than the Greeks, who, as Cicero has related in his first book respecting divination, foolishly say that they possess comprised in their memorials 470,000 years. Even he knew that it was wrong. Foolishly saying, he says. But we, whom the Holy Scriptures instruct to the knowledge of the truth, know the beginning and the end of the world. Therefore, let the philosophers who think up these thousands of years of ages from the beginning of the world know that the 6,000th year is not yet completed. Stark difference to what the Greeks and the Hindus were promoting, and all the way back to the Chaldeans. Interesting. But it's the fact that they recognize that this was a philosophy which was being brought up by the Greeks of millions of years in deep time, long before anything else came from Darwin. Augustine, 350 AD, in the City of God book. Let us then omit the conjectures of men who know not what they say when they speak of the origin and the nature of the human race. They are deceived too by those highly mendacious documents which profess to give a history or many thousand years, though through reckoning the sacred writings we find that not 6,000 years has yet passed. You have a conflict of philosophies, one based on scripture, and these are the early church fathers, right? They recognized that the earth was young, certainly compared to what Plato and the Chaldeans, the Sumerians, the Babylonians, and the Greeks were promoting. All right. You then have a sort of a clash, if you like, from the early church fathers and the influence of Christianity through the Roman Catholic religion into the sort of European, and you kind of have this weird mix of, yes, we believe the Bible, but we're also allowing the Romans to influence us, and the Romans were heavily influenced by the Greeks, so we really believe that fossils are just natural. We kind of believe in Noah's flood, but we believe that really maybe it didn't do very much. We believe maybe Noah's flood did do a lot, but it didn't form the fossils, because what are fossils? I mean, fossils comes from the old Latin to be dug up, although there's even discussion today as to what that means, because again, no history is taught. But let's introduce Steno for a moment, and I'm going to hold up some fossils to show you. You see, Nicholas Steno, you can see him there in his monk outfit. He was a believer in Genesis and Noah's flood, but he was also the founder of paleontology and stratigraphy. What is his background? Well, I have some fossils here, so hopefully Donnie can put me up on full screen while I hold these fossils up to you. Can you tell what this is? Hey, it's a very large shark tooth. This is one of the famous meg shark teeth. And
we can't see you, Joseph. We can't see you.
You can't see me at all. Okay, let me see if I can. I might have to stop screen sharing.
There we are.
I got it, Joe.
Is that good? Right, I'll leave it like that then.
There you go, brother.
There we go. Let's hold that back up to the camera again. Let's see if we can get it into focus if we hold it in front of my my face so he doesn't see me. Never mind. Hand back there.
That's good.
Yeah, that's roughly in focus. There we go. This is the shark tooth that I was talking about. It's one of the giant megalodon shark teeth. I mean, it looks pretty spectacular. It's rather enormous. It's featured in a film, a scary film like Jaws. It's a great big shark's tooth. Now, okay, you and I look at this and we both instantly recognize that this is a shark tooth, albeit a very, very large one. But you realize to the ancient Greeks, that was an ridiculous idea. I mean, let me just show you another one of my fossils here. It's also a shark tooth, and you'll be able to recognize it straight away. It's a rather brilliant shark tooth. It's a bit smaller, but do you see how it's encased in rock? You see, the Greeks dug up these teeth as well, and they said, well, hang on a minute, sharks live in the water. They don't live in the rocks, therefore these must be tricks played on us by the gods. Interesting. It was a trick played by the gods. Nothing to do with what it actually looks like. I mean, it can't possibly be a shark tooth. It's in the rock, right? Sharks come in the water. And the ancient Greeks concluded, based on their pagan philosophy system, that these sharks' teeth were just tricks played by the gods. And the Greeks influenced the Romans, and the Romans influenced Christianity, and Roman Catholic religion that spread through Christianity taught that these were tricks played on, well, not by the Greek gods at this point, but played on by Satan. The devil put these in the rocks, nothing to do with anything real. Interesting how far the whole sort of philosophy of science and exploring and experimentation had actually fallen. All right, let's bring up my PowerPoint slides again and bring up Nicholas Steno here. Oh, if it works. There we go. Nicholas Steno was a revolutionary thinker. What did he do? He studied shark teeth. You see some of his diagrams from his publication there. A great big shark jaw. You see, this was one that was actually caught out in the Mediterranean. And it was brought into Steno, and he saw the teeth of the shark, and he said, hang on a minute, these look exactly like the tongue stones. Oh, tongue stones? That was the name the Greeks had given these shark teeth that you dig out of the rocks. And Nicholas Steno said, well, hang on a minute, let's actually start to build some principles here. And so in his book, a huge, great big book on all about how, hey, if it looks like a shark tooth and it seems like a shark's tooth, it probably is a shark's tooth. Look at what he said. If a solid substance is in every other way like another solid substance, not only as regards to the conditions of the surface, but also as regards to the inner arrangement of the parts and the particles, it will also be like it as regards the manner and place of production. In other words, what Steno's saying is if it looks like a shark tooth both outside and inside, then it probably is a shark tooth, right? Logic to you, logic to me. But then we think critically today. Revolutionary to the Greeks and revolutionary at the time of Steno in the mid-1600s. How did Steno get to this philosophy? Well, it was quite simple. He believed in the Bible. He believed that God wouldn't play tricks on us or allow tricks to be played on us like this. He believed that if it was created, then it could be trusted. And so he said, well, hang on a minute, if it looks like a shark tooth and you cut it open and it has every single detail of a shark tooth, both inside and out, including all of the enamel and bone and everything, then you can safely conclude it is a shark's tooth. And now you can ask the very legitimate question, how did this shark tooth get in the rocks? And now you're asking the right questions, you start a new branch of science, paleontology. Something we like to remind people at Creation Research is unless you ask the right questions, you'll never get the right answers. All right, Nicholas Steno, believer in the Bible, the founder of paleontology and sedimentology. Hey, sedimentology has something to do with what we're talking about tonight. You see, he started, or founded rather, the principle of superposition. Principle of superposition, the bottom layer formed first. Strata, layers, are laid down horizontally. Here you can see a load of layers. You can see lots of different fossils in the layers. Steno argued during Noah's flood, you had a big churn up of sediments and the bottom settled first, then the next layer, then the next layer, then the next layer from bottom to top. This was his principle. This was his argument. You see, Steno's rock layer principle was simple. The bottom rocks got there first, the top rocks got there last. Therefore, the bottom rocks were perhaps the oldest, the top rocks were the youngest. Although Steno never actually went that far. He never started assigning ages to the rocks. He just said the bottom rocks got there first, the top rocks got there last. But following that logic, you have the bottom rocks as the oldest, the top rocks as the youngest. Okay, I'll ask a question. Fish A and fish B. Now fossils, buried in the rock layers. According to Steno's principle of superposition, which fish was buried first, fish A or fish B? Well, if the bottom layer was formed first and the top layer was formed last, then fish B was buried first. according to Steno's principle. But as we go on, and as John comes in just a moment, you're going to see that there's perhaps a little bit of a problem with this when you try and match this principle with the real world. Let's move on through history. A return to the Greek, the French revolutionary thinkers. You see, the French Revolution, the French Revolution happened and you ended up with what? A lot of dead French people. I mean, the Russian Revolution ended up with pretty much the same result. Britain had a revolution too. We had an industrial revolution, which didn't end up with quite as many dead people, but there were certainly lots of issues around that as well. But the French revolutionary thinkers had an issue. They needed an excuse to get rid of the kings and the queens. They wanted to get rid of the monarchy. I do hope you Americans realize how strong a connection you have between your independence and the French. It goes right back. And it really is interesting. It actually goes back to the pagan origins. Why? Well, you see, the French hate the English and the English hate the French, unless, of course, somebody attacks us and we help each other. It's, we'll fight amongst ourselves. But the French needed an excuse to get rid of the monarchs. Now, back then, the monarchy was believed to have been appointed by God. So to question the monarchy was to question God. The French still had a predominantly Roman Catholic philosophy. But of course, what's the solution? Get rid of God. If there's no God, then there's no God-appointed monarchy, and so we can chop the king's head off. Yay! All right, so what did they do? They took inspiration from the Greeks' naturalistic philosophies. By the way, this is well documented, and you can pick up many different books on this matter. Here's one that's out of print currently, but you can pick it up here and there. From the Greeks to Darwin, an outline of the development of the evolution idea. Yeah, there's no denying it. It's well documented through history, although you'll never find this in a modern biology textbook today. You can easily trace the Greeks all the way down through the French revolutionaries and into modern scientific thinking. What did they do? People like de Maillet, Buffon, Voltaire, they all started accepting the Greek naturalistic philosophy of life arising naturally, of spontaneous generation, of hopeful creatures and natural selection. They argued that fossils were inorganic or fake. They rejected Steno's ideas. They argued that a flood was impossible, or if there was Noah's flood, it was so gentle and quiet that it didn't do any damage. They argued the Earth could have been at least 2 billion years old, and that life just arises naturally through spontaneous generation. Now, if the French go somewhere and the French hate the English, you'll be certain that the Scots will follow the French, because the Scots also hate the English, right? And you'll find the first introduction to this resurgence of Greek pagan philosophy came from a Scotsman, James Hutton, who promoted the thinking of uniformitarianism. The present is the key to the past. Note well, up to this point, not a single one of these philosophies has been based off of observation or science. It's been based off of a rejection of biblical authority based on a pagan philosophy, which started out with I want to be better than you, so I'm going to exaggerate the truth in order to make myself seem better and more powerful. Then you introduce figures like Ray and Hooke. They were doubters of the Genesis flood, again influenced by the earlier Greek thinking. And what did they say? Well, they took Steno's principles and said if the bottom layer formed first, then the world is simply too old for the Bible to be true. It takes vast periods of time to build up sediment and to build up the next layer and the next layer. There's no way that the Bible could be true if this is actually correct. Then enter Charles Lyell, who wrote a book which I also have. It's a huge, great, big, thick book. This is just the first part. It's a two-part book. Principles of Geology, or the modern changes of Earth and its inhabitants considered as illustrative of geology. Now, a whole massive section of this book is dedicated to James Hutton and his principle of uniformitarianism. He took James Hutton's principle of uniformitarianism, he expanded on it, he traveled the world, and he promoted this theory of uniformitarianism aimed to remove God from people's thinking. I mean, he even admitted it himself. And his philosophy was simple. If the bottom layer got there first, then the bottom animals are the oldest. So the rock layers are a record of the history of life over vast ages, which is completely different to what the Bible teaches. Do you see the natural progression? And then Charles Darwin came in, a promoter of evolutionary thinking, who built off the back of Lyell and the earlier principles brought back from the Greeks by the French revolutionaries and passed on to his grandfather Erasmus. And he simply argued, well, if this really is a record of life on Earth, then the top creatures must have evolved from the lower ones over millions of years. So the Bible is totally false about creation and Noah's flood. All right, let's look a little bit deeper into Charles Lyell. There's his principle of uniformitarianism. The present is the key to the past. All things in geology must be explained by processes observable today. We don't see a global flood today, therefore it simply can't be true. Lyell and Darwin were a time team. They worked together. Charles Lyell was a mentor for Charles Darwin. And they go on field trips that creation research has been on, to this very same place, to the rocks that we now call Ordovician, not named after millions of years, but named after the extinct Celtic tribe that used to live in Wales, the Ordovici tribe. And you can find some fabulous fossils. Hey, you should come on some of our creation research field trips sometimes. You can find some lovely snail fossils. Oh, you see the fossil snail there on the left? You see the modern snail on the right? I mean, there's not a lot of difference between them. But Charles Lyell and Charles Darwin visited this place and they applied their pagan philosophy. Darwin said that each species of snail would take 20 million years to evolve into the next species. Lyell simply counted up the different snails and said, therefore, the Ordovician must be at least 240 million years old. In fact, the Ordovician is now believed to be well over 450 million years old. It's interesting how people keep changing their mind. Key concepts: evolution, no need for God; anti-catastrophism, no need for Noah's flood, no need for judgment, and you can tell the age of the rock by the fossils that are in it. These are the key concepts that Charles Lyell promoted. And by the time we get to Darwin, the Earth was several million years old, a resurgence of the Greek and the pagan philosophical ideas. Okay, Charles Lyell's motive for writing the principles of geology, his motive for promoting our very vast old Earth. I conceived the idea 5 or 6 years ago that if ever the Mosaic geology, that's Genesis geology, could be set down without giving offence, it would be in a historical sketch. Stephen Gould, famous paleontologist, very honest paleontologist, said Charles Lyell was a lawyer by profession and his book is one of the most brilliant briefs published by an advocate. Lyell relied upon true bits of cunning to establish his uniformitarian views as the only true geology. First, he set up a straw man to demolish. In fact, the catastrophists were much more empirically minded than Lyell. The Geological Column does require catastrophes. Rocks are fractured and contorted, and whole faunas are wiped out. Interesting clash of ideas there. What's the real problem? There it is there. The present is the key to the past. Lyell's entire principle of uniformitarianism based off the present being the key to the processes of the past. Whereas the Bible says the present is not the key to the past, but the past is key to the present. What happened in the past explains the condition we're in today. What happened in the past explains why we're in sin today. What happened in the past explains the rocks that we see around us. What happened in the past explains why we need a saviour. Problem number 1. Note very well. Any dating method, such as carbon-14, starlight same speed, radioactive dates, chalk or limestone formation, or any geological history, based on Lyell's uniformitarian assumption, will always contradict the biblical account of a 6th day of creation and the Noah's flood, simply because Lyell's aim was to free the science from Moses. Moses? Oh yeah, this is his own writing. His entire aim, he said, was to free the science from Moses. Not to free science from the Bible, that would have been a bit too obvious. But what was Moses attributed with writing? The first few books of the Bible. Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy. And of course a little bit of the Psalms. In there, you find the creation of the world, you find the fall of mankind, you find the judgment of God and a change of the world's climate and geological record at Noah's flood. You find the judgment and the history, judgment of God and the history of mankind at the Tower of Babel, and you find the giving of the law of God. Get rid of those 5 things, and the rest of the Bible comes tumbling down with it. Note well, and as we will discover as we move forward with these programs, it's not the evidence that disagrees with the biblical record of 6-day creation and Noah's flood over the last 6,000 to 7,000 years. It's the opinions of men who willfully set out to reject and replace the word of God. And we notice that key verse from 2 Peter earlier today. Lyell simply replaced Genesis and Darwin rewrote it. And Lyell's most famous disciple was Charles Darwin. Even he admitted, I always feel my books came half out of Lyell's brain and I never acknowledged this sufficiently enough. I've always thought of the great merit of the principles of geology and the way that it's altered my thinking, says Charles Darwin. How old? By the latter part of the 19th century, Lyell and Darwin were using the rates of erosion and the deposition to estimate that the Earth was hundreds of millions of years old, even up to 400 million years old. The point to finish on? If you take the pagan-inspired philosophy that Lyell and Darwin promoted as your authority, then you're going to have issues accepting the Bible's version of events. But realize it's not an issue of evidence, it's an issue of who or what your authority is. So back to our geological column. There's the standard geological column, the oldest rocks at the bottom, the youngest rocks at the top. You can see the dates along the right-hand side. The bottom to top philosophy is based off of Stene's principle. The Cambrian rocks got there first, the Quaternary rocks got there last. That's what Stene introduced. But that's as far as Stene went. The oldest to the youngest philosophy is based off of Hutton and Lyell's principles of geology, the present being the key to the past. They went several steps further than Steno ever did, but they took his philosophy, took it to its logical conclusion. If the bottom rocks got there first and the top rocks got there last, the bottom rocks are the oldest, the top rocks are the youngest. The deep time philosophy is based off of the Hutton and Lyell principles of the present being the key to the past, which themselves are based off of the anti-God French revolutionaries, which themselves based their thinking off of the anti-God pagan Greeks, which themselves based it off of an anti-God pagan Babylonian. You realize how far the history goes? All right, some column questions to take us forward. Is the column actually an accurate representation of Earth rocks? Is the column a good basis for interpreting flood geology? Does the column actually represent an accurate rock sedimentation in the first place? And can we even use the column for determining flood boundaries? Many people are looking for a big black marker to go, there's the boundary, where the reality is it's based off of, even if you get rid of the millions of years, even if you take it back to Stene's principles, it's still based off of this philosophy of superposition. The bottom got there first, the top got there last. Did we actually go wrong somewhere? Well, I believe that's the end of my little section, so I'll hand over to John. We might throw it open for a few questions on what we've done so far, but John is going to take us on to our next step. All right, we've dealt with the history, we've dealt with the issues of the principles of geology. What do the rocks actually say when you go and study them? And I've got a rather interesting rock, which I'm just going to tease you with, which we're going to have a little chat about, me and John, to introduce the next segment right here. It's a rather beautiful rock. You see all the swirly whirly patterns? Well, we'll come on to that in just a moment.
Bit here, which is probably a good way to introduce the question time, and then Donnie can govern how many questions, but remember I've got a staff coming at 10, so I would have to leave then. There's one here that says, does the KT boundary pose a problem for a post-flood boundary and flood geology in general? Now, most people who are into geology have read about it. Very few people have followed it all around the planet like me. So you can come across it outside of Dudley in England, Joseph, that quarry we took you to with the Dudley bugs, trilobites, right? And I've followed it through in Scotland, a lot of exposed granites and things like that. And you can actually follow it all the way through Europe. I've been to quite a few places in Europe where it shows up. You can see it particularly on the dinosaur fields in the USA, where it became predominant, with the theory that says you get this layer, the layer of the boundary between the Cretaceous and the Tertiary, and it's characterized particularly as the marketplace for the end of the Triceratops, and also asteroidal or meteoric impact of dust, right? You can also see it. Come with me to New Zealand. I'll take you on a dinosaur dig. I go over there and show you where it is. It's about 100 meters from where the dinosaurs are that we dig up, and we're actually in some of our movies. So if you haven't seen our Darwin series, go to our website, creationresearch.net, go to streaming, look for the Darwin series, Darwin on the Rocks, Darwin's natural evolution, etc. You will enjoy that and see some of these boundaries for yourself. But the answer is, does it pose a problem? The answer is no, because my first observation comes from Montana, where you can actually see the boundary and then you find a Triceratops above it. So is it actually a boundary? There's the first question. That's really the point that Joseph's been asking all along. Do these boundaries actually represent reality, or are they artificial definitions with a hidden philosophy behind? I mean, the philosophy that says this was the meteorite that bombed out the dinosaurs. Well, Professor Derek Ager makes a very good point about the KT boundary. He says this is basically microscopic meteoric dust. He said it's not going to settle down until the water is all still. So it cannot represent a catastrophic bombardment that killed off the dinosaurs if the Triceratops is still above it, and you've got this dust which is not going to settle out until everything's absolutely still. So you've got to realize that when you're dealing with modern geology, the assumptions that Joseph took us through and the history, come on, let's be honest. Did you really enjoy history at school? Did you really read your homework? No, I didn't. I used to go and read a comic version of the same thing and try and remember the highlights. So most people skip history, and yet the key ways we think are embedded in history. As I keep saying, if you want to understand tomorrow, if you want to deal with today, go back to yesterday and go there very often. These layers are sometimes arbitrarily defined. And in fact, can I encourage you, and many of you won't be able to do this, if you're a geologist, go to a boundary conference, where they're trying to decide where the boundaries are. And if you think we've got a tough subject here dealing with the boundaries of the flood, you go and enjoy a good laugh at a boundary conference. Is this where the Ordovician finishes, or is it up there? Derek Ager's comment really removes the KT boundary as any problem at all. And I've got to be honest, he's one of my favorite geologists, even though he said, you creationists get out here, don't use this book. It's full of wonderful evidence that the biblical record is valid for one simple reason. He said that creationist geologists, the catastrophists, he calls them, were far more objective and scientific than he and the modern evolutionists, non-catastrophists, are. So that's my little contribution there. You might want to suggest a question or two here, Donnie, before we give it back to me in 10 minutes at the most.
Sure. Yeah. Out of all these questions, I'll save a lot of them, especially if they're not directly related to the flood boundaries topic. We can maybe get to a couple of them at the end of, day one here. But I will ask, this is a question of my own, actually, in light of your presentation here, Joe. And fantastic presentation, opening presentation. I appreciated it. And in light of the information you provided regarding the history, including church fathers, what would you say to one of these theistic evolutionists who claim young earth creation is a new invention? The church fathers did not believe the Bible taught a young earth, or a global flood for that matter. And apparently modern day young earth creation is a Seventh-day Adventist invention. I'm not sure if you've heard that, but that claim has been thrown around a lot.
All right, I'll share my screen very, very quickly just to do a couple of very quick slides. And we probably should hand on to John after this so he has enough time.
Yes.
It's very, very easy to disprove. And by the way, there's a whole 2 or 3 hour program that me and John do, John predominantly does into this, right? But let's just run through a few quick quotes, right? Is the 6,000 years the result of modern fundamentalist thinking? And again, one of the promotions is that it was this sort of Seventh-day Adventist thinking that was introduced very, very recently. We've already talked about Theophilus of Antioch, right? I mean, this is AD 115, so only just a very early into the church, before the real takeover of Roman Catholicism. Creation occurred at 5,529 BC, plus or minus 2,000 years. So again, you're looking at what we would currently, or around today, refer to as a young Earth. It's certainly a date of under 10,000 years. It's around 8,000 years, not the tens of thousands as Plato has written. We've dealt with this quote as well, the fact that the whole philosophy based on the old Chaldeans is wrong, because we know that the world has the 6,000 year has not yet completed. 280, 100 years after Theophilus of Antioch. Augustine, another 100 years after, 6,000 years. You're starting to see a bit of a pattern here. Martin Luther, and I think John may even comment on Martin Luther as we go forward, because he was one of the first people to actually talk about fossil wood, right, based on his father's experience from the coal mines. Now, we know from Moses that about 6,000 years ago, the world was not yet in existence. 6,000 years. John Calvin on the age of the earth, albeit the duration of the world, now declining to its ultimate end, has not yet attained 6,000 years. God's work was completed not in a moment, but in 6 days. John Calvin. William Shakespeare. The poor world is almost 6,000 years old, from 1599. I mean, this is William Shakespeare, right? And you love the old Shakespeare. I find it a bit boring myself personally, but you've got to admit the influence that he had on language, and the way that he would take language and actually manipulate it to make a point that the modern, or the modern for his time, but the ordinary person could actually understand, was incredible. 6,000 years. Popular belief, even 1599. Archbishop James Usher is the famous one, of course, 1581. Expert in Semitic languages, historian and scholar. In Ireland, he was one of the only archbishops to be the Archbishop of the Catholic and the Anglican Church. He said the world was created in 4004 BC, or around 6,000 years ago. So no, it's not a modern invention in the slightest. It's based directly out of Scripture. You can find lots of references throughout Scripture as well, talking about things in the past that refer to a young earth as well. Even Jesus himself referred to the implication of a young earth when he said, from the beginning, I've made them male and female. Right? So you'll find not only in Scripture, but also in history, it's a common belief that the earth was less than 10,000 years old, and somewhere around the 6,000 to 8,000 years old at the most. Not a modern day invention in the slightest. So I'll just leave it there. It's a very easy one to kind of get rid of.
I'd encourage the listeners, Donnie, the guy who gets most abuse out of this is Augustine. He's the one that the old earthers like to claim as a hero, as not believing in 6,000 years, and they never quote this verse that Joseph put up. And yet there's no beyond a shadow of a doubt, Augustine may not have known some of the things about Genesis, because he talks about the stars. Did that mean angels? He's got all sorts of interesting questions, but he is emphatic on the 6,000 bit because it was popular. I mean, from Tertullian, the guy who had the fossil shell that introduced our subject. So those of you who've been misled by books about Augustine's liberality on having no value for the age of the earth, wake up, open your eyes. You have been deceived, sadly, by, I've got to say, at the best, ignorant Christians who are misusing Augustine, and they need to get back, whether it's Calvin, Luther, any of the reformers, or even good old Shakespeare that Joseph. Did I detect that you didn't like Shakespeare? That's
Oh, no, I do. I very much appreciate Shakespeare. It's just my first experience of Shakespeare was being forced to watch through about 3 hours of it when I was first dating my wife. So
to be or not to be, hey?
Exactly,
okay.
Yeah.
All right, very good. Nothing else you want to raise at the moment, Donnie, because I'll go on to my section if we can.
Absolutely. Let's hand it over to you, John. Okay, fantastic answer to what I believe is a pretty weak criticism of young Earth creation. So great job. And I got your slide up, John. So whenever you're ready.
That's good. Okay, again, you'll like our new logo. Go to creationresearch.net. If you want to see what I'm about to do, you'll find there's a whole series of programs in there that deal with our latest experiments. So go to creationresearch.net, click onto the museum section, or click through to the research page, and you'll find fabulous stuff there. Basically, this section here is not only going to remind you about the flood, but the reason my lecturers in geology at Queensland University at the end of the first week said we're not going to discuss any catastrophic rubbish. And they mentioned Noah's flood and creation. And the logic of that was, we don't want to even be reminded that there is a God who judges. Well, there's what the Bible says. All flesh died that moved on the earth, birds and cattle and beasts and every creeping thing that creeps on the earth, and every man, all in whose nostrils was the breath of life, all that was on the dry land died. So what's this got to do with the geological column? Well, there was no doubt about it. My lecturers saw the geological column as the best way of squashing Noah's flood. And given the bit of history you've seen, you know now why, through Lyell, the Greeks, etc. And it's very evident that if Noah's flood is real, it should show up somewhere. So let's start on a study of how layers form. Now, I took many years to actually come to grips with the real problem here is how we think layers form. So let's take you to Coal Creek in Seattle, where one year I was over there, and I'm truly grateful to God for helping me to travel from, basically Alaska to the edge of Antarctica. There was a flood. See the destruction it had brought down? The trees? This is the last couple of days of the flood, because I sat beside this little creek. Well, it was little after the flood was down, and I watched what it did. What does the Bible say? Study to show yourself approved about Scripture. It also says, search out the truth and test everything. Well, there's a gentle stream, hardly doing anything. But a few days early, because I deliberately sat for 3 days watching this creek. And as the water went down, look what you can see. Can you see the layers? Great. Now get up close. Can you see they are light and dark and light and dark? You've actually got strata. And this formed in 3 days. In fact, the road, the big pipe under the motorway had gotten blocked, a lake had formed, and so we had water running into a water barrier or a lake. Look, so that's what it formed. That wasn't there before that. It's even surrounding the bottom of the trees. It's running over some of the things that you could say, well, if they stayed buried, they'd turn into fossils. Would they? How long does it take to make a fossil? But when you actually look at this, as I watched, you ended up with 300 layers in 3 days. But the interesting thing was they weren't flat. My geological training basically said Steno was right. Original horizontality, superposition, lateral continuity. Yep, they're the big words that Steno comes up with. But you and I have a glass of water in a primary school classroom, elementary class. We put sand and mud and rocks in it. We shake it up and down, and the big rocks fall to the bottom, then the sand, then the mud, and the teacher says that's how layers form. And I've said it before and I'll say it again, a great experiment if the world was a glass of water. But the world isn't. The world is a place of floods and rain. Now, you have a look at this. Getting close up, here's what you find. Okay, I counted them. You have some 100 layers that formed in 3 days. Yes, I got very uncomfortable sitting in the forest, watching what the layers would do, counting them all. What they actually did was they matched the number of storm pulses. They didn't match time in any longitudinal sense. And the second thing, even though many of them are nicely stratified, Steno's principle that things form horizontally is not actually true. I mean, when you have a look at the layers and say the bottom layer formed first, and then the layers form in nice continuous beds, they actually don't. There's no such thing in a flood deposit about original horizontality. But yet, when you think about it, Steno, who said, here's how layers form, when it formed in the real world, the first deposition was at the end on the right of the slide, and the final deposition ended up downstream on the left of the slide. In other words, the layers were forming from upstream to downstream, not from top to bottom. Now, by the time you go back to Steno and think it through, he says the strata are laid down one on top of the other. By the time you go a little bit further, you're finding that Steno is famous for proving that tungstones are fossil shark's teeth, and his fame far outweighed the actual evidence he used for his strata. Oh, he was absolutely right about shark's teeth and shells. But he went on and said, followed by John Ray, that if Steno is right, as Joseph mentioned, the world is a great deal older than is imagined or believed. In John Ray's day, people believed the Bible. Steno believed the Bible. Steno did great work when it came to shark's teeth, and that's why he gets into the literature. He never did any experiments, perhaps the shake up and down of the sharks, of the glass. He never did any experiments on watching how strata form. Why did John Ray take that position? Very simply, if you've got layers with fossils in it, and then you've got another layer on top, then another layer, the animals had to live and die and get buried in the layer. That takes time. And then if you've got a million layers, there's an awful lot of life, death, and birth involved in it. All right, that leads us up to today. Why do people actually think the world is so old? Well, the answer is simple. I gave this presentation at many places. Oxford, I debated the professor of geology at Oxford. I presented it to the Cambridge Union. I've given papers to the Cole Conference. So it's not just creationists running around shooting their mouth off. For the last 10 years, we've been doing experiments at Jurassic Ark, some of which you're about to see. Okay, you can see at creationresearch.net, click exciting research and search rock layers. Why do people believe the world is old? There's three contenders. Okay, why do they go away thinking what the guide said is true? 600 million years ago. Wow. How could the Bible be true if the rocks are so old? Is how everybody leaves the Grand Canyon. They may be impressed by the size of the hole, but that's what they've been taught. The younger rocks at the top, the older layers are at the bottom. And there isn't one guide at the Grand Canyon who's ever seen that happen. But here's the consequence. If the bottom layers got there first, then the creatures in the bottom lived and died first. And if you keep making layers with more creatures in, you have to add up how long it takes for them to be born, how long they live, and how long it takes them to die and get buried. And then you get Charles Darwin come along, and on top of the vast amounts of lifespan time, you have to explain not only how they got fossilized, but the reason why they're different. If the rocks in the bottom have different animals than the rocks in the top, you must use evolution, because Noah's flood and creation is already out the window. Now, there's one of my textbooks with the Geological Column in it, and it's associated with millions of years of evolution. So any Christian out there who thinks of the Geological Column and only deals with the fossils and tries to prove creation, you're going to be shot in the foot. Because what's the whole basis of the Geological Column? Joseph and I are well known for talking about our summary of that verse. Watch out for false science. The old Greek word science simply means knowledge. So when you read a modern translation that says beware of false knowledge, you are talking about the same thing. Doesn't matter whether it's politics, physics, chemistry, or geology. Likewise, when it says test all things, you should be testing even the Christians who say the rocks took millions of years to get there, or the fossils started only here or finished there. Remember what Joseph said about the shark? Yes, Steno did great work. But when it came to dealing with layers, he made suppositions. The bottom layer gets there first. Now, what is false science? Here's my first clue. Now, I've been studying this for a long time, had the privilege of traveling all over the KT boundary, having walked up and down the Grand Canyon many, many times, keeps me fit in my middle to old age. But I remember my old geology professor who came in one day, and he was very blunt, and he said, "Chaps, I hate to tell you this, but the rocks in the Grand Canyon get old sideways." Now, that is not the impression every other lecturer gave me, but he was the head of the department. He needed to be listened to. But sadly, he never said anything else about that rock at all. He never once again told us, well, how do you prove the rock layers got old sideways? Okay, think carefully. Everybody knows the layers in the Grand Canyon are associated with water, but almost nobody, because of the glass and the sand and the mud and the rock experiment, never thinks through the next step. Only moving water can erode rock and carry mud and sand, but it always moves sideways unless it goes over the edge of a waterfall, which means one thing. If you're going to form rock layers, then you have to think about the creek that I sat in. You know, Coal Creek back there 30 years ago in Seattle. The rock layers will grow in the direction of the current. The bottom layer, therefore, will not get there first. The left side, upstream, will be older than the right side, downstream. Can the top layer, therefore, ever be the youngest? Now, as I said, you can see much of this on our creationresearch.net. Click exciting research. So if I'm going too fast or we miss a bit of detail that you need, you will find a lot more. Go and explore Jurassic Ark and look back. We even record this. There's Dr. Diane Eager. There's young Joe in Australia. Boy, it seems so long ago, pre-COVID, right? This is one of our strata machines. We invented it to run tests on sideways water. We're up to number 9 at those days. And no, our work wasn't original. We give full credit to someone who's moderately unpopular in creationist circles, Johannes Volta. No, you've never heard of him? Well, you see, he's almost unknown in creationist circles, even if he is unpopular. I got to give credit to an old university librarian who said, I have a German copy of this and a translation. Who is he? Well, he's actually the guy who walked over the delta in Venice and made an observation that the layers on the top match the order of the layers underneath. So, well, this guy is one of the few moderns who took him seriously. And I was in the Colorado University of Mines when he was running his experiments over in the USA. Look at his qualifications, way more than mine. He's a member of the French Geological Society. Now, that may not impress the English, but ignore racial backgrounds and history backgrounds. Concentrate on what he did. Okay, look what he's written. Berthold, sedimentary experiments on lamentation of sediments. Not lamentation, lamination. I was getting the Book of Job mixed up there. You'll find he's a well-published guy, and I've just put 2 of the main important ones. You can actually see his experiments. Now, he gained a bit of popularity, and his popularity died. And the criticism is usually, well, this only explains the sediments you find in deltas, because that's where Volta started his work. Well, here's Clem. There's Joe. Yes, we pay a fortune for our experimental equipment. Can you see we make do? Look at that bathtub. That's our water and mud supply. We're filling it up with water. That's easy. We have to pump it into that strata machine. How are we doing it? Well, whoops, we've gone, there we are. Right. What we've got is our strata machine connected up via a Venturi pump. Now, Clem invented the Venturi pump, and it pumps it through so that we don't get accused of mixing up the layers as we add it. So 2018, here's our test of this big one. And what we found, our Mark 6 strata machine in front of the children. By the way, you do know children love water. Yes, they do. But the adults were there too. We had over 400 people there watching this experiment. And no, they couldn't all fit, hence we posted it on the website. The water is coming in from one side. The sediment is evenly mixed, big particles, little particles, black particles, white particles. And there's no doubt about it, the deposition is forming from left to right. The water's coming in from left. That's how it formed in the stream in Washington State. Now, you'll see the bottom of the strata machine here is made of marine waterproof ply. That's the first lot of layers. But what you've got is some layers of sediment on top of it. See them? Black, white, black, white, black, white. Now, where have you seen that before? Answer, in the creek bed at Coal Creek in Washington State. And the whole sedimentary process there of black, white, black, white, black, white took 2 minutes. Joseph will verify that. And it formed sideways. And then, of course, we've run many experiments here, and we've actually done a few things. When we've filled up the sediment, we actually then chop it in 2 to see what's inside, because you need to test all things. Now, have you seen anything like this lately? You chop up the middle, and you see strata after strata, black, white, black, white, black, white. Getting familiar yet? How about something like that? Where my old professor said, hate to tell you this, chaps, but the layers in the Grand Canyon form sideways. Now, I've walked through the Grand Canyon, I've camped in the Grand Canyon, I've walked up it, I've walked down it, and I've got no doubt about my professor was absolutely right. You're not dealing with vertical time here, you're dealing with mostly a horizontal process. The material is coming from one side and it's gone sideways. Now, having a US base in Tennessee, I can show you the mountains in the east of Tennessee where some of the rocks that you can find in the Grand Canyon Coconino sandstone actually come from. They have traveled sideways for a long way and been well enough preserved to be recognized. But these kids should be told it does not represent millions of years. It does not represent history from bottom to top. We need to rethink. It represents history from left to right, or upstream to downstream. You see, it forms sideways, which brings these horrifying implications even for creationists. You see, they like to dismiss our friend, the French guy Guy Barteau, and saying it applies to deltas. It does apply to deltas. But have you ever thought that in Noah's flood, the deltas would cover much of the earth? What is a delta? Where water's coming from one direction, it's got a bunch of sediment in it, and all of a sudden it meets a barrier like water that slows it down. That's going to happen whether you have land around the edge of the water supply or whether it's just happening underwater, and the only barriers are actually water barriers. You'll have to think seriously about that one. All right, the layer at the top formed first, and the layer at the end formed second. Of course it did. You see, it actually was coming from upstream to downstream. That actually changes an awful lot. So when you get the older on the left and the younger on the right, all the kids who sat there and watched that would have to say, that's correct. We had some geologists from the mines department come and they didn't like what we were doing, but they had to say, that's correct. Which fossil is the oldest? Well, you see, the one that's the oldest up there is the one that would have formed first. How much shorter in time did the one on the right? Is it early enough to say it's younger than the one on the top left? Because that would really throw your geologic column into chaos. But the one thing you can conclude is that history goes sideways. It does not go from bottom to top. And that would demolish everything that Charles Darwin sought to do. Wow, that requires some rethinking. Which means, of course, that if you use the fossils to determine evolution, you would actually not have evolution. Perhaps that's why there's so many gaps in the record. And tomorrow, when Joseph and I touch on the geological record, we will deal with our climbing up and down the geologic column in the Grand Canyon in Australia, in many other places, and showing you that history goes sideways. As I said, you can see all of this, see our results on creationresearch.net. See the exciting research rock layers, because I'm having to go faster than 4.6 million years. I'm even having to go faster than 6,000 years. And you can donate to us. Joseph's already mentioned these verses about the reason for abandoning Noah's flood is to do with scoffers coming. And as I move into the final section for this, it's deliberate. Charles Lyell deliberately tempted to get rid of Moses, Noah's flood in particular. They deliberately want to ignore the flood judgment. Let me just show you one other thing to verify some of this, and then we'll let you have questions. You may even catch me for a question here. We dug a hole at Jurassic Ark. Holy ground, you could call it, because we were actually putting in a new septic tank. And as we put in a septic tank, we noticed, well, we call it Jurassic Ark because the rocks are Jurassic. How do the geologists determine that? The fossils we find at Jurassic Ark are the same as the ones you find in the Jura Mountains in Europe. And the name Jurassic, originally the concept is coined by Alexander von Humboldt, and he was a six-day Noah's flood creationist who saw no problem with using a term that implied the rocks in the Jura can go all around the planet and are similar fossils. Okay, this is Jurassic rock. There is some down there. You see my hammer there? Or you can see a black layer. Well, it turns out we've got the southern end of the Jurassic coal fields in our Jurassic Ark. We didn't even know this. There's a big advantage in digging septic pits. It's Jurassic rock. It's got Jurassic coal. But you see that section that's poking out? I thought, I wonder if we can prove this in reverse. So we actually chopped it out. There's the block in the sediment. It's underneath the coal layer. The coal layer is the marker. The Tyro coalfields are just sort of half an hour north of where we are. So we have an absolute geological marker in terms of normal time scales, the one the geologist uses. So let's take that piece of rock, go close up. Look at that. Black, white, black, white, black, white, black, white. Here's a close up of it. Black, white, black, white, black, white. Here's my assistants that day. There's Clem and there's James. We're in a shed. We're smashing rock. We need to then pulverize it into fine grains. And there's me doing the hard yakka of shoveling it up so it ends up in our strata machine. What are we trying to do? Well, we're arguing one simple thing. We're investigating at this point. If you claim it takes millions of years to form rock and they form one on top of the other, then if we claim it's the reverse and the one on top of the other results from sideways motion, we should be able to reconstruct the rock in a very little time with sideways motion. There's Clem, trial number 3. We did this 10 times just to verify it's what happened. Sediment goes in one end, sediment pours out, sediment forms layers. The layers, well, there they are, thick black one at the top. And can you see underneath it? Let's go a bit closer. Look at that. There's comparison to, oh, no, that's the one we just made. Here's the original rock. Hey, the reconstruction, how long did it take? Well, 20 minutes just to be sure. And we did it 10 times. You want a comparison? We'll do it for you. Whoops. Can you see the original rock? Can you see the reconstituted one? It did not form a puddle of blackish grey rock with no separations. It formed in 20 minutes like the original one. I mean, you take a sediment with 100 layers like we've got here, or 1,000 layers, and theoretically, you're looking at vast amounts of time. To reform the same rock with 100 layers, 1,000 layers, doesn't take time. It takes a process. That's been our key, and it will continue to be our key. The rock layers actually provably grow in the direction of the current. The bottom layer is not necessarily the oldest. Now, let me throw in a commercial here, because some of you, I'm sure, were Christians and you're fascinated already. We're going to follow up this tomorrow again in detail. I've got to leave in 5 minutes. So I'm burdening Joe with all the questions. But if you're a Christian out there, particularly in Australia, we have one need. You can pray for it particularly, because we have quite a few people who work with us, but we need one young man like Joe. He's been stuck out of Australia. We need someone in Australia. He loves Jesus. He loves God's word. He's got his science qualifications in geology. He's willing to be trained to teach as well as to preach and to work full time for creation research. You might be interested. Send us an email. And we'd love to hear from you. Go and get our address of creationresearch.net. Now, we'll continue on with more of this tomorrow in the Geological Column. So if you want to switch my PowerPoint off there, Donnie, switch us all on the screen, and I'll sort of, in 7 or 8 minutes, excuse me, folks, my staff will be arriving. I have to leave.
Completely understandable. I do have to say, before we get to some of these audience questions, I love how thorough both of you are, John and Joe. So fantastic presentation so far, and I love to see the fact that the audience is so engaged in this topic. And I know there's a lot of information being thrown at everybody. This is an incredibly important topic. So of course, if tonight, since we have day 2 tomorrow, there's a question that comes to mind, make sure to bring it tomorrow as well. I'm going to hand it over to you, Joe.
Jump in very quickly and make the point that one of the good things about doing this over 2 days is that it allows me and John to kind of gauge our audience in one sense. So we're looking at some of the questions, and Donnie's, for those who don't know, Donnie's been taking the questions and sort of putting it on the private chat so we can see them all without having to dive through all the main chat, right? And that's really useful because it gives us a bit of a perspective. So when we come to do it tomorrow, we're kind of writing the program as we go, not in terms of content necessarily, but in terms of how we're structuring stuff together. So when it comes tomorrow, we'll be able to know exactly where we're going in terms of the next boundaries and the flood and geological column and all that kind of stuff. So it should be pretty good tomorrow. And John, will we have more time tomorrow with you to go through questions in more depth?
Yes, I'm pretty sure you will tomorrow. I think I've got people coming in at lunchtime tomorrow, so it gives us a few more hours. I can see one that I'm going to take a bit of a shot at here and then hand it over to you, Joe, because it's much more your area. Remember the rock I showed you first, the one with the stromatolite in it, right? Now, this is limestone. Now, the interesting thing about stromatolites is they're self-rocks. They form rocks anyway, and the stromatolites are still here, and they actually exude a limey glue. When we've made stalactites and stalagmites, we've discovered that you get leaves that will stick on the stalactite, and even bats and insects and flies, they'll land on and they'll get stuck, because the organic lime plus bacteria actually makes a natural glue. So when you look at the layers in this one, the funny contradiction, of course, is the name of this means layered thing, but it's sitting in rock here, which is most likely simply made by the organism itself. So there's a question here, it's limestone, and it says, could we get another answer to the still repeated limestone argument that people argue it does not form in flood deposits? Now, I've seen limestone form just in our strata machine. I've seen limestone form in our fossil tank deposit, where we actually show the trees standing upright and the calcium carbonate will fall out of solution. And you can see crystals of calcium carbonate forming on the spot. Vance Nelson, one of our colleagues in Canada, sent me the other day a metal cast, a pipe that comes from a hot water spring, and it's full of calcite crystals. It takes a maximum of 6 weeks for this pipe to clog up. It does not take a vast amount of time for limestone. The flow is following very, it's a catastrophic deposit, and yet the crystals are actually forming. So, Joe, you have lots of interesting limestone on the east coast there, and you and I have climbed all up and down the Cretaceous, the White Cliffs of Dover, etc. I've seen them all along the boundaries of the Mediterranean, right across to Turkey, photos of all of them there. So you're more experienced with some rather interesting limestone on the east coast of England.
Indeed, I've spent most of my life sitting on top of 1,000 feet of limestone. We have some of the deepest chalk and limestone deposits in the world, and we have a huge abundance of limestone and chalk here in the UK as well. So I'm very, very familiar with it. We've dealt with limestone many times before. Let me just give you a few interesting points. Number one, you've got to make sure you have a distinction. A common misnomer is that all limestone is made up of marine sea creatures. And the argument is you require a warm, shallow kind of marine environment, water environment, lagoon-like environment, where you get the planktonic blooms and the seashells and the creatures which slowly settle down, and over hundreds of thousands or millions of years, you build it up into a calcareous ooze, which over hundreds of thousands of millions more years, it compresses into chalk, right? Number one, the vast majority of chalk and limestone deposits in the UK are very, very pure, particularly the case of the White Cliffs of Dover, right? They're called that for a reason. So you don't have any indication there of vast ages of slow accumulation, because they're really pure. They're up to 98 to 99% pure calcite, right? No grit, no muck, no ooze. Now, you do get some grey chalk formations where there's certainly muck and ooze and stuff that's kind of got caught up in it. Is that an indication of slow, gradual deposition? In fact, a lot of limestones are grey because of the contamination. Is that evidence of slow, gradual formation? Well, at that point, you then need to turn to the fossils, right? But the first thing to say is not all limestone is made up of marine fossils. You can get chemical limestone as well. In fact, calcium carbonate, the formation of it's a chemical equation. So you get quite a lot of limestone which has got no fossils in it whatsoever. It's purely a chemical solution, and you have examples of that forming very, very quickly today. In fact, one argument is that it has to form quickly if it's purely a chemical solution, and it has to form under flow. All right, for the ones that are fossiliferous, you can look at the fossils. What do the fossils indicate? I mean, the very presence of macrofossils. I mean, the vast majority of the chalk and limestone is made up of coccolithophores or foraminifera, which are tiny little sort of microscopic plankton, right? But you do get very, very large fossils buried in this chalk and limestone as well. Now, the very presence of the large macrofossils in the chalk and limestone is evidence that it was buried very quickly, because if you take hundreds of thousands or even millions of years, you'd never get a fossil, right? Time will destroy your creature long before it has time to turn into a fossil. Then you can look at the evidence of transportation. Transportation, have these creatures lived and died and settled in the one area and slowly been built up, or is there indication that they have been swept into position? So you can go and do research projects. I did a 3-month research project for university. My first paper published was on the evidence of transportation and rapid burial in the fossils of Hunstanton. We did other reports and research projects on the Bellum Knights of Whitby. Right, Bellum Knights are a squid-like creature. They're elongated. First year of geology, I was taught elongated things like trees or belemnites or shells. If they're pointing in the same way, you've got evidence of transportation. Water has flown through and swept these into position and has made them point in the same direction. You can run this experiment yourself. It's well established in geology. You can see it in the log jams of Jurassic Arc and everything else in between. One thing that we consistently found, and it's not just in the limestone deposits of the UK, it's around the world as well as we've traveled, is that up to 97% of all fossils showed evidence of transportation. That means that they were buried in flowing water. So therefore, this calcareous ooze that they're buried in before it got sort of chemically altered into what we would now refer to as limestone, it was buried in a great big slurry, flowing in one direction, sweeping the fossils along and burying it down as well. And by the way, yes, the dominant view in geology is that this is a slow, gradual process, but it's certainly not the only view. There are multiple publications now starting to come out in the scientific literature which talks about limestone being buried under flowing water. To give you one example, we've got a paper up in front of me from the Journal of Sedimentary Research, very prestigious paper, published in 2013. The observations we report, they say, suggest that published interpretations of ancient lime muds and derived Paleo-ocean geographic conditions will need to be re-evaluated, rethought. Why? Because observations from modern carbonate environments, that's limestone production, and from the rock record itself, that's looking at the rocks and the fossils, suggest that deposition of carbonate muds, that's your calcareous ooze, calcium carbonate is your limestone, by currents is likely common throughout geological history. That's not what you read when you go to your beach and you look at your signpost or you pick up your university textbook or high school textbook, but this is what's in the scientific literature. Similarly, conventional wisdom, by the way, conventional wisdom is Lyell and his principle of present is the key to the past, right? Uniformitarianism based off of Steno's superposition. Conventional wisdom about low energy requirements for shale and limestone deposition discouraged geologists from entertaining high energy alternatives for many years. It's therefore very possible that more carbonate muds will be interpreted as high energy deposits once the science behind the concept becomes established. In other words, calcium carbonate, limestone, chalk, whatever you want to call it, it has nothing to do with time. It has everything to do with the process. It can be a chemical process. It can be a water-based process mixed with a chemical process. But either way, no issue with fitting it into a large global flood with flowing waters and currents, particularly in light of the strata experiments that we've briefly talked about tonight, and we'll go into more detail tomorrow.
Another awesome and thorough answer there, Indiana Joe. I'm kind of flabbergasted. It looks like John Mackay
John disappeared. Yeah.
So he's left us. It is now 10 a.m. I believe for him. So he will be back here with us tomorrow, same time, guys, for part 2. And I believe, Joe, we'll probably try and wrap this up at the 2-hour mark.
Wrap this up fairly, because it's just gone 1 o'clock in the morning here for me. Yeah. So I want to be bright and refreshed and ready for tomorrow, and I've got to do some chatting with John in preparation. But there we go.
Amen, brother. And right now we're at the hour and 50-minute mark, so maybe we'll have time with how thorough your answers are. We'll do one more question, and then I think we'll wrap it up.
We'll see what we got.
And one thing I wanted to say too to the audience, especially because we're pretty close to 9,000 subscribers, and we've had a lot of new supporters and subscribers since your last show, Joe. Maybe, I don't know, going on 8 months ago, you came on and gave probably the most thorough presentation on limestone that exists on the planet. So I do want to recommend people check that out. And I'm just flabbergasted, Joe, that these critics, more so the militant critics, are still repeating this limestone argument over and over again, even though you and John have personally just absolutely dismantled that argument. So
yeah, there is more discussion to be had. It's not a one-stop solution kind of thing, but the issue we keep coming up over and over again is, there's no way that it can form in a flowing water environment. Like even the secular scientists are now considering flowing water environments, right? And then when let's actually go and look at the evidence, right? Yes, there are issues. Yes, there are problems that need to be considered and thought about, but so are there in every single secular interpretation. It's getting past that first bit. Okay, now let's see how this fits into a biblical worldview. So, yeah, it's good stuff. But let's have another question and see where we go.
Amen, brother. All right, here we go. So next question, and I'm just going to pick out the most questions that seem to be as relevant to the topic as possible. So how does this apply to flood boundaries, flood geology in general? Here's a common question that has been asked in all sorts of ways. So we'll ask it here in this specific way. How come we don't find animals such as sharks and marine mammals in the Cambrian layers?
Indeed. Or as Richard Dawkins said, he wanted to find rabbits in the Precambrian, I think. So,
exactly.
Well, this is actually a question which we will deal with a lot more thoroughly tomorrow, because where we're going tomorrow is the next step of, okay, let's look at how these rock layers actually form. Now, let me see if I can get up a PowerPoint slide very, very quickly. It's on here. We'll use this one from earlier, actually, just quickly as a point of reference. Let's try that one. There we go. And can you see that? Is that on full screen?
Yes, looks good.
Good stuff. Remember Steno's rock layer principle, right? And the way that it progressed. So you have the oldest rocks on the bottom and the youngest rocks on the top. And then you find, well, okay, ask the question, there's fish A, there's fish B. According to Steno's fossil principle, which fish was buried there first, fish A or fish B? The answer is, according to Steno's principle of superposition, it was fish B, right? The bottom layer got there first, the top layer got there last, therefore fish B got there first, fish A was buried last, therefore fish B is the oldest. And the way that secular geologists come to this is they come to this and they look at this principle. And if we go back a few slides, there we go. Whoops. You've got the bottom layer formed first and the top layer formed last. And so they say, well, the bottom layer...
Well, actually, Joe, I'm just going to interrupt you. I apologize, brother. It looks like currently what's on screen is just all of your slides. Like,
right, okay, 1 second. Let's change that then. Let's stop sharing. Stop screen. Let's, whoops, put this up to full screen. Then let's share that and see if that works. That's better. There we go. Is that better?
Oh, yeah, perfect.
That's good. Right, let's go back to here then and run through. So this is what we're looking at, right? Oldest rocks at the bottom, youngest rocks at the top, according to Steno's principle. Bottom rocks got there first, top rocks got there last. Then we have our fish A and fish B. According to the principles of superposition, Steno's fossil principles, which fish was buried first, fish A or B? And we said it was fish B, right? Bottom got there first, top got there last. Bottom layer is the oldest, top layer is the youngest. Therefore, fish B was fossilized first, fish A was fossilized last. And you skip forward through the logic and you get to Buffon and you get to Ray and Hooke and you get to Lyell and you get to Darwin, and all of a sudden you have a succession of the history of life. The bottom layer is the oldest, the top layer is the youngest. Therefore, the bottom layer represents the oldest life on Earth, the top layer represents the youngest life on Earth. Just like here. Trilobites and worms and ground-dwelling creatures on the bottom, moving up into the sort of the higher animals and the ammonites and the seashells, to the large marine creatures and the predatory fish, to the dinosaurs and the mammals and the humans on the top. According to Steno's principles, you can logically go through, as Lyell did, as Hutton did, as Darwin did, and say if the bottom got there first and the top got there last, you're looking at a history of life on Earth. Of course, John introduced a concept today, which we didn't get all the way through, right? Simply because we haven't been able to, but it said the bottom layer didn't get there first, the top layer didn't get there last. What we're actually looking at is a succession of rock layer formation, sedimentary formation, which is under flowing water. And this means, depending on the way the water is flowing and depending on the way that you're looking at it, right? In this case, as you look at this picture, the left-hand side got there first, the right-hand side got there last. And each one of these layers is not a representation of time, but it's a representation of a different current. It's a representation of a different speed of current, therefore carrying a different density of particle, therefore carrying a different size of sediment, therefore carrying, as you go, different types of creatures. And so what you're actually looking at is a rock record of forming left to right or right to left, depending on which way you're looking at it. It's water flowing sideways. The rock layers form sideways. All of our experiments show this. All of the real world observations from tides and deltas and the way that rock layers form in the real world shows this. And this is something we'll go into even more depth tomorrow, and we'll start comparing it to places like the Grand Canyon, right? Because the Grand Canyon is one of the best places on Earth to get the most complete geological record, and even that is missing hundreds of millions of years in some cases. I mean, I can take you down to the Cambrian and Ordovician rocks down at Aberystwyth Bay down in Pembrokeshire, Wales, and you're missing nearly 1 billion years worth of rock there. I mean, 1 billion years just gone. Interesting. What you're looking at here is a succession of left to right. So according to this new principle, which fossil got there first? Was it fossil A or fossil B? It was fossil A, because fossil A is the one closest to the way that the water would have come, flowing along, depositing the sediment. And within these layers, you would have had cross-bedding, and you'd have had chiastic flow, and you'd have had all these other principles which mingle in together. And sometimes you'll actually find, let's see if I can get a little pointer up here for you, because this is another point we'll be talking about tomorrow, right? You've got these layers, they're forming left to right, they're all forming at the same time, they're carrying different sediment, they're carrying different layers, but what you'll find is not only do you have cross-bedding going up through the layers like this, you actually have chiastic flow where the layers actually cross up through all of the layers at the same time. Because the way that even the plumber knows that water travels at different speeds depending on the friction and depending on the currents that it has, and that's why parts of your pipes erode quicker than other parts. And so you'll find you apply the same principle of water on a small scale to water on a large scale, and you'll find that the way that the rocks form over and over again, you've got a left to right principle. So your whole issue of, well, why don't you find fossils down here? Why do you find fossils up here? Is because you're still viewing at it from an evolutionary time scale, from the bottom being the oldest to the top being the youngest, and it simply doesn't work. You need to take a step back, get rid of Steno's principle. We're dealing with that tomorrow with the geological column, right? And have a completely new way of viewing the rocks, one that is actually based, well, forget about Noah's flood for a second, just based off of real world observations. And you'll find that what we observe in the real world far better fits a global flood catastrophe than millions of years of slow gradual deposition.
Again, another fantastic answer, Joe. I love that answer. And I think it's the perfect one to that common question and objection. I also look forward to tomorrow's presentation. Why don't we do one final question? And Joe, we'll let you get to bed. You've done such a great job here. So this one comes in from Cool Jesus. Cool Jesus, I appreciate your questions and also feedback on this important topic. So Cool Jesus asks, can you ask Joe to clarify? Do John and Joe believe that the entire geological column is fabricated? Is there any reliability about it at all?
Okay. Pull up one last slide to talk about, and then we'll finish on this one, I think. There we go. Here is your geological column, standard geological column as presented in textbooks, universities around the world, right? Bottom down there, you have the Cambrian. Top, you have the Quaternary. We're living in the Holocene, which is past the Pleistocene, right at the top, according to the Geological Column. Now, each one of these layers, if you like, each one of these eras, as they're now known as, were not originally interpreted as eras. They were originally based off of rock types shown correlations around the world. So if you go to the Ordovician, right, Ordovician is named after the Ordovici tribe. Why is it named after the Ordovici tribe? Well, they were a Celtic tribe that lived in sort of central to South Wales, and they no longer live there. They are now extinct completely. The Romans pretty much wiped them out, right? It's an extinct tribe. And when you go to this area where the Ordovici tribe lived during the Celtic times, you can dig up fossils of trilobites. John had one earlier. And as far as we can see, trilobites are extinct. So when the first geologists started digging up fossils, they named these rocks that you could find these extinct creatures in after the extinct tribe that used to live there, the Ordovici tribe. And so you have the Ordovician rocks. Now you can travel the world, as I've had the privilege of doing, and John has had the privilege of doing even more. You can go from the Ordovician rocks in Wales to the Ordovician rocks up in the top of the Lake District in the UK. You can fly over to America, to the States. You can go to Tennessee down by Carthage, and you can see the Ordovician limestone. And then you can fly over to Australia, and you can go down to the south, and you can have a look at the Ordovician limestone. Hey, it's all Ordovician. You go through the Ordovician shales and you find graptolites down in Victoria, state of Victoria in Australia. It's all the same rocks. And so they began to notice correlations, and they said, hey, all these correlations mean these must be Ordovician. They have all these correlations, they have all these same rock types, they have all these same chemical structures, these are the same deposit. Therefore, they're all Ordovician. Devonian, first named after, well, I wonder if you can guess that. Devonian, Devon in England, where you go and get your cream teas, right? Again, matched up around the world. Mississippian and Pennsylvanian, as I mentioned right at the beginning, that was an American naming system. We called them Carboniferous, upper and lower Carboniferous, because that's where we got our coal from, right? Full of coal, lots of coal here, lots of coal there. Must be the Carboniferous. Permian, named after Perm in Russia. Triassic, named because you've got 3 distinct layers of sandstone. Jurassic, named after the Jura Mountains. Cretaceous, named from the Latin name of chalk. You'll find that all of these so-called eras were actually categorized as rock groups. So you'll find me and John constantly using words like Cretaceous and Jurassic and so on and so forth, right? Cambrian, from the old Welsh name for the country, Cymru, right? You'll find all of these correlations. So the names are actually very, very useful. The descriptions of the rock type are very, very useful. And you'll see in our program tomorrow, one of the things I'm dealing with is following some of these deposits around the world, particularly the Carboniferous, right? Seeing the extent of it and matching it up to a global flood. All right, great stuff. So the names are very useful. The classifications are very useful. What about the way that they've been positioned in the geological record? I mean, is this really a true succession? Well, you remember Professor Age's comments from the beginning. Even at the Grand Canyon, there's masses of places, things missing. Even at the Grand Canyon, they're back to front. Even at the Grand Canyon, you cannot find a complete geological record. And I remember one of my first university professors of geology, which we went for a walk down along the Norfolk coast, fabulous geology, and he said, I hope you realize, students, that reading the book of the Geological Column is really like reading a book that's had its papers torn out and spread all across the world. And it's our job to go along and try and put the papers back together and try and make sense of a book without even knowing which order they go in, without having any page numbers, and not even knowing how many pages there are supposed to be. Right? It really is a mess. And then you get comments from the National Geographic which say illuminating but spotty, the fossil record is like a film which has had 999 frames out of every 1,000 removed. I mean, 999 frames out of 1,000, you wouldn't have a lot of film left, right? And so you'll find that it's extremely spotty if you like, the geological column, the way that it's been put together, and extremely difficult to actually find a complete set off. The only way you can take all of these individual things and put them in this nice succession is if you accept two or three things. First of all, the principle of superposition from Steno, which is not backed up when you start to do the experiments of sedimentation. Number two, you accept the present is the key to the past, and so you've interpreted it through millions of years in the first place. And number three, you believe that the geology on Earth is a record of life on Earth over millions of years. And when you accept all of those three philosophies, because that's really all they are, and they're all based, as we dealt with the history, on old pagan philosophies, you can actually start to interpret them in the sense of the geological column. So the actual components of the geological column, yes, they were most of them founded by creationists like Alexander von Humboldt, who named the Jurassic because he traveled the world and he said, these are all the same rocks, just like the ones back home in the Jura Mountains. They must be the result of Noah's flood. And so the individual components are useful, but when you put them together, the only way you can put them together into the order of the geological column, as you see on the screen, is if you reject Genesis in the first place, base your philosophy off of old pagan ideas, and you accept the present is the key to the past, you interpret it through millions of years, and you have to admit, even after you do all of that, your geological column is still missing so many vital elements out of it.
Again, great answer, Indiana Joe. I'm telling you, with you and John Mackay, the creation guy, time flies by. We are at the 2 hour and 7 minute mark. So again, I want to thank you so much, brother, for the time and all of this amazing information. So I think we're going to wrap it up here on day one of our 2-day event, Flood Boundaries. So Indiana Joe, any final words, final thoughts, brother?
No, just join us tomorrow. We've got another big program, and say John will be able to hang around for a lot longer, so we'll be able to go through a lot more questions. We can do like a 3-hour stream or something like that. I'm more than happy with that. So yeah, it should be good. Join us tomorrow, because this is really, I've seen a lot of questions that have come through about lots of different, stuff about the Grand Canyon and all sorts of stuff, and we will cover that, or start to cover that, tomorrow with our program, and we're going to go into a lot more depth. We've just dealt with the history and kind of the basics of sedimentation today. We go into the specifics and the flood geology tomorrow. So join us there.
Awesome. I'm looking forward to it. Joe, it's late for you, so I'm going to let you get out of here, and I'm going to spend just a couple of minutes going over some reminders and updates for everybody, including a little bit of details on tomorrow's show as well, Joe. So again, thanks so much for doing this, and we look forward to tomorrow.
It's been great. Thank you all very much.
Okay. God bless. All right, guys, that wraps up day one of this heroic and epic, I like to say, 2-day event on flood boundaries. And I have to say, for all young Earth creationists, this is a must watch. So please make sure you're passing this content around, pass day one around, because the truth is so incredibly important. That's what we do here on this channel, is work at defending the truth of biblical creation. And today was incredibly thorough. I was very happy with how it turned out. We dealt with the geological column. We refuted compromise. Joe and John demonstrated irrefutably and undeniably, in my opinion, that young Earth creation is not a recent invention. We know some biblical compromisers out there, like Inspiring Philosophy, he's put out a video recently trying to say that young Earth creation is a Seventh-day Adventist invention. We dealt with that today. We dealt with the history of sedimentation and old Earth beliefs, the KT boundary. We went into an introduction into flood boundaries and the ordering of the fossil record. And all I got to say is deep time evolution is in big trouble. And this is an important and somewhat controversial topic. And I love to see just how many of you are so engaged in this important topic, and throwing in your questions. So for those who watch this for the first time tonight, or as we did this live, of course, it's going to be available as soon as I end the broadcast here. Think up some questions and bring them tomorrow. Make sure they apply to the topic, of course. And I'm really looking forward to day 2. So this was a ton of fun. 2+ hours really does fly by. And the creation research team, they're such a blessing. All of their relevant links are in the description box, guys. So please check that out. If you want to support them, that link is in the description box as well. That team is a bunch of warriors. I mean, they're doing fantastic work, fantastic research, and they truly are a blessing. As I like to say, it's 2022, and it's a great time to be a young earth creationist. And we are back for day 2 of our important and heroic 2-day event on flood boundaries. If you have not yet seen day 1 or session 1, please make sure to check it out. I'm glad to see that it's getting a lot of great feedback. Please share around this content, as we know the truth is so incredibly important. Now, in part 1, we touched on some very critical information, and that's why I want to encourage anybody who has not yet seen it, please check it out. And that section was organized in a way that would kind of set the foundation for today. And since this is day 2 of our event here, I'm just going to get right into it. I've got Joseph Hubbard and John Mackay, the creation guy, here with me, and we have a lot to get through today, and I am pumped. Before I hand it to Joe and John, as always, we are going to be interactive with the chat. And so if you've got questions that are relevant to the topic, of course, just make sure you're tagging me at Standing for Truth. And that way I won't miss them. Okay, gentlemen, John, Joe, glad to have you back. How are you, gentlemen, today?
Joe, you can answer that first.
I'm all right. It was a late night last night, but I'm up and ready to go again. And I feel more sorry for John, who I had our first chat at about 3 o'clock in the morning with him. That's UK time, but I know that he must have been up at 4 o'clock in the morning in order to chat with me. So we've been going backwards and forwards all day, making sure we've got the content as good as we can. Like anything, this is such an enormous topic that we're not going to get through everything, even in 2 whole sessions, right? But we thought it was really important to, in our first session yesterday, actually lay down those foundations. We have to go back through the history because, well, even as we were chatting to John today, the realization that the entire of the Geological Column is really based off of British Empire history is so important to understand when you actually start applying it to the real world. So that's some of the stuff that we're going to go in today. But John, do you want to start us off with what we're going to be dealing with in terms of strata?
And even our regular humorous George, we got him out of bed at 4 a.m. to ask for a link. So it's been an early morning, late night all the way around. And yes, the point that Joseph made is a very unknown point, but it was first brought to my attention by Professor Derek Ager. You know, yesterday, Joseph held up this book here. Okay, this one here dealing with the new catastrophism, the one that he says creationists are not allowed to use this book. But he's such a, he's one of my heroes, I'll be honest, because this new catastrophism basically says a couple of things. One is the early catastrophists, he didn't use the word Christian, he didn't use the word biblical, he could have because that's how they used to be referred to. The early geologists who were catastrophists are more objective, are more scientific than the later uniformitarians who never see anything they're really talking about. So when you have a look, if you think of a process that's going to take millions of years to happen, you are not talking science. If you're talking about things that can be catastrophic like tsunamis or floods or whatever, they occur within a lifespan, time you can actually observe. And of course, he goes on further in his books, right from the stratigraphic column, one of the first books he wrote, up to the present, making a very interesting and very unpopular point. The current geological column, if it started in China, if the Chinese were the first, in 500 AD when they started reporting smelly fishes, remember that one I showed you yesterday? When they started reporting smelly fishes, if they'd have taken geology seriously and built up their own geological column, it would have looked totally different than the one, well, he likes to say, it's really a relic of the British Empire. Now, that's an aspect that most people don't even consider, that politics and conquering countries actually produces a structure that's supposedly factual history in geology. Okay, let me give you a couple of illustrations of this point before I take off on 2 areas. And then we'll have one Q&A. and then we'll have Joseph and the second Q&A. Okay, I brought in a new fossil today. Let's see if you can see it. Can you see right there in the middle? It's a bit hard to get focused. Can you spot that, Joseph? You're my feedback there.
I can just about see it, yes.
Okay, now that's a trilobite. It's from just on the edge of the Cambrian, Precambrian boundary here in Australia. It's lovely pink colour. It gets all sorts of interesting pink iron type minerals in it. And you say, when you came to Australia, how did you know where the Cambrian was? Well, by that time, it was defined simply as where life started. And so when you found rocks that had layers in and they then had fossils, you actually had to call them Precambrian. Why did you call it Cambrian in the first place? Because that was the rocks along the border of England and Wales. Why Cambrian? Because the Romans couldn't speak Welsh. And Cimbria or Cumbria, which is the same word, which simply means comrades, was the name of the people who lived there. So because it was found in the region of Cimbria or Wales, it takes the name of that area. Likewise, when you look at this fossil, okay, this one here, now you can see that because I can see that's nice and focused as well. I got that in Germany in the Solnhofen. And look, I came back to Australia and I went to my garden and I got that and put it on front of the fossil. Now the fossil and the living creature are exactly the same. They're cycads, by the way. They used to grow in Germany, too cold now. They still grow in Australia, living fossil. But in the Solnhofen, old German saint's house. But what's the name of the area? Well, that's the one we spoke about yesterday, where Alexander von Humboldt was trying to solve a problem. The rocks here in North America, the rocks down there in this part, the rocks over here in Germany, all have a similar fossil composition. The rocks in Germany that he was familiar with, von Humboldt, Jurassic. Oh no, he invented that concept. The rocks in the Jura Mountains, again, Cimbria, a place, Jura, a place. Nothing to do with time. We know that particularly because von Humboldt wrote his own biography, and he's a six-day Noah's flood creationist and a world-famous geographer. It didn't interfere one bit with his ability to collect facts. In fact, it made it so much easier for the rest of us. You go one step further. Okay. Now, an Englishman was actually sent to Russia, and he was supposed to name things and help the Tsar out. Well, he went to an area around the Perm, the town of Perm. So he called those rocks Permian. But then after that, you have Triassic rocks. This is one of them. Triassic, 3 colors. Now, have you noticed so far, there's nothing to do with millions of years? The geologic column does not depend on evolution at all. That's an interpretation put upon it. So is the vast amounts of time. You see, my background area deals a lot with coal. Can you see all the layers? Yesterday, we spoke about layers. And whilst I appreciate people who wrote in and said, the only way you get time going sideways is if you tip the rocks on their side. Well, in reality, these layers have been deposited. But they did give rise, once you accept millions of years, that this layer got there before that layer, got there before that layer. Oh, Triassic coal, Triassic 3 colors, nothing to do with evolution, nothing to do with millions of years. But when you have a look at this rock here, if you believe that layer got there first, this layer got there last, then you come up with a secondary theory. The rock on the bottom has been there longer. The longer it's been there, the higher quality coal it will be. And therefore, you look at the rocks and you say, well, if it's young coal, it's expected to be brown coal. If it's old coal, it'll be higher quality. Which reminds me that I was asked to address the British Coal Board in Newcastle because one of the students there had a problem. He was doing his PhD. What was his problem? I keep getting results my professor won't accept. And the boss, who knew me, said, can you talk to him because I've read your paper on coalification, which says it's not time that makes coal, it's process. And the process is not related to the depth of burial, it's related to the amount of clay in the coal. And so as we went through this guy's paper, I said, get out of your head that the rocks at the bottom are older. Get out of your head that the rocks at the top are younger. Because you see, I was only developing that thought that came from Aja and a few others and my old professor at Queensland University, that the rocks get old sideways. And therefore it mattered what was deposited in the coal. So we went through and he said, I said to him, what results are you getting that your professor doesn't like? He said, I keep getting high quality coal, low quality coal, medium grade. And he said, it's got nothing to do with the depth of the coal. I said, you're right. It doesn't. I got exactly the same in Australia. I've given papers to the coal people down there in Newcastle. And so what you'll find is that I said, here, go back, get to your coal, sample it, and measure the percentage of kaolinite clay in it. And I'll guarantee you'll find this relationship. The quality of coal, nothing to do with depth, nothing to do with age, everything to do with how much clay, how much kaolin clay it's got into it. And, you know, a few months later, his boss contacted me and said, hey, he's been approved. His professor has finally caved in. Okay, now all of my thoughts were based on the fact that the coal is the result of a process, not time. The process depends on the chemicals that were in it, not the millions of years that have been buried. The millions of years depended on Steno. The bottom layer got there first. Yes, I know Steno. We made that point yesterday. He was a Christian. He firmly believed in creation. He believed in Noah's flood. But without running any tests, he came up with the following thoughts about fossils and about layers. Let me take you through where we got to yesterday. Put my slide up, please, George. I mean, Donnie. Sorry, George. Okay, there's our, yeah, there is our logo. And I make no apology for saying that we created that. It didn't happen by itself. So every one of you knows the evidence of creation. But many people don't get to travel like I do and see all the layers. Here we are in Greece. Do you see the layers there? Even Steno, as he traveled around the Middle East, would have been able to see layers. Okay, by the time you get over there to Canada, wow, aren't they pretty? And in our heads today is Steno's idea. You mightn't have studied geology, but I'll guarantee if you stood on the edge of the Grand Canyon and you looked down, you would automatically think the rock layer half a mile down is the oldest one here, the oldest fossil-bearing layer anyway. The bottom layer formed first. And then you go to Japan and you automatically think they're nice and horizontal, not much distortion at all. That's how they were laid down originally. And then you can even join Joseph on the coast of Norfolk and you can see red beds and white beds. You're at Hunstanton. Joseph might want to talk a bit about this later. And of course, by the time you put all of this in your head, you've got Hunstanton, our old name from the really, really early days. The STAN bit relates to minerals. Huns, I believe, relates to the Germanic people who came there, but Joseph can comment on that. But by the time you get to Joseph going to university, they're all labeled. Carstone. Look at that. Red chalk, lower chalk. People asked yesterday about chalk formation. Great questions. Joseph might want to comment further because I got this diagram off him. Well, look at that. At the top, 0.99 million years of rock was forming, it took to form that layer. The next one down, 101 million years. Next one, 108 million years old. So using Steno, we've now got one layer on top of the other. We've got the fossils laid down way before each other, and then you accumulate the history of life, and you now add times and dates, and eventually the theory of evolution. I'll make one more point before I go any further. The first attack on Christianity was not on the subject of creation. All the people who put in these millions of years and put in these layers and put in these names and the history of the world were not even thinking about evolution. Steno didn't think of evolution. He came up with the bottom layer, got there first. All of the rest has come later till finally they threw out creation and then the creator, and then it made Christianity collapse basically. Okay. You therefore reach the conclusion that Steno did. If layers are inclined, it means they were tipped. So walking along the south coast of England, there's the oldest at the bottom, there's the youngest at the top, and it had to be tipped to get there. Now, all of this, whether we like it or not, is the result of thinking Steno's way. Of course, you move a bit further to the west and you end up, look at the massive rocks there. By the time you get over to Cornwall, the messing has theoretically sort of contorted, pressurized, cooked. You have almost metamorphosed rock. Or metamorphic, we haven't used that word so far. It simply means middle form. You have sediments, rocks that have sat down. Metamorphic, rocks that are middle. They're in between that and igneous rocks, which have totally messed. Now, one of the verses that we love in creation research is test everything. Now, I don't care if 800 Christians out of 100 believe in millions of years old. They're not my guarantee of truth. It's got nothing to do with what Christians believe. It's got everything to do with what you ought to believe, because Jesus Christ says so. You need a standard of truth, and it can't just be your theory of men. So if you want to test anything, come with us. Remember we talked yesterday about our strata experiments? I think that was machine number 8. We've made these from everywhere, 18 inches long, all the way up to the 10 feet or 3 meters long that we're using now. There's my grandson, Ben, one of the young guys from church involved in industry. Can you see they're pouring sediment in? Pretty primitive sort of construction. And we had to eliminate the impact our scoop, shovel, dump had on the actual results. Yep, you're right. Test everything means making sure you get rid of everything that could interfere with it, except for the one factor you want to check. Of course, as we were running that test, because it was at night, you see the sediment moving in from the right-hand side to the left? You see, we learned a lot of things that we didn't expect to learn. Well, we were taking photos. Young Ben, my grandson, he was taking pictures. So he put a rear light in, a backlight, just to see what it would do. Now, can you see something? There's no sediment there, no sand, no mud, no fossils, but you can actually see layers already in the water. Now, one of the things we'd heard, and I watched it ever since I was a kid because I love submarine movies. The submarine captain, say in Hunt for Red October, would go down looking for another layer. Why another layer? Well, if the water is moving in a different direction, which it can, if the water is colder or hotter, it will mess up all the radar. So water itself behaves in layers, but I'd never seen it demonstrated that way. So by the time we finished yesterday and by the time we finished today, you need to know the following about water, because most people are thinking the big cup of water, you shake it up and down and it falls down, relates to gravity and things like that. But in reality, as I said yesterday, all moving water, the cold sediment, actually moves sideways. So the sediments have no choice but to form sideways. But why do they form in layers? Why not just one big muck? Well, you've just seen the actual layers are already in the water. Any submarine captain could have told you that. You see them in the air too, flying in a plane, and all of a sudden you'll hit another layer and your plane will go up and down and your captain goes looking for a smoother layer. Air itself behaves as a liquid. The layers are already in the air. The layers are already in the water. Notice I've got that point, strata don't depend on the width, length, depth or shape of flow. We were amazed. We started out with an 18-inch, half a meter long strata tank, and we got a set of results. So I said to the guys, let's double the length. So we made it up to 1 meter and a bit, and we got exactly the same results. So I said, well, let's make it twice as wide, and we got the same results. So we doubled the length again, 2 meters, and now we're up to 3 meters. We have got exactly the same results every time. So I'm no water engineer. So I called up a water engineer that we knew of, and I said, listen, here's what I'm getting. It doesn't matter what shape, doesn't matter what depth, doesn't matter what length this is, I always get the same results. He said, every water engineer knows that. I said, well, I'm not a water engineer. I'm just a geologist playing around with water. And he said, the actual properties of the water determine what happens to everything that's in it. It has nothing to do with the width, the length, the shape, nothing at all. It is the water properties alone that determine what happens. I bring that up because you see people have said Guy Barteau's work only applies to deltas. But you see, if you're a submarine captain, you already know that under the water, where there's multiple flows, you have all sorts of resistances, and you can actually form a delta underwater without any land boundaries at all. The behavior purely depends on the type of water that you've got and what its properties are. Okay, now that's sort of a brief introduction to where we got to yesterday, plus a little bit. Let's take a practical example. Young Joe and me, where are we? We're on the edge of the Bristol Channel. We are actually going to a place, see where the blue mark is? I love GPS because it can put you plus or minus 10 meters from where you're supposed to be. that can be serious, by the way, because I actually was using it one of the first times, and it took me in 10 meters where I wanted to go. Only trouble was the house was 9 meters across the river. Blow. The GPS system failed me completely. Here's what's there. Rather well known, not too well attended these days, rather hard to get to. See the lovely layers, the red layers, white layers, grey layers? Here's yours truly, digging up a fossil, rapidly becoming a fossil over the years. And look, it's a scallop shell. No evidence of evolution at all, and these rocks are supposed to be millions of years old. Here we have a field trip of people on a cold day. Can you see the frost settling on the surface there? Well, what's interesting about this place is they do have, courtesy of the geological associations, a diagram showing the history of this region. And they have the red layers, the green layers, the blue, etc. And they are all based on steno. The bottom layer got there first. The top layer got there last. And then they interpret its history. Well, here's what they say. This is a drowned desert. The bottom layer represents a time of drying out. And of course, you can follow these beds for ages. And Joseph and I have got some fabulous dinosaur fossils from this region here. But of course, I'm old enough to have been to the British Natural History Museum when they had the geological publications there, and I got my own copy many, many years ago. You see that red line? That's a sort of straight line through the section we're going to be looking at. And the same book includes the cross section. There you are. The pink layer goes down in a U shape, and then all the limey rocks follow the suit. And then up in the right middle, you'll find there's what looks like another boundary has been formed as rocks have cut into it. Now, to the evolutionists, these all formed over millions of years, whether they're limestone or whether they're mudstone or whatever. Okay. Now, when you have a look, when we set our strata machine up, it was really just to see, well, was steno right? Is the bottom layer getting there first? Watch yesterday's program. It doesn't happen like that. The layers form from upstream to downstream. Watch the stream that I showed you yesterday. That's how it forms in the stream. As a result, what can happen? Well, there's 2019, Mark 10, just before COVID's about to hit. Mark 10 strata machine. You see the sediment pouring in from the left? Well, a few moments later, we started to watch this. Now, we haven't jiggled the machine. We haven't even changed the water flow. Look what's happening. Now, every one of those were deposited in the same tank with nobody sticking a stick in or anything like that. Do you notice one thing? They're not straight. They're not flat. In fact, we've reached a conclusion. Steno needs to be rewritten. Strata does not form parallel to the horizon. Strata forms parallel to whatever direction the current is going to. And you can see, I mean, if you're a geologist, you'd say, well, the top right-hand side, that must have been laid down. Then there must have been a massive set of erosion. Oh, look at that layers in the bottom. That must have been previously laid down flat and then contorted. No, none of that happened at all. We watched it. You see, when you have a look, the anticlines and the synclines, that's the ones that bend up, or the ones that bend down were not due to subsidence or to uplift. Now, everything that was taught to me at Queensland University comes under challenge at this point. And my dear old Prof. Alan Wilson, who first stimulated my conversation over 40 years ago, who said rocks form sideways in the Grand Canyon. Man, I'm pretty sure he'd be reasonably happy with these experiments, because it's not just Steno's theory applied, it's let's get out there and run a test. So if any of you want to support the research we do, do it. Go to creationresearch.net. We could do, after 2.5 years of COVID, we could do with every bit of support that you can supply. All right. Do you see that? Because that's the next thing that happened. The water continued. You haven't seen the water stop at all. It pours over the top, and then it starts to form a new, well, synclines go down, anticlines go up. Look at that. Now, it's not forming parallel to the horizon. It's forming parallel to whatever direction the current is going in. And there's how it ends up. It fills it up and moves on. Now, can I encourage you, most of you are thinking Grand Canyon, think the rock layers got there on the bottom first, and all the distortion is due to Earth movement. Well, all the distortion there has nothing to do with Earth movement at all. Now, the point is very simple. All right. There's our pattern in our strata machine. Now, we didn't expect this to happen. Many of our results have been absolutely unplanned for, unexpected, but really exciting nevertheless. There's the book with the sediment at the bottom. Okay. Now, the one at the bottom took millions of years, according to the authors of the textbook. The one at the top, we watched that form in 20 minutes. Now, even if you want to expand the scale make a strata machine as big as the cross section, I'll guarantee it's not going to take hundreds of millions of years to form this section. Oh, and yes, we'd love to make bigger and bigger strata machines. And if we had another day, we'll show you how big we've got to now. But there's one real point. Because the engineer, the water engineer, and every water engineer you can consult will tell you exactly this. The results have nothing to do with the size of the machine. They have nothing to do with the width of the machine or the depth of the machine. They have nothing to do with anything except the properties of water. So it doesn't matter whether your strata tank is 20 kilometers long, 10 kilometers long, or 3 meters long. The properties of water remain the same. So the results are not due to time. They're actually due to the process. And the process remains exactly the same in a big strata machine or a little strata machine. So for those of you who came up with such nonsense as saying you have to turn the whole rock layer sideways to get things going from left to right, you're actually talking nonsense. You don't know what you're talking about because we've done the experiments. Okay, put it on the scale of Noah's flood, and I'll guarantee you had lots of flume tanks, particularly at the start of the flood. As it's tearing between big hills, you have a flume tank. As it's tearing across mountains, you have a delta forming as the water on the other side becomes a barrier to progress. And the point we made yesterday, which I'll continue on for just a little bit, is that, it's not the evidence which contradicts the word of God. Oh, well, that's where Joe got to yesterday. It's the fact that men don't want to believe in Noah's flood. My first week at Queensland University, and I can't forget it because I wasn't a creationist then. I wasn't a Noah's flood man then. I hardly knew anything about those. The professor said, we're not going to discuss any such catastrophic rubbish. And he mentioned the flood, he mentioned creation. And I thought, why not? To me, as I keep telling, it was like wet paint, don't touch. And you know what kids are like? I have touched, I've dug deep, and you'll find the truth actually is far more on the side of a big global flood than it is on slow millions of years. What about some of the other formations? Well, here's last Monday's results. Because we thought, well, we're blasting water in from one side and it produces nice layers. But the Bible talks about fountains of the deep. What would happen if we actually started blowing the water up from the bottom at the same time as we would formed it going sideways? Can you see that result there? The interesting thing, of course, is you have what we geologists would call a rift valley. And it's filled in again to give you a lovely flat plain like you find at the top of the Rift Valley in Israel. Or you can come to Esk Valley and see the strata on either side with the fossils in, and then a big sunken rift. Time, well, about 4 seconds. How about this one? Now, I never thought I would see sediment that had just been formed, sat there for maybe a half a minute, and then the water started coming up from underneath. Look what the layers have done. Oh, many of them have retained consistency. They've bent, they've distorted, and in fact, some of them kept straight edges. Now, I would have thought that if you blast water up like the fountains of the deep, that the Bible does talk about the fountains of the deep, by the way. You want Noah's flood? Noah's flood is the second time the world's been underwater. The first time was the first 3 days of creation, and then the world was uncovered. Water ran off the earth, it ran into the earth. You would have ended up with vast quantities of water underneath. So during the flood, there's plenty of water to come out from underneath. Look at those straight edges, by the way, and the blocks. Wow. Would you have thought that sand that had been deposited, that minerals that have been deposited, the black stuff are heavy mineral sands, by the way, and if that had been sitting there and then the water comes up, I would have thought it would have gone to mush, but it didn't. In fact, look at that. Now, you're probably getting close to the coast of Cornwall if you look at things like that, or some of the mountains in Switzerland, where you get all sorts of interesting distortion. Now, when you have a look, Can I encourage you, if you want to support what we do, support Donnie, keep his work going, and George. But in reality, all of this research, and we're going to do one more thing on this Friday. We're going to actually, well, one geologist, I sent him these results, and he said, all the best trying to interpret this in 3 dimensions. And I thought, that's a good idea. So on Friday, we'll redo all of this and chop down through it in 3 dimensions like we've done before we distorted it completely. Okay, one last thing before we take our first question time. We'll let Joe have a few comments first. Okay, there's Jurassic Ark. Remember Jurassic? Like the rocks in the Jura Mountains. Concept by Alexander von Humboldt, a 6-day creationist who believed in Noah's flood. In fact, you find the majority of the names until you get to the end of the Cretaceous are invented by 6-day creationists. They're invented by people who believed in Noah's flood. So please don't tell me Noah's flood and creation puts a big stumbling block in the road of geology. No, Derek Ager would disagree with you. The early catastrophists, he wasn't bold enough to call them Christians. He wasn't bold enough to call them believers in Noah's flood. The early catastrophists were better empiricists, better observers than the modern uniformitarians. Okay, here's where we are in Australia. You go to Jurassic Ark. It's on the east coast near Gympie. What are we going to do in this section here? We're going to look at how you should read the geology of the world. What glasses should you wear? And I say glasses because, you see, most of you haven't even traveled the world once. I've been blessed by traveling it many times, but I haven't even been to every continent at all. I've been to many of them. I've been right up to the north of Alaska. I've been down south of Australia. I've been, well, I haven't been everywhere like the old song goes. But you see, we built Jurassic Ark to help students learn how to see things through a biblical set of glasses. Because the Bible says the God of the Bible actually knows everything, made all things. And remember that verse we read yesterday, Psalm 29? He sits as king of the flood forever. And his power is what enables his people to be blessed with peace. What are they looking at? One of our cacti gardens, one of our succulent gardens where all these thorns are pretty awful. Oh, if you think God made thorns to be pretty awful, think again. Because when these first hatch out as thorns, they're lovely and soft. And only as the environment dries out do they go rotten hard. Okay, question. What's the biblical history of thorns? Because there's my fossil thorns. Yes, you should see these in museums, but I'll guarantee you haven't. What do you do with fossil thorns? Where did I find these ones? Well, over here in Nova Scotia. And look at this. Hey, definitely a set of fossil thorns. In fact, I found them underneath a coal seam right there on the east coast of Nova Scotia in Canada. So when you have a look at it, I found these thorns. I found that one there. Look how sharp that is. It's covered in coal. The outside's gone coaly. You can walk up to the top of the hill and you can actually see a present day plant with thorns. You can see a fossil with thorns. Now, you can argue whether they're spines or prickles or whatever, but the average person says, like a rose, these are thorns. Actually, a rose has got prickles. Did you know that botanically? That's how silly the argument gets sometimes. Okay, most people guess these are fossil thorns, but they don't get round to answering this question. I'll be honest, I've only come across a couple of museums with fossil thorns in them, most hidden away, and almost none as good as the ones that we've got in our creation research fossil collection. Okay, we want you to try and say, God was there, we weren't. John Mackay wasn't there, right? He hasn't even traveled the whole of the planet, but he does have something you don't have. He has fossil thorns. What's the biblical picture on thorns? Here it is. God said to Adam, because you've heeded the voice of your wife and have eaten from the tree which I commanded you, saying you will not eat of it, the ground is cursed for your sake. In toil you'll eat of it all the days of your life, and it will bring forth thorns. Okay. Did you notice that thorns, most thorns, when they start, are soft? I mean, thorns on roses are actually degenerate. They're like cancers. But the thorns on the cactus are actually soft to start with. The environment hardens them up. Now, are you willing to be very provocative to yourself? The Bible is emphatic that God made roses good. The Bible is emphatic that there were no hard, nasty thorns. The Bible is emphatic that the God who made the world made it good. there was no dead things in the fossil record. There was no fossil record. Okay, challenge. This rock formed after Adam sinned. I mean, you say, how do you know those thorns were hard? Very simple. I pointed out before, they have coal on them. When you dig them up first, you have to peel the coal off. No, the coal is not just a layer of coal, it's around the actual leaf. It's up the thorns. The only time you get coal is when you have sufficient thickness of wood to actually produce coal. You want to produce a material that goes to coal, you can't do it with seaweed. Well, there is one bed of seaweed that's sort of a brown coal in Sweden, but in reality, it doesn't make the hard, shiny coal that you're used to. Okay, here's the implication. The word Carboniferous, that's what it's called in Canada. You Americans call it Pennsylvanian. It just simply means found in Pennsylvania. Mississippian means found in Mississippi. These have nothing to do with millions of years. Carboniferous was invented by Reverend Conybeare in the 1822, 1830, and it simply means full of coal, full of carbon. In the textbooks, these rocks are labelled 345 to 280 million years of age. The authority, modern geology. Biblical authority, now here you Christians who are struggling with all this, you have to make a choice. You non-Christians, you may have already rejected what the Bible has to say. It will still apply to you because the Bible is emphatic. Your judgment matters for nothing on Judgment Day. God said to Adam, you disobey me, it will bring forth thorns and thistles. So what do you reckon? Those layers in Nova Scotia are 245, 230 million years old, or are they actually younger than Adam? That raises this question. If you go by Steno, the geological strata is the history of life on Earth. Now, let's go to this place because there's a diagram of my discovery over there with a few more layers added at the top and bottom. You want to go and see this? You can go to Wassoon Bluff. Why did I go there? Because I could walk easily on the beach to get there. But I went there because it was significant. In 1986, more than 100,000 bones were found in this deposit. What were the bones? Okay, here they are. Dinosaurs, crocodiles, sharks, lizards, and fish. Okay, stop. Do you think they all live together? No, the fact is they're all dead together. And if you're looking for evidence of a flood deposit, then you're looking for creatures that automatically would not live together, but yet they actually are found together. Lizards, well, a few live in the water. Sharks definitely don't live on the dry land, unless you're talking about real estate agents or something like that. Point. Geological strata are not the history of life on Earth. Geological strata actually only represent where things are dead. Did you catch that? If you're going to make the geological column a history, at the very best, it's a history of where things are dead, not when they died. You might even say it's an order. At the best, it's an order of how you are finding them, not an order based on what's real history. That's why Derek Age was emphatic. If all this started in China, their history based on their rocks will be different than the one that really, well, the geologic column, whether you like it or not, does not represent American history. Even though you've thrown Pennsylvania and Mississippi in, it represents the British Empire, and you need to come to grips with that. All right, put it diagrammatically. There's my trilobite. There's the thorn fossils just underneath the coal layer. Just above there, yes, you can find dinosaur footprints. Yes, I have a cast of one of those. Wow, baby dinosaur footprints. He was hatching out, walking across the mud, and kazoomp. You want to interpret the geologic column as Steno et al. Right down to the present does? Well, here's the only conclusion you can reach. If you think that's an order of time, then if dinosaur strata are found above the thorn layers, okay, are you ready for it? Dinosaur fossils formed after Adam sinned. Why? Perhaps you didn't see that coming, or perhaps you're smart enough to realize it was. Now, at this point, I'll be honest, if I was giving this lecture to a geological conference, the roof would fall in, the noise would blow the windows out, because I'll be honest, if I mention Adam, that makes the earth only 6,000 or 7,000 years old. It makes Noah's flood a real event. And, well, can you please check the age of all these rocks in your textbooks? But do one thing I learnt from an old gentleman. Get the textbook from 10 years ago. Get the textbook from 20 years ago. Get the textbook from the 1950s. Get it from the 1910s. Get it from the 1880s. And what you find is the geologists of this world don't care how old the rocks are. They only care how young they aren't. Now, I'll say that again so you get it. The geologists of this world, having dismissed creation, having dismissed Noah's flood in reverse order, they don't care how old these rocks are. They keep changing age. They only care how young they aren't. They don't want to be reminded there's a God who created and there's a God who judged. So when you are studying this, can I encourage you, make careful choice. God was there. He's told you what the history of water is. The world was created covered with water. You have to bring that into geological picture. The world was destroyed by water. What would that mean? With the water, which is largely falling down to start with, then running off the land. It says so. Filling up everything, the water is going sideways. And it goes sideways yet again at the end of the flood. And then the dry land appears 3 months before Noah gets out of the ark. Whammy. What a different history. That our encouragement at this point is for you to take off Charles Darwin's glasses and start seeing things God's way. Charles Darwin's glasses were based on Charles Lyell. Charles Lyell's glasses were willingly based on Hutton. Hutton and the others were based on Steno, and Steno claimed to be a Christian, but he messed up big time when he came to ignoring the fact that his whole history with the bottom layer first simply wasn't based on anything he saw at all. And our dismissal of the concept that rock layers form sideways, well, in the road of that is such an ardent adherence to Steno that most of us don't even know it's purely supposition. Can I encourage you to follow that? Yep, John Mackay had to get to the end of his degree, had to be a few years past his degree, had to be lecturing in geology before he started to say, well, hang on, why do I want these vast millions of years? Why do I want the layers one on top of the other? And the only reason was my professor was the one I thought who would mark all of my papers and review all of my stuff. Well, in reality, there's a better judge, a bigger judge, and that's the one who is Christ, who came as Savior. That's what Easter's about. Christ, who is the Creator, and Christ, who is the coming judge. Now, if you've got any more, you can actually go to our Creation Flood Facts website, go to creationresearch.net and have a think through the whole picture again. Send us emails. Joe, do you want to comment on anything at that point?
I think you've done a pretty good job there, John, and I've sort of taken up the next part where we're looking at recognizing flood rocks and trying to see if we can start to determine boundaries. Because we were just talking, John, before this presentation about Derek Ager and his rather interesting comment that you can always tell very easily where a boundary starts. It's working out where it finishes that's the difficult part. Now, the Hunstanton picture you put up, and we'll come back to that a little bit later and talk a little bit about it. You know exactly where the chalk starts. There's no denying it. It's a knife edge along the Carstone, which is correlated with the upper greensand, right? Of course, if you go elsewhere around the world, because all the chalk sits on top of the same upper greensand, trying to work out where the greensand ends, because it can turn up sometimes without the chalk. I mean, an identical deposit. And so you'll find when you're determining boundaries, it's not always as easy as a nice big thick black pen and going, right, there's the boundary of the sequence. I mean, you mentioned yesterday about the fun it is to go and listen to geological conferences and listen to people argue over what sequence is what and what boundary is what and where does it start and where does it end and all this kind of stuff. So we're going to try and delve through some of that in part 2 and see if we can get, I mean, you've led us down a new perspective, a new way of looking at the rocks. We've got to bear in mind we need to keep our biblical perspective. Let's see where we can go with that in the second session this evening. But how about we do some questions now? What do you think of that?
I think that's a good idea, Joe. I'll just throw in one more illustration where this is a real issue. I can't remember from just what you said whether you mentioned Derek Ager, who has a brilliant observation that most of us don't make. Now, I have no problem holding that guy up, grab his books, even though if you're a creationist, don't say anything that's in them. He tells you not to. But in reality, he says it's fairly easy to see where a rock layer starts. It's almost impossible to define where it ends. And there's a good reason. If you lay down rocks on top of another rock, then this rock, that's the bottom of it. But did it erode 10 feet, 20 feet? Did it erode half a mile, 2 kilometers? What did it erode? Is there anything missing between those two? How do you compare rocks in one country with another? And because I've been so involved in the coal industry, then in reality, what you find, if you come to Australia, we have coal along the eastern seaboard. Oxley was one of the first to note the coal at Newcastle in Australia. And from then on, it became a fight. Did it fit the same pattern as the coal in England, or was it a new pattern? The first professor, the male professor at Newcastle University, he actually wrote, this is a flood deposit. Why? Because, no, he wasn't talking Noah's flood. He just said, if you look at the analysis of the coal, there's catastrophism everywhere. But then as you go up through the coal, you start down the edge of the Sydney Basin and you have one sort of coal, it moves upwards and you have fossil trees that really belong to the English coal fields. You know, the fossil trees you've got in the coast up there just south of the Durham, Joseph? We've got the same here in Australia. So do we lump it off and call it the same as Durham, or do we make it a second one here, or do we just say this is Australia? By the way, that's the usual solution. This is Australia, it'll do us. So there's an awful lot of conflict in the geological column that never gets into your textbooks and never gets into ordinary people's knowledge. So again, Derek Ager, it's easy to tell where something starts because the bottom is the bottom and nothing much can interfere with it. But the top, you can erode off tons. You can redeposit something there that even looks the same. Hence the need for words like unconformity, paraconformity. Look those up as well. So, okay, Joe, I think questions are a good time now. Give us 5 or 10 minutes, Donnie, and we'll let Joe loose.
Okay, perfect. John, I appreciate that presentation. Tons of great feedback from the chat and fantastic work. I love it. So here's the first question that comes in. This one comes in from Ryan, the Raptor guy. Ryan, I appreciate your question there, brother. So he asks, for sake of clarity, would John Mackay and Joe Hubbard say that, for example, the Hermit Shale was laid down sideways at the same time as the Bright Angel Shale?
Okay, for those of you who haven't been to the Grand Canyon, the Bright Angel Trail is the most famous one, which leads you over this deposit here. And you can camp down at the Bright Angel campground, right? So these are moderately well-known terms, although they're not understood terms. Now, my professor, who was way more authoritative than me, who got me started, he would say, yes, you can prove that the sediment came in sideways. Now, when you have a look at our strata machines, we can actually do several things. One is, you saw one yesterday where you had the layers, black, white, black, white, black, white, and they're all forming pretty simultaneously along the bottom. But then we can actually adjust the water flow so you can end up with layer, pause, layer, pause, layer, pause. Now, if you think of Noah's flood, what's our model going to be? Number one, up till the start of the flood, no rain. Therefore, no floods. Therefore, no erosion. Therefore, no fossilization. So most of the first geologists said the first category of rocks, the primary rocks, and these are their words, will relate to the ones that have no fossils. They are in essence pre-flood rocks. That's their original definition. Then the next lot of rocks, the sedimentary rocks, you have to have erosion. But since they're full of fossils, the erosion has obviously buried them. And if you haven't got to see fossils yet, or if you haven't figured it out, most of the fossils were buried alive and buried quickly. That's how they get to be so well preserved. So they said the secondary rocks relate to Noah's flood in particular. The tertiary rocks from the end of the flood up to the present, then the quaternary, the fourth period, which is basically what we're sitting in now. That's changed a bit over the years, but in reality, it's a creation Noah's flood scenario. But you think of Noah's flood, the fountains of the deep break open. It rains for 40 days and 40 nights. On top of that, you have 2 tides every day. Pulse, pulse, pulse. So it is possible in a flood model where the sediment is coming in from the side to have pulse, pulse, pulse. It's easy to determine where the bottom of the next pulse is, but it may have chewed away the top of the previous pulse. So that's probably the best way of dealing with that. My professor was adamant the rocks in the Grand Canyon grow old sideways. I've been there many times now. I have to agree with him, right? And when you look at it, pulse, pulse, pulse works just as well as the concept that they all formed sideways at the same time. So you can imagine a 1 mile deep wall of water with 27 different layers in it containing different contents. No, I don't think that's the picture at all. But you've got, well, how many tides in 370 days? 2 each day. You've got at least 1,000 pulses going at the start, and by the time you get to the water running right off the earth, and those pulses are going to be mega impacts on sediment distribution. Joe, any comments?
I think you covered most of it. I've unfortunately not had the privilege of visiting the Grand Canyon yet, although I've been all up and down through New Mexico and into Arizona, but I never quite made it to the Grand Canyon. So you'll certainly know what you're talking about.
We don't have the money to send you at the moment.
I know, yeah. If anybody would like to send me, then we greatly appreciate it. But a similar kind of scenarios can be seen elsewhere around the world. I mean, we've been out into Australia, and you've got the same kind of canyons and the same kind of geology, more or less. It's just not as well known as the Grand Canyon. And yeah, the point is, it's this pulse, 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 and you can see it. I mean, when I first went out to Australia on the first day to try and get me over jet lag, right, we got taken down to go and collect some mineral sands, and we dug up some mineral sands, which I was informed at a later date were radioactive, and I probably wouldn't have been sitting waist deep in it if I'd have known that. But we were collecting mineral sands, we were collecting quartz sands, we were collecting sort of crushed and rock in order to be able to reconstitute it. And what's fascinating is when you put this into the strata machines, the fact that there's already layers there in the water, it's already doing the organization. And there's so much more research we could do in terms of the velocity of the water, as in how fast is it going and which direction is it going, based with the weight and the mass and the density of all of these different particles. But you can have entirely different, you suppose you could call them, it's not just layers, it's like almost completely different sequences being formed within the strata machine at the same time. And all you need is a little influx of a bit of erosion from somewhere else and a slightly different material, and it's going to react differently as it builds up. So it really is this pulsing of these minerals and these sediment being pushed through. So yeah, I think that's pretty much all.
Again, great thorough response from John and Joe. I appreciate it. So this next one comes in from Cool Jesus. And Cool Jesus says, question for Joe and John. Can we tell if sedimentary deposits are lake or fluvial, in brackets, river, or fluvial from the global flood?
Joe, you can take that one first.
All right, well, I'll make a comment, and John, feel free to jump in. We will be touching a little bit on this in my section, because what we're going to try and do is say, all right, then, there's lots of controversy over where the post-flood and flood boundary is. There's even bigger controversy at the moment anyway, between where the pre-flood and the flood boundary is. And there are some arguments that it could be as high up as the Carboniferous, right? Which means all of the Ordovician and all of the sort of rocks and stuff that John was holding up and showing earlier were all formed somewhere between creation, maybe at creation, or somewhere up to Noah's flood. So there's lots of discussion and there's lots of debate. And what we're going to try and do in my session is say, how would you actually recognize flood rocks? I mean, we need to first of all determine how much of the geologic column is useful, and we'll talk about that in my bit. But if we take a sequence, if we take a grouping of rocks like Jurassic or Cretaceous or whatever, how do we determine whether they've been formed in the flood, as in Noah's flood, as in a worldwide flood, or how do we determine whether they're a smaller deposit, like formed in a lake, or formed in perhaps a large river? At what point does a global flood and a river actually, if you keep making a river big enough, does it take over the whole world? The key thing here is size of the deposit. So, for instance, and again, me and John were just talking about this, and John, I believe you've been to the Green River Formation in Wyoming. It's a fabulous place. I've got so many fossils in our UK collection from that place because it's so rich in fossils. Now, we have a whole presentation on the fish fossils there, right? And we make the very, very simple point. These fish have been buried alive. They've been buried with food in their stomachs. They've been buried and trapped extremely quickly, and layers upon layers upon layers of this sediment. There's no doubt about it. It is a catastrophic flooding event that has buried these fish. And you know it's a flood because, well, what's the definition of a flood? If your kitchen tap breaks and it bursts and water pours over the sink and goes onto your kitchen floor, you have a flood in the kitchen, right? Because water belongs in the kitchen sink, it doesn't belong on the floor. So a definition of a flood is water where water shouldn't be. It's burst its banks, it's flooded. All right, evidence of a flood, mixed environments, mixed ecosystems. So there's no doubt about it. It's a flooding event in the Green River Formation because you have birds and you have trees and you have palms and you have fish and you have crabs, and they're all mixed together. It's a flooding event for sure. Those fish had to be living somewhere before, so there had to be somewhere for them to live. There had to be a bank, and there had to be a surrounding environment, a terrestrial environment for all of these birds and trees and mammals and animals to live in, and turtles. So there was a lovely little ecosystem there, but a flooding event has engulfed it and buried it. Okay, how big is the Green River Formation? Well, first of all, it's right on the top of all of what you could call the flood sediments, the worldwide deposits. So it's sitting right on top. If you look at geomorphology, there was certainly a basin there, a valley there. The fact that the valley has been carved out of the global flood deposits means that it has to have been flood runoff or some kind of mechanism towards the end of the flood to carve the valley out. There appears to have been a lake there, and a large flooding event could be in volcanoes or part of the ice age or part of a burst of an ice dam has flooded it and buried it. So it's definitely a catastrophic burial, but the size of the Green River Formation is so small, it really simply isn't a global deposit. So you can start to pick up little clues, particularly on the size, on the ecosystem, on the way that it kind of is structured in the geomorphology. I mean, when you compare the little tiny Green River Formation with something absolutely enormous like the Cretaceous or the Carboniferous or the Jurassic beds, I mean, you're just talking on a completely different scale. So you also need to have a mechanism by which you can erode the sediment in order to deposit it in the first place. So these are all little clues that you can kind of start to piece together. But John?
Okay, now, yesterday somebody criticized the reference to the Triceratops above the KAT boundary there. If you want to know my source for that, I was there. And I went down to the local dinosaur museum and asked them about this boundary. And they said, oh, you'll go up here, you'll find a Triceratops. Now, I haven't been to that location for a long time, and I've never looked it up in the magazines because I don't believe looking up things that you've actually been in an area is even worth the effort, because I've discovered one thing about science journals. Sadly, they often don't report what's actually there if it contradicts their theory. So please don't trust Google. Google checker. You need a checker on Google checker. In fact, Joseph, you've got a good illustration of a deposit which is regarded as a marine deposit, in which there is evidence that it was a flood deposit, and yet that evidence has been removed. Would you like to comment on that one at the moment? Oh, I will add one last thing. I did make one mistake yesterday, so I need to fess up. When I was quickly dealing with that boundary, I told you about a boundary just outside of Dudley. That's actually the Precambrian Cambrian boundary, so forgive me for that. That wasn't there, and I thought afterwards, oh no, did I really say that? And the answer is yes, I did. But in reality, I'm sure you can forgive me for that. But Joe, you've been working on one bed. You're interested in it for your PhD. You're interested for your thesis that you were doing, and it's got fossils in it that are not acknowledged anywhere anymore. They used to be. Tell us about it.
Sure. So I grew up on the Norfolk coast collecting fossils from about the age of 6, so I've been digging up stuff and getting to grips with the geology around there for a very long time. And I used to love to go along Hunstanton. You saw the picture earlier. We'll bring the pictures up in a bit, and you'll see some of the research we've done at Hunstanton, and that's secular research as well, by the way. And as we've been going along down there over the years, you've got the wonderful brown rock at the bottom, which is a sandstone. It's a karst stone. It's comparable with the upper green sand around the rest of the planet. And then you've got the chalk on top of it. Now, the standard story is that this is all a marine deposit. It's a marine deposit that is, I mean, the sandstone is claimed to have been a slightly more turbulent deposit because it's got lots of rounded little tiny boulders. It's a semi-conglomerate, although there's not huge, great big cobbles or anything like that. There's lots of pebbles in it though. And then you've got the chalk above, which is supposed to be a very, very slow, gradual deposition of calcareous ooze. And we'll talk a little bit about some of the issues with that as we go on. Nonetheless, the whole lot is supposed to be considered a marine environment. Now, first year of geology, we was going through, and the one thing they teach you is when you go out to see these deposits, you are looking at the history of life on Earth. And of course, the first thing you realize when you actually start digging stuff up is you're looking at a record of death on Earth, and you're looking at a record of how things have died. So what the standard theory is you go out there and say, right, we'll dig up these fossils. If they're all marine, then there is a marine environment that these rocks were deposited in. Right. Now, I began to actually dig up some rather interesting fossils, and it was the first time I'd ever heard of these fossils coming from this karst stone sandstone formation, supposedly marine deposit. And so I did a little bit of research, and I actually found that these have been found before. There's a wonderful museum called the Sedgwick Museum, named after Adam Sedgwick in association with Cambridge University. And Adam Sedgwick was an interesting fellow. He was a big opponent of Charles Darwin and Charles Lyell, and he said, my fossil collection and anything else that ever gets added to it must always be available for students to come and see and be able to study no matter what their beliefs or no matter what their background. Now, it's become a bit more commercialized since Adam Sedgwick's day, but it still has over 500,000 fossils on display and many, many, many more in its archives. You can go and spend hours and hours looking through all the fossils there. And there was a section on Hunstanton, and up the top there was a big block of karst stone with one of these big fossils in it that I'd also found and documented. And I thought, wow, it is here. It is known. This is great. Okay, skip forward to my second year of geology in university. We were taken on a field trip. Now, I love leading field trips, and we like to try and get people to think and find stuff themselves. My experience of most field trips is that they're basically just an outdoors lecture. And we were walking along, and the professor was there talking about how we know that this is a fully marine deposition. And I said, excuse me, Prof, what about all of the fossil trees that you find here? He said, fossil trees? There aren't any fossil trees here. There's no fossil wood here. I said, yes, there is. Come have a look. And I took him along to every place that I documented this fossil wood, this fossil timber being found in the karst stone. And he said, well, my goodness, I've never known about this before. And I said, well, I thought that too, but it's documented. If you go to the Sedgwick Museum, it's up there on the top shelf, a wonderful bit of fossil wood from the karst stone in Hunstanton. I said, how does this fit into the interpretation that this is a fully marine deposit? And he said, well, I don't know. I'm going to have to go away and think about this, but I'll let you know. So we ended the field trip, and that was that. I never heard from him again because that was an end of year field trip, and we went on to the third year and a whole different set of tutors and professors, right? Okay. Skip forward a few months, and I was still on the previous year's Facebook group. And when it came to the end of the next year, I saw that all these new year 2 students were being taken out for a field trip to Hunstanton by the same professor. And after the field trip, I happened to go, by the way, did he mention the fossil trees at Hunstanton? They said, fossil trees? He didn't mention any such thing. He said this was a fully marine deposit. I thought, interesting. And so a couple of weeks later, I was in Cambridge, and we actually went back into the Sedgwick Museum to go and see the fossils there and see if the fossil wood from Hunstanton was still there. And it wasn't. it has disappeared. And if you try and go through the archives, they say, well, it's here somewhere, but we're not quite sure where it is, or, you know, they don't allow you into the furthest depths of the archives. Now, it's a real life example that I've experienced of not only denial of things that are already there, right? Because I asked the students on the second year, he didn't mention the evidence, but also a interesting little case. And of course, you can't prove it here, there, or other. But one thing I know for sure, that fossil wood was sitting on the top shelf, and the moment I challenged it on an academic level, it disappeared. So yes, things do sometimes go missing intentionally or unintentionally. You can draw your own conclusions.
And I'll give you one last example. As much as this sounds like, hey, there's guys out there who are actually opposed to creation, opposed to Noah's flood. Yes, there are, and they're sometimes very aggressively opposed. Illustration. I used to lecture coal mining students, and some of my students became coal mining managers, engineers, or whatever. So I would visit the various mines around the place, and I went to one mine, new student was there, first year there. I said, have you found any evidence that this was washed in? Are there fossil trees in the coal? Normal theory of coal, slow swamp formation, filled in over vast periods of time. And he said, no evidence of trees here. And I said, well, they're in every other coal field around here. Give me 10 minutes, get me access. And so he got me access. We went to an area of the coal that was, you know, you can't go to an active coal mine to an active face. So we went to an unactive face, hadn't been worked on for ages, got permission to do the research. Within 10 minutes, we found tons and tons of trees. Now, the next morning, that entire face, which was not due for research, not due for excavation for ages, was blown to smithereens. Yep, it does happen. Sad, but true. It does happen. Probably time for the next question there, Donnie. One more than Joe. Actually, probably time Joe thinks about moving on to his section.
Well, we've got a ton more good questions. We can save a couple more for after Joe's presentation if you'd like to. I do appreciate those comprehensive answers. So it's up to you, gentlemen.
Let's do one more question, because we have a little bit more time this evening. And my section I've been whittling down.
You've been whittling it down, Joe, because I've got one more section here on how you'd read the rocks too, from the fossils that are in it. So we need a tag team in the last bit too. So go ahead with your last choice of question there, Donnie, for the moment.
Okay, perfect. Here's a question that's short and sweet, and I'll save a couple of the longer ones for later. So this one comes in from Chris Peacock, and he asks, how long does it take sediment to turn to stone?
Okay, illustration. We have a beach not far from our Jurassic Ark, and it's called Shelley Beach. And basically, after a big storm, you get tons and tons of shells from a shell bed just, you know, off the coast. They wash up, they're smashed to pieces because of the storm. Most of our Queensland tropical storms, it's hot water coming down. So therefore, your shells come in mixed up with sand. The hot water will start to really react with the edges of the shells. And at night time, the water cools down and the dissolved calcium carbonate will start to precipitate. Remember, you've had the shells, you've had bacteria, you've had organic material, and you've got sand. Now, this was first pointed out to me by one of the professors who said, basically, what happens, one day it's sand, next day it's concrete. In fact, that's what we used to make our concrete out of. We'd go along the beaches, grab the shells, crush them all up, and cook them, and then add the water back the next day, and you'd end up with concrete. It didn't take time, it took a process. So you'll find the time it takes depends on what chemicals are available. No glue material, you have the problem that many oil drillers find. You're drilling down through the rock, then all of a sudden your diamond drill goes and smash, exit one diamond drill. Very expensive to replace. You got to pull it all out first. What happened? Well, it came across a bed of sand. There was no cement in that sand, no dissolved cement, no calcite of any sort that could actually glue it together, no silica solution. So therefore it remained non-glued together. It never turned into rock, and it never would. Without a glue, the sediment never becomes rock. With a glue, well, you make artificial rock in fact, you can make it in 3 minutes using cement speeder upper. So it doesn't take time, it takes a process.
Again, I appreciate that response, John. Unless you had something you wanted to add, Joe, we could get into your.
No, let's go on. John, do you have a section which you're doing now, or am I doing my section? We're coming
Now
back.
you do your section first, and I'll come in after that on the use of some of the fossils we found as when to determine the rocks formed.
Sounds good. All right, let's pull up my presentation. Just make sure it's all there. All right, there's our title, courtesy of Sam Jenkins, who I think has just joined us in the chat as well. So thank you very much for that, Sam, for the trailer and everything else. This is what we've been talking about. I mean, we've done 3 segments so far. I'm going to try and get us a little bit further with the 4th segment, and then John and myself will kind of wrap it all up for the 5th mini segment before we open it back up to questions again. So here's your standard geological column. And you remember we asked some of these questions yesterday. Is the column an accurate representation of Earth rocks? Is the column a good basis for interpreting flood geology? Does the column represent accurate rock sedimentation? And can we even use the column for determining flood boundaries? Well, unfortunately, for all of these questions, it's no. I mean, is the column an accurate representation of Earth rocks? It doesn't exist anywhere. Derek Ager had even had to admit that. It's not a good basis for interpreting flood geology because flood geology requires what? Flowing water. Flowing water is transportation of sediment and sediment forming sideways. The geological column is based off of stratigraphy, which is based off of principles, Steno's principle of superposition, and it simply doesn't work. Does the column represent accurate rock sediment datation? Now, this is where you have to be careful because people trip up over sedimentation and stratigraphy. Stratigraphy is looking at the complete set of rocks through the eyes of Steno, of superposition, with the bottom got there first, the top got there last, and now it's become so intertwined with Lyell's assumptions of the present being the key to the past. Sedimentation is how these rocks actually form. So no, the column doesn't represent an accurate rock sedimentation theory because it's based off of Steno's faulty and flawed principles. So therefore, we can't even use the column for determining flood boundaries. People, and even amongst creationists, are looking for a wonderful thing like the geological column to ignore the dates on the side and to get a big black pen and say, right, the KT boundary, there's the flood boundary. Everything below it is flood, everything above it is post-flood. Or there's the boundary, it's halfway through the tertiary, above the Paleogene. Or there's the boundary for before the flood, it's down there at the Cambrian, Precambrian. Or there's the boundary, it's up there at the Carboniferous, underneath or above the Devonian. But the reality is, any of these ideas or any of these theories about where the boundary is based off the geological column is going to be flawed simply because superposition doesn't work. Okay, do you actually need the long ages? Because this is something else which has become increasingly controversial in the last little while, and I may step on some toes here, but we're just going to show some of the dangers of actually trying to take the geological column and apply it to flood geology in its purest form. Because you see all the dates down there on the right-hand side. Now, even though these individual layers, these individual, as they're now known as eras, but individual sequences like the Triassic or the Jurassic or the Permian or so on and so forth are all very real, and they can all be matched up by comparing the sediment across the world. The actual geological column was put together based on the principles of Steno, and then it was taken forward by people like Ray and Hooke. We did all this in history yesterday. It was taken forward by Ray and Hooke, it was reinterpreted by Hutton, it was popularized by Charles Lyell, and it has anti-biblical pagan origins. So what you will inevitably end up doing is taking all of this baggage, applying it to the Bible, applying it to flood geology, and trying to fit deep time into the young earth. And then you start to get onto some very dangerous dubious grounds, because you say, well, the Bible clearly teaches that the earth is less than 10,000 years old. If you want to be more accurate, it's somewhere between 6,000 to 7,000 years old. So you have to then apply accelerated rates of creation, or things that actually go outside of God as the supreme creator and the supreme judge. Give you an example, or rather make a point first, rather, before we give you an example. All interpretations of evidence that promote deep time and vast ages ultimately can be led back to the anti-biblical philosophy of Lyell and uniformitarianism. It was Lyell who actually promoted this present is the key to the past philosophy, and it is underpinning, even though most geologists wouldn't refer to themselves as uniformitarians anymore, they'd refer to themselves as neo-catastrophists, even if they know what that means, usually or probably because of the influence of people like Derek Ager, right? Even though no scientist today, or very few scientists, refer to themselves as uniformitarianists, the principles of uniformitarianism and that Lyellian philosophy of the present being the key to the past underpins most, if not all, dating methods today. And they all can be traced back to pagan origins, which has nothing to do with science or evidence. Therefore, take careful note. If you take a pagan-inspired philosophy that Lyell and Darwin promoted as your authority, then you're going to have issues accepting the Bible's version of events. But you have to realize it's not an issue of evidence, it's an issue of who or what your authority is. An example. The trap of uniformitarianism, the present is the key to the past. Now, this is where it begins to get a little bit controversial because, well, just beware of the God of science. You see, there's a trend today by some people in the creation world to say, okay, we need to actually view all of this geology, we need to view all of this understanding purely from a scientific point of view. We have to develop science and then make it fit with scripture, or our interpretation or understanding of scripture. And you need to be careful, because what you're doing there is making science your God. Science then comes before scripture. And then you get into all sorts of strange stuff, like with God's got to supernaturally create a seedling, but over time he accelerates it so that it grows within a fraction of a second into a tree, without really stopping to think, well, if God could supernaturally create the seedling in the first place, surely he could create it a fully mature tree. And in fact, it would certainly seem to imply that that's what he did. Just take it from the Psalms. For he spoke, and it came to be, he commanded, and it stood firm. Interesting. Now, some people, like for instance Ken Colson in his book Creation Unfolding, he's come up with an idea called supernatural formative process theory, which really at its depth is fitting a deep time philosophy into a short time frame using this supernaturally accelerated process. So like a seedling, God supernaturally accelerates it into a tree on just the day 3. Now, you've got to be careful of this, because I've read Colson's book, amongst other things, and I've actually got his paper on stromatolites here, and we'll talk a little bit about stromatolites. You see, often he will argue that his idea of this accelerated supernatural creation is needed to rationalize the many horizons of stromatolites buried on top of one another in some of the earliest rocks of Earth. The underlying assumption there that you need to be careful with is, even though Ken Colson, he claims to be a young earth creationist and believe in the 6,000 years, there is still an underlying Lyellian thinking which is required to explain rock layers according to his ideas. There's still this idea of the present being the key to the past. In fact, he says it several times in his paper, using stromatolites to rethink the Precambrian, Cambrian, pre-flood, flood boundary. He says we know that by observing it today, they must take huge amounts of time in order to be able to form and bury and be fossilized. Therefore, you would require huge amounts of time in the beginning, and so God must have been able to accelerate it in order to fossil it. Or turn it into a fossil, or preserve it in the way that it is. Well, here's a stromatolite from our UK collection. It's a wonderful stromatolite reef, huge, great big thing. And the real key thing about stromatolites is if you chop them open, you get all this wonderful banding. Now, John can comment at the end of this if he'd like to, because he's traveled the world more than me and he's collected more stromatolites than me. But the cool thing about this is, well, yes, they are still alive today in Australia, off the coast of Queensland. They're a living fossil, and they are an algal growth that is secreting minerals all the time. Minerals, well, one of the things we like to remind people is quite often a lot of fossils are already fossils even when they're alive, because they're producing rock. I mean, this is a living thing which produces a living rock that secretes these minerals and builds it up in layers, and the algal film lives on the top and secretes the minerals, and it builds up these layers upon layers upon layers, and in doing this it's pushing itself down into the ground. So you don't need millions of years, and nor do you even need a process to which to really fossilize these reefs, because they're already fossils in the first place. In fact, if you want to apply the logic that Coulson does, because he says, well, stromatolites, you would require calm conditions to build up over vast periods of time, so God must have accelerated their growth. Well, I'm afraid if you want to apply that logic to the Precambrian or the Cambrian, you have to apply it to the whole of the geological column, because these stromatolites turn up all over the place. They're still alive today. These are some Jurassic stromatolites in the Isle of Portland in the UK. Now, if you are in the UK in September, make sure you come along to our UK fossil hunting convention. The Isle of Portland is one of the places we'll be going, and we'll be looking at these stromatolites, and we'll be asking the question, how long does it actually take to fossilize these? And the answer is, by the time they've started living, they're already fossils, because they're already producing this rock underneath them. Okay, is any of the geological column useful at all? Well, you again remember what I mentioned earlier. There's a difference between stratigraphy and there's a difference between stratigraphy and sedimentation. So the rock classifications themselves can be very useful in determining boundaries. I mean, the Jurassic rocks all across the world are pretty much identical. The Carboniferous rocks, or as you call them in the States, the Pennsylvanian and the Mississippian, all around the world are pretty much identical. The Ordovician rocks, particularly the limestones, all around the world are pretty much identical. So rock classifications can be very useful, and remember John's very important point from earlier, they've got nothing to do with millions of years in the slightest. They've got everything to do with where they were studied or what they're made up of. Triassic, the three different rock sandstone types in the grouping. Pennsylvanian and Mississippian, it's where they were first studied. Or if you want to have the English name for them as Carboniferous, it's because it's full of coal, right? You know, industrial evolution, Jurassic, named after the Jura Mountains. Cretaceous, from the Latin word for chalk, which is creta, which is certainly a huge amount, rather, of the Cretaceous rocks is chalk or some kind of limestone. Ordovician, after the extinct Welsh tribe, the Ordovici tribe. Cambrian, after Cymru, the old Welsh name for the country. But you do have to be aware of the issue that Aja pointed out, which is it's really easy to work out where a sequence begins. It's almost impossible to tell where it ends. So you're not going to be able to get a nice big black marker and say, there's our boundary, because this is an entire geologic column based off of a faulty philosophy, a steno superposition philosophy, which was taken on by Charles Lyell and applied the principle of uniformitarianism and added on millions of years. So some rules for looking at biblical geology. First of all, we need to make sure that all pagan-inspired Lyellian philosophies are rejected from the offset. None of this, it requires vast periods of time. Use the named rock sequences, because they're there and they're useful, and many of them were named by early geologists, the catastrophists, the Christians, the creationists. So use the named rock sequences in determining the deposit size, and we'll look through a few examples of each of these. Make sure to actually assess the evidence rather than assumptions affected by uniformitarianism. One of the things that I'm very grateful to God is that I've had the privilege, even in my young age, of traveling all over the world and actually digging up and collecting the evidence. John's traveled far more extensive than I have, and it really does help with actually matching stuff up. I mean, I've stood here in the UK on the Ordovician limestone and seen what it's like. I've stood over in the USA at the Ordovician limestone and seen what it's like. I've stood at the Carboniferous here in the UK and at the Carboniferous over in the States and in the, well, there's lots of debates over whether it's Permo-Triassic or Carboniferous or something like that over in Australia, but it's pretty much identical. Okay, rocks, were they formed by a flood or were they formed by the flood? Because you have rocks formed by a flood, you have rocks formed in Noah's flood. In fact, most of the rocks were formed in a flood. So what's the evidence? What are we actually looking for? We're asking ourselves these questions. How much water would it actually take to form this deposit? What is the size of the deposit? And remember, we're looking for large-scale deposits that can be traced across continents. Small-scale deposits that are simply localities are very unlikely to be from a global flood. All right, let's have a look at Hunstanton. We've already been there. John showed it up earlier. There's your formations, the Ferriby Chalk Formation, which is a grey chalk, the Hunstanton Formation, which is a contaminated red chalk, and hey, there's that Carstone Formation down at the bottom there. You know, the one that I had my fossil trees in? Interesting. All right, there's some lovely clear boundaries there. You see the layer, it's like a knife edge from where the red chalk goes into the white chalk or the grey chalk. There's a knife edge from where the Carstone, I mean, here it's clear to see where the boundaries start, right? Of course, if you want to compare that elsewhere, it gets slightly more complicated. I mean, it's a beautiful day there when I took this photograph. These are really impressive cliffs and they're full of fossils, or particularly the red chalk and the grey chalk, the Hunstanton Formation and the Ferriby Chalk Formation. And also you get this. Interesting. These are stromatolites. They're algal growths on the top of the boundary between the red chalk and the grey chalk. This is from a paper written a few years back by some guys that I know based in the University of East Anglia, and they were amazed to find these kind of algal growth mats in between the layers. Stromatolites? Yeah, if you want to apply the Coulson logic, you'd have to argue that these rocks were also pre-flood, and so it just really doesn't work out. You're destroying all of the geological record by that. Definitely stromatolites there, but have a look at our friend Aja again and see what his issue with the chalk was. Consider, he says, the English upper chalk of the late Cretaceous age. In North Norfolk and Eastern England, hey, that's where I'm from, it totals 394.7 metres in thickness. That is a lot of chalk. It was laid down in about 32.5 million years, which gives a rate of 12.4 metres per million years. That works out at 82,372 years to deposit 1 millimetre of chalk. Now, let me ask you a question. If that rate of formation was correct, would you ever get a fossil in that chalk? No, you wouldn't. It would simply be destroyed long before you have a chance to actually fossilize it. In fact, would you even get any chalk in the first place? Because your deposition rate has to be higher than your erosion rate. And he said, hey, when you actually start looking at this and you start working out the deposition based on the uniformitarian assumptions, you just get ludicrous results. They were his words, by the way. What evidence does Hunstanton show? Well, we've dealt with Hunstanton several times on this program and over on Creation Conversations, so go and check that out. We won't spend a long time here, but a 3-month research project plus several field trips that John and myself have been to there. Fossils have been buried rapidly for sure. Fossils have been buried rapidly all throughout the deposit, and yes, they show transportation, currents, and flow. A 3-month research project into Hunstanton, second year of geology, looked for evidence of transportation, that's fast-flowing currents, during the formation of the Hunstanton and Ferriby formations and the burial of fossils within. 93% of fossils showed transportation. That means that 93% showed evidence that they were buried during flowing water. Therefore, these fossils were formed in water flowing in one direction, having been caught up in a slurry of sediment before being rapidly buried and fossilized. All right, definitely a flooded deposit. Now, this is a very long quote from Derek Ager, but it's really important to read it out because it gives you the big perspective. So I apologize if you're looking at this on a phone. It's not the best way to use a PowerPoint presentation, but just listen to me as I read out what Derek Ager said. I was taken, he said, by a Turkish friend to visit a cliff section in the Upper Cretaceous sediments near Lyell on the Black Sea coast. What I saw were the familiar white chalk of northwest Europe with black flints and old fossil friends. These are echonoids, he's talking about, sea urchins. What I was looking at was identical with the White Cliffs of Dover in England and the rolling plateau of Picardy in France, the quarries in southern Sweden, the cliffs in eastern Denmark. We have long known, of course, that the white chalk faces of the late Cretaceous times extended all the way from Antrim in northern Ireland via England and northern France into the Low Countries, northern Germany, southern Scandinavia to Poland, Bulgaria, eventually to Georgia in the south of the Soviet Union. We knew the same chalk was there in Egypt and Israel. My record was merely an extension of that vast range to the south side of the Black Sea. Nevertheless, there is even worse to come, for on the other side of the Atlantic in Texas, we find the Austin chalk of the same age and character, found in Arkansas, Mississippi, and Alabama. And most surprising of all, much further away still in Western Australia, we have the Gingin chalk of the late Cretaceous age with the same black fins and the same familiar fossils, resting, as in northwest Europe, on glauconitic sands. That's the upper green sand is essentially, and the karstone is the same thing. It all sits on the same bed of sand. All right. How big was the Cretaceous? I mean, that's a lot of places he mentioned there. That's a really, really big deposit of chalk. The Cretaceous deposits are worldwide in their extent. A worldwide deposit with evidence of rapid deposition from the fossils within, and many of the fossils show burial under flow, so there are flooded water, and you even have on the same in the same beds of sand more of this fossil timber, so you've got mixed environments as well. This is a global flood deposit for sure. Formed under flowing water conditions, a flood covers a huge portion of the Earth's surface. A worldwide flood equals formed during Noah's flood. All right, let's take you to Jurassic Ark. John's already briefly mentioned Jurassic Ark, and you get some fabulous fossils from there. Again, we've dealt with Jurassic Ark many times on these programs, so we won't go into too much detail, but let's have a look at the point. You see the fossil tree in the middle there? You see the rocks it's buried next to? Trees, logs, they float in water. Rocks don't. If you want to get them buried next to each other, they have to be buried in very fast flowing water that's fast enough to actually carry the logs along. Here's a fairly new excavation, and thank you for all the people who've been funding Jurassic Ark, enabling us to put up all of these wonderful buildings so that people like John and Daryl can get underneath and dig up these brand new fossils. Lots of lovely broken log sections, evidence of a rapid dump, broken up. Logs float, rocks don't. So you've now got current velocity indicators. You've got the logs pointing in the same way, so you know the direction of the waters. You've also got an indication of how fast the water was going because you've got a massive, great big boulder next to it. Logs are oriented in a southwest, northeast direction throughout the deposit. Southwest, northeast, there it is again. Northeast, southwest, there it is again. Yeah, no doubt about it. These logs, and you can find out more about the deposit online. You can find out more in previous. We went into in depth in the last session I did with Standing for Truth, I think. Orientation, broken trees, abrasion, mixed dump of rocks and logs. Rocks, they all show evidence of it being a flood, washing these logs into place. Now, Jurassic Ark is, well, it's pretty big. It's on several hectares. But how big is this deposit up there in northern Australia? Let's have a look at this flood dump deposit size. There it is, a Jurassic flood log bed. Brisbane down there, up into Gympie, and then all the way out into Queensland and just touching into the Northern Territory and as far down as New South Wales. That is a really big deposit. Now, us in the UK, we complain if we start driving for more than 2 hours to get somewhere, whereas John has to drive 2.5 hours just to get to the local museum, Jurassic Ark, right? Let's put this into perspective. There's the United Kingdom. Wow, that is a big continent. It's a big island, is Australia. I know. I had to drive from John's house in Queensland all the way down to Melbourne. We flew across to South Australia. We flew up into the central area. We went down to Tasmania. We went all over, and it took us weeks to do it. This is a big country, and this is a really big deposit. An enormous deposit that covers a good proportion of an entire continent. But ponder this. Every cubic meter of sandstone means approximately 3 cubic meters of other rocks had to have been destroyed in order to deposit it. So you need incredible volume of water just to erode these rocks, to be able to sweep over the land, to catch up the trees, to pick up the rocks, to transport them into place, and to dump them down. So now you've got a continental size flood. But you have to realize water finds its lowest place, right? Basic theory of water. So in order to actually get enough water with enough mass, with enough power to actually sweep over an entire continent, erode and dump, you are definitely looking at a global flooding event. It requires a flood of global proportions for the erosion of sediment, flooding of land, and the deposition of new strata as well. The Australian Jurassic, formed under flowing water conditions, definitely a flood, covers huge portions of the Earth's surface, definitely a worldwide flood. Therefore, the Jurassic was formed during Noah's flood. All right, let's go, if you're using the geological column, to older rocks or to lower rocks and see if we can get a boundary for the flood there. So what's the size of the Carboniferous, or the Mississippian and Pennsylvania, as you call them in the States, coal beds? Well, here's some of those Carboniferous beds in the UK, next to a beautiful polystrate tree, a lycopod. Wonderful. And great fossils from out of here as well. There you see, in a bit of context, we take field trips to this place, and we're hopefully planning one later on as well. This is supposed to be 318 million years old. Now, that's a pretty old deposit, but look what we're finding in it. Fossil thorns. You remember John's point from earlier? Northumberland, UK, 318 million years old. No, it's not 318 million years old in the slightest, according to the Bible. It's less than 10,000 years old. Make sure you're wearing the biblical glasses, removing the Lyellian thinking when you're actually looking at these rocks. Okay, the Carboniferous rocks, they go all around the world. I've dug up stuff in the UK. I've dug up stuff in the States as well, up around Tennessee and into Spencer. Here's our good friend Derek Ager. What does he have to say about the Carboniferous? The Carboniferous extends in essentially the same form from Texas to the Donetsk coal basin north of the Caspian Sea in the USSR, or currently in Ukraine where all the fighting's going on, right? Texas, there's the Caspian Sea. This amounts to some 170 degrees of longitude, and closing up the Atlantic by a mere 40 degrees does not really help at all in explaining the remarkable phenomenon. Flood deposits across the world. There's no doubt about it. This is a large-scale deposit, and even more remarkable, they're now turning up in Australia as well, something that Derek Ager didn't know about. This is a worldwide deposit. It's a flood deposit that is worldwide for sure. So the Carboniferous rocks formed after Adam sinned. They formed under flowing water conditions and huge portions of the Earth's surface. Therefore, it's a worldwide flood. It certainly wasn't formed before Creation Week or during Creation Week, because there's thorns, and thorns didn't come about until after Adam sinned. It's a flooding event for sure, but it covers a huge portion of the Earth's surface. Okay, but what about the ideas that the pre-flood boundary, the pre-flood flood boundary is somewhere around the Ordovician? Well, okay. Little bit of trivia time. How many times, according to scripture, has the earth been covered in water? The answer is twice. Day 1, day 2, and half of day 3 of the creation week. And then again during Noah's flood. So if you have a worldwide flood deposit, it has to be formed in one of those two events, either the first few days of the creation week or during Noah's flood. How would we know? Well, you can get indications from fossils, of course, and if anything has got fossil thorns in it, then it must be formed after Adam sinned. If it's a worldwide flood deposit that was formed after Adam sinned, it has to be part of Noah's flood. So let's have a look at some Ordovician. Let's go to Carthage in Tennessee. What's this rock type? John took me there in 2019. The rock type? Ordovician limestone. Great stuff. Massive cave behind me. You can get your kayak out and go swimming through there for ages. Absolutely brilliant and full of fossils as well. Lots of road cuts alongside the USA in Tennessee. Great big deposits of this Ordovician limestone. I love American roads because they just barge right the way. I mean, as English roads, we wind down through the kind of... Americans don't care. They just blast through and it gives the geologists a great time. They're also full of fossils. Oh, you see all the brachiopods there? The fossil brachiopod shells. Absolutely chock-a-block full of them. You get other fossils in the area like this huge, great big fossil crinoid mess. Big fossil mess definitely means a flood. It's got nothing to do with time, but everything to do with a process. If you want to bury these fossils, you have to bury them and fossilize them very quickly indeed. All right, let's take you to the Lake District in the UK. Hey, look at that. It's more Ordovician limestone, and it's another cave behind me. Not quite as big as the one over in Tennessee, but still pretty cool to get down into because you've got waterfalls and cave formations, stalactites and stalagmites, and it's great fun to get down there and get up close and personal with some geology. Beautiful limestone formations, and look at that, more brachiopod shells. Identical brachiopod shells. It's an identical deposit in every single way. Go to the Brecon Beacons in Wales in the UK. Hey, look at that, trilobites. Trilobites from John Mackay. And more trilobites from the Ordovician limestone in the USA. Same fossils, same rock, same deposit. And that's about some 4,000 miles or 6,500 kilometers. Wow, that's a really big flood. So it's definitely a flood deposit. Let's see if we can add a bit of timing to it. Well, this was a few years back in Carthage, Tennessee. You can see John there. He's digging alongside a road cut looking for some fossils. And I remember when he was here because I got a really excited text from him saying, "Can you guess what this is?" And it took me a little bit of a while to get it, but I was always grateful that John doesn't just keep things to himself. He shares it around, and he actually took me back to this place. Now, these are the Ordovician rocks. They're supposed to be 450 million years old or so. And in 2019, he took me there. And in January 2020, a local geologist also took me there alongside this road cut. And you see me holding my fossil nice and proudly up. Well, here's the geologist, an authority in the area. He worked for the government geology department. Here's geologist Bob Powell. And here's some of the fossils that we were finding. Can you see them there? They're plants. In fact, they're so well preserved, we're even able to give them a name. They're Sordonia. But do you notice the one key thing? Can you see the fossil thorns? I mean, let's just get a little marker pen out here so we can point them out completely clearly. Here's your sort of boundary, if you like. Here's the edge of the stem, and there's a thorn there. And there's a thorn there. And there's a thorn there. And they're all over this place. For sure, a great, big, beautiful fossil thorn out of the Ordovician. I mean, John was finding loads of them. Oh, you see the shell next to John's thumb? You see all of the little bits of plants next to John's finger? Hey, they've been swept into position. They're showing current flow for sure. No doubt about it. This is a flood deposit. It's got land plants and sea creatures mixed up together. And there's some more thorns. See the spiky thorns along? I mean, these are those really little horrible fine things that you get that'll just stick into your fingers. These are definitely fossil spines, fossil thorns. Therefore, one thing's for sure, these rocks formed after Adam sinned, not 450 million years old at all. Ordovician rocks, definitely formed after Adam's sin, full of fossil thorns. They formed under flowing water conditions. It's definitely a flood. Land plants, sea creatures buried together. The land plants are all pointing the same way, and we can talk about the fact that you shouldn't have land plants in these Ordovician rocks, and we screwed with some of the professor's minds because he said they have to be Devonian. He said, well, you'll have to take it up with the Tennessee Division of Geology because they're adamant that these are Ordovician rocks, and they cover a huge portion of the Earth's surface from all the way in Tennessee, all the way over to the UK. Definitely formed during Noah's flood. All right, let's look at a deposit that definitely wasn't formed during Noah's flood. Let's take you to Baldnor in the Isle of Wight and to a fossil jaw that I'm excavating here. I found this in April 2021. You see some of the bone down under there? I mean, we just caught this just on time. We started excavating and cleaning it out and gluing it back together again. It's a wonderful fossil jaw from Baldnor, the Hempstead deposits down there on the Isle of Wight. And this jaw really is the star of the show because this is one of the fossils that I'm using in my PhD program in order to start extracting soft tissue and all sorts of other interesting things from. Here's the Paleotherum jaw. Yes, we've managed to get a positive identification from a secular museum. We're working with them and actually doing some beautiful experiments with this. It's a brilliantly designed, brilliantly preserved jaw. Let's have a look at it in some context. There's the jaw. There's some seashells. Are Paleotherum a land mammal? Seashells? Definitely seashells buried next to each other. You're looking at evidence of a flood. I mean, just look at the bands and bands of seashells. This is what John's talking about when he talks about pulsars. Pulse upon pulse upon pulse. You can just see it as the water is sweeping down, carrying this slurry of sediment and layering these fossil shells up, 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 up. I mean, just look at some of this stuff. It's absolutely beautiful. No doubt about it. This is a catastrophic flood dump. This is a catastrophic flood deposit dump for sure. But of course the question is, which flood, which catastrophe? Remember our key question, how big is the deposit? Well, there's the Isle of Wight. If you followed me on my road trip, and hopefully we'll do another road trip at some point soon, where you get to follow me around, there's a simplified geological map of the Isle of Wight. I mean, you've got your chalk and you've got your Weldon. That's the orangey coloured one. That's where all the dinosaur comes out of. The chalk is the white. You've got the lower greensand, which the chalk sits on top of. And then up the top of the island, along the whole of the top of the island, you have the Bembridge limestone and marls. And then in particular, well, the Bembridge marls themselves only cover about 25 square miles. But did you notice the little Hempstead marls? It's let's get my little marker pen up here. That little tiny deposit just there, right? The Hempstead marls, that's where our Paleotherum jaw came out of. The Hempstead marl itself only covers an area of about 3 square miles. Can you remember the kind of deposits we were talking about earlier with the flood deposits? I mean, they covered, what? 6,500 kilometers, 4,000 miles. Hey, 3 square miles is nothing compared to the Ordovician. It's nothing compared to the Jurassic. It's nothing compared to what Derek Ager saw with the chalk. The Bembridge marls, even though they're many times bigger than the Hempstead marl, they're still pretty tiny in comparison. Yes, there it is. You can see the geomorphology map in the local museum. The sort of browny coloured at the top is all of the smaller marl deposits with their Hempstead marl next to the little sprawl of the inlet there. Hempstead Formation, well, it definitely formed after Adam sinned because it's full of dead creatures. It definitely formed under flowing water conditions. It was definitely in a flood, but it covers a very, very tiny portion of the Earth's surface. This is a local flood. I mean, it's catastrophic for sure. It was buried quickly for sure because it contains fossils, and it's a flood for sure because it contains mixed environments, but it's a local flood. A pretty big local flood. I wouldn't want to be around when it was happening, and most likely as part of the post-Noah's flood conditions as things were changing and ice was forming and the environment and climate was shifting at rapid speeds. But you find these are always on top of the layers that have been carved out at the end of the flood. Definitely formed after Noah's flood for sure. It's not Noah's flood, but likely a post-flood glacially induced flow or deposit. Okay, what's some of the evidence we can look for then? Deposit size is number one. You're looking for a global deposit or a local deposit. Deposit type is two. Is this a deposit that requires vast amounts of erosion in the first place to get, or is this something that could come from a volcano or a much smaller area? You can look for evidence of animals adapted for erratic climates. I mean, before the time of creation, a beautiful tropical earth all the way round. Noah's flood brought the first major climate change. So when you find woolly mammoths, which are definitely adapted for the cold, they're certainly a post-flood mammal. You look for evidence of localized deposits like the Hempstead Marl, and you can also look for post-flood human interaction as well. And here's a place on the Norfolk coast. This is all glacial till. As the glaciers move forward, they churned up lots and lots and lots of sand and sediment and shoved the chalk in front of them and dumped down some beautiful deposits, even to the point where they actually shoved the chalk up and over the post-flood glacial till. So you've actually got flood rocks on top of post. I mean, it's a mess, and it's all being shoved sideways. Layer upon layer upon layer. Yeah, definitely catastrophic, definitely formed by flowing water, but this is a local deposit, and it even contains human artifacts. It's a post-flood deposit for sure. Well, I'm going to finish my presentation there because me and John are going to sort of go through part 5, have a little bit of a chat back and forth to kind of wrap this all up, and then we'll throw it open to questions. We've got plenty of time for questions, and I'm sure we've got many of them. We're going to try and keep it on this issue of sedimentation versus stratigraphy versus Noah's flood versus all of the above. So I'll finish there. If I can escape, there we go. And bring you back, John.
In a moment. You got my microphone on there, Donnie?
Yes, you're good now, John.
Okay. There's a question from Sam Burns here, which needs to be got out of the road first, because Sam, you like me, we have a confusion with layers and time and orientation. Now, it is true, your question, are the 2 miles of different layers in the Grand Canyon flat or sideways? Now, the Grand Canyon is not quite 2 miles deep at any spot, but it's certainly plenty wide, and I've crossed it and walked up and down it many, many times. So there's definitely layers there. There's definitely a section at the bottom which is without fossils, and the top half has definitely got a lot of fossils, and some sections only have fossil footprints. The Coconino sandstone with its big internal dunes there. Are the 2 miles of different layers in the Grand Canyons flat or sideways? Well, if you look at the Coconino, the top's flat, the bottom's flat. Internally, you've got dune type formation. As you go up and down the system or along the system, you notice one thing. Many of the layers are actually flat. Now, that's a geometric observation. It's got nothing to do with your question about sideways, as in having been tipped sideways. The layers are not sideways. Right, the layers are flat. Well, that's not quite true, because if you stand on one side, you can see onto the other side, and you'll actually see one side is slightly higher than the other. And the best explanation at the moment is after they were deposited, post-flood, they've lifted up in the center, cracked, and then your water coming down from the top, post-flood, has dug that big hole out. So there is some curvature to the east-west sort of distribution, north-south, etc. So you'll find there are technically flat layers. Are they sideways? No, the flat layers are horizontal in perspective, but in terms of my professor's statement, they've grown sideways. Now, when you look at our strata machine, that's exactly what we've seen. It's exactly what Guy Barteau saw. It's exactly what Volta encountered when he first came up to this, looking at the layers in the Venice Delta. The layers are sideways, but the layers are, flat horizontally, but they actually age sideways. They form here and they get older, they get younger as you go down the whole system. So distinguish between the geometric position versus the age question. They are 2 separate questions. Now, I thought I'd just finish. Joseph's done a pretty good job giving you a way to think about it. I'm going to put up a PowerPoint now, Donnie. Whoops, let's go back one. Went too far. All right. Now, there is the orthodox geological column. Again, to comment, if we didn't start this in England, we wouldn't have words like Cambrian. If we got the geologic column all nicely sorted out and all the fossils of trilobites and that in the Cambrian, when you come to Australia and you've got a definition that says anything under the Cambrian is unfossiliferous, you can therefore recognize the fossils in the Cambrian and you label the Australian rocks Cambrian, and then you come up with a bit of a shock. There are layers underneath that which actually have fossils as well. So what do you call them? Precambrian? Should you give them a different name? But in reality, it makes the point that I was trying to make before. If you started the geological column in Australia, you would have different names. If you started it in China, you'd have a whole different history. But the big point is the bit that Joseph made. He didn't show you some of the fossils of the thorns he found in the Pennsylvanian. I'm actually really jealous. I personally have not found a thorn in the Pennsylvania. I found all the others. We even took those fossils from the Ordovician. I took them up into Canada to speak to a world expert on fossil thorns. He was adamant that they actually were fossil thorns. They were the world's oldest fossil thorns. But you see, to him, that meant they were Devonian. He judged the age of the rock by the fossil. It's in its standard fallacy of evolution. And when we said sorry, our guide on that day was a guy who's worked for the Geological Division in Tennessee. So I rang him on the spot. He said, no, they are on the maps as Ordovician. You can follow them all the way through into Canada as Ordovician. So we hold the record. I hold the record. Joseph's got samples of it. We have the world's oldest on the evolutionary scale, the world's oldest on the orthodox geological column. We have the first thorns in the fossil record. Land plants mixed with seashells. Definitely flood type deposition. But you see, if you look at the question with biblical perspective and say, how would you recognize fossils? How would you recognize layers formed after Adam came onto the planet, after sin? Well, they've got thorns in them. So you can't say the Ordovician is the end of the creation week because it's got dead things in it and it's got fossil thorns in it. The thorns are the dead giveaway. They're those awful little thorns. Have you ever picked up some of those cacti plants with the tiny hairy spines? They are murder. These Sordonias would have been murdered to actually grab a specimen of, but they're there. They're in the Ordovician. We found them all the way up to the Cretaceous. I don't think you were there that day, Joseph, but remember when we're going down the White Cliffs of Dover, I found a beautiful specimen in the grey sort of marley stuff underneath the main limestone, had a lovely shark's tooth in. Then I dug up another specimen and it's got a thorn in it, a thorn on a stem. So whether it's the
can I just jump in very quickly, John,
Sure.
and make another point, right? Because I wasn't there that day, but you took me back there again, right? You took me there a second time. And one of the things that we try and say is if you find something once, then fair enough. But how do you know that it's not an anomaly? You see, you took me back there again. And not only did we go to the same deposit and start digging through the same rocks, you found another thorn on that second time as well. So it's not just a one-off occurrence. We're finding these regularly and multiple of them. And it's the same with the thorns in the Ordovician, right? We found them in 3 or 4 different locations, and every time we've been back there, we found more examples.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. That Ordovician rock sits on the Cambrian type layers, and you know from drilling, because one of our guys is an oil geologist, how deep it is down to the top of the granite, the sort of archaic granite, the pre-Cambrian type granite. So we know that we are dealing specifically with Ordovician. So you can't say that's the end of the creation week. What you need to say is the biblical picture is no thorns till Adam sinned. So if you find layers, whether you call it Ordovician or Cretaceous, you'll find you have to say from a biblical perspective, wearing biblical glasses. Now God sees everything. He's got it straight on. We have to put his glasses on. The presence of thorns, the presence of hard thorns, because I've got thorny ferns that grow up my greenhouse, but the thorns are just little clingers. They could be thorns if they went hard. When the plant dries out, they almost become thorns, but they're still soft. Now, you find that these are hard enough to actually impenetrate you. So they're proper thorns. So that's not the boundary of the end of the creation week at all. So look for things that are there only after the biblical record reveals the real history of the planet. And the point that Joseph made is Noah's flood is the second time the world was covered with water. And if you want to know the importance of this, just to finish, before we take some other questions, all of those rocks from the Ordovician onwards, and we're still looking for ones in the Cambrian, correct, Joe?
Oh, yes.
I wonder if we will find them. I suspect we will, because of the huge number of dead things that are in the Cambrian rocks there. All formed after Adam's sin, and that's what makes this very relevant. Look what's on Jesus' head. Right? Do you realize that when he died on the cross, which we celebrate again next week, even though the timing is pagan and all these sort of things in terms of the Easter name, you'll find that he put thorns on his head, or the Roman soldiers did, thinking that they were just punishing him. Well, they were in one sense, but they didn't realize that with sin came death, and with death came thorns and killing and bloodshed. And the whole good news of Christianity is that the same Jesus will return. There will be no more curse. What was the curse? The curse was the putting of thorns on the planet. So if you find fossil rocks with layers of thorns in, then you are dealing with rocks that are post-curse. Curse is Adam's day. So all of these rocks are post-Adam, not just the end of creation week. And I'm personally looking forward, particularly as my poor body ages, as my memory starts to fail, I'm looking forward to a new heavens and a new earth where there'll be no bloodshed, no killing, no death, and the roses won't have thorns. So that's a good place to stop and to take some questions now, Donnie, in the time we have left. What are we? 10 after 10 we've done, or 10 after 10 in Australia anyway. So we've done fairly well.
Yes, you gentlemen have amazing endurance. There is so much awesome information here, very important information. And again, I want to point out lots of compliments and good feedback from the chat. This has been an epic conference. So thank you so much for all the research and work you've done, John and Joe. So I've got the questions here in the side chat. And John, you just answered Sam Burns' question. So why don't we go with... here's another short and sweet one from Sean Mock. And what I'll do for ease of answering these, I'll put them up on screen. And here's a question from Sean Mock. He asks, were there geologic layers pre-flood?
Okay, think carefully what you've just asked. Pre-flood means from creation through to Adam, from Adam up to the start of Noah's flood. Do we have any events that could have formed layers? The answer is yes, but they're not usually thought of in terms of creationist geology. Day one, God makes the heavens and the earth. Day two, the earth is covered with waters. You split the waters below and the waters above. Day three, now listen carefully. Day three, the waters go off the surface of the earth and the dry land rises up. And if the inside comes out, the outside must go in. Now think carefully. We are talking about a maximum of a couple of hours for God to bring dry land out from underneath the earth, and therefore the water will run off. Now most people can't imagine what water does. Water, unlike ice, remember the glacial deposits Joseph talked about? The water actually does not push. Ice pushes, and it creates big berms of rubble and stones and no fossil layers at all much. Water has already got layers in it, but it doesn't erode by its layers. Here's how it erodes. Go and get yourself one of those kids' arrows and bows, you know, the ones with the rubber suckers on the end, and wet it and then shoot it on the wall, just like your mother told you not to do, and then pull it off, just like your father said, I'll belt you if you do that. Because coming with it is the paint. Coming with it is the plaster, because water actually erodes by sucking. If you have water running over a surface, even if it was hard rock, as it runs over the surface, it will pluck things out. Then the layers already being present will begin to organize it. So if you can imagine big boulders of granite or whatever God had made the earth of being tumbled along in the water and becoming part of actually layered system, then you will have non-fossiliferous layered material forming in creation week. There's nothing wrong with that. I mean, it would be catastrophic. That's why my professor said he didn't want to talk about catastrophic things like the flood and creation. He probably knew a lot more about what the creation week was all about. His generation grew up with the knowledge of the creation week. Now most people don't, including most Christians. So yes, you have potential on day 3, where the earth is uplifted, for producing vast quantities on a global scale of non-fossiliferous pulverized rock. So you could produce that, and then your next layers will be produced only at the start of the flood, where the fountains of the deep break open, the rain comes down 40 days and 40 nights, land goes down, land comes up, water runs off. So multiple episodes and multiple pulses in the second one, way longer than the couple of hours it took on the first day you had such a process. Joseph?
I think you pretty much covered it up there, John, to be fair.
Okay.
Yes, again, another thorough answer to a good question. So I appreciate just how engaged the chat has been. The chat is very, very lively, and a lot have admitted, and myself, this was so comprehensive. I look forward to rewatching and re-listening. So here's a common objection. Here's a question from a critic in the chat, and she asks, or essentially states, there are billions of fossils in many of the Grand Canyon rocks, but these fossils are not the jumbled mess that one would expect from a turbulent global flood. Is that what we would expect? And is this a valid objection, gentlemen?
Okay, I'll go first. Joseph can go second. I've walked in the Grand Canyon, looked at all the fossils in the shales and things like that, found fossil footprints in the Grand Canyon, down the bottom, by the way, not up the top in the Coconino. You can actually see some of these on our website. So go to creationresearch.net, look up research, look up fossils, and sooner or later you'll come across these footprints that look like big amphibian footprints. That shouldn't be there, by the way. Question: you have a picture of a flood where the water is turbulent. Now, in reality, the water may start out turbulent, but within a fraction of a foot, a fraction of a meter, a fraction of a kilometer, it's going to be layered. The layers are already there. Think of our strata experiments. We put the water and the sediment together. We then pass it through a venturi pump, where everything is mixed up together. Why did we do that? Remember the first pictures? The boys were taking a shovelful of sand and then putting it in the machine. And as a result, of course, we thought, okay, potential criticism. The guys putting it in one after the other with a small pulse of time between, that's responsible for the layers. Dark light, dark light. We had to avoid that. So we throw it all in the one basket. The venturi pump stirs it all up. So by the time it leaves the venturi pump, it is chaos, right? Within a fraction of a second, the nature of the water has taken over and the layers are forming in the liquid itself before it's actually laid down. So when you're looking at a flood, you do not expect, except maybe that fraction of a second, the sort of turbulent mass you are being told about. You will actually get that when water plummets over a waterfall, just for a short period of time. When layers are dumped in an ice flow, you'll get that, but it will not be the result of a flood at all. And I'll be honest, the layers in the Grand Canyon certainly are well organized as layers. The layers in the Grand Canyon are certainly going fast enough to cover up footprints and keep them there before they're eroded away. So I'll start there, Joseph. I'll finish there. Joe, anything, comments from you?
Yeah, well, I'd say I'm at a slight disadvantage because I've never been to the Grand Canyon, but like I say, John shared with me much of his information, and what I'll do is I'll make a little connection between some of the fossils in the Grand Canyon and another deposit which I do know very well, and that is some of the nautiloid fossils. Now, nautiloid fossils are elongated fossils. They're sort of cone-shaped fossils. They are related to a squid, but the difference is they have a hard outer shell, and the squid-like creature lives inside the shell, and it propels itself along with the point of the cone kind of going backwards from the creature, right? Now, these nautiloids are found all throughout the Grand Canyon. They're also found all throughout the Atlas Mountain Devonian rocks, sort of like that kind of crossover from the Devonian up into the Carboniferous. They're found here in the UK as well. They've found up in Tennessee along some of the limestone deposits that we've been digging out and talking about tonight as well. They're wonderful fossils, and they are in their abundance. I mean, talking about hundreds of billions of these fossils in a single deposit, and it's quite famous from the Grand Canyon because a lot of research has been done to them. They're all pointing in the same direction. Right, so you've got elongated fossils pointing in the same direction. First year of geology, or early second year, I think perhaps, one of the major principles we dealt with was working out whether a fossil deposit showed evidence of transportation. And there it was in Coe et al., the textbook that I was reading at the time. Elongated fossils like trees or nautiloids or belemnites pointing in the same direction means these have been buried under flow, not slow, gradual accumulation of calcareous ooze slowly over millions of years compressing into limestone. This has been formed under flowing waters by water flowing sideways, carrying that slurry of sediment with all of the layers already present inside the water, burying and flowing and dumping them down together, pointing in the same direction. So you'll find this in the Grand Canyon. It's not a turbulent mess, it's an organized flow of water. They're all pointing in pretty much the same direction. And you find that, I mean, everybody hears the Grand Canyon because the Grand Canyon is, I mean, it is pretty spectacular, right? And I've traveled to many of the canyons in the area, never quite got to the Grand Canyon. Lord willing, we'll be there at some point in the past. But I'll be honest with you, I'm not overly impressed with some of the fossils from it. I mean, I'd love to go there and see it, and it's spectacular. But if you really want abundance of brilliantly preserved fossils, go to Morocco. It's far, far better there, in my opinion. And we have hundreds, and even, in fact, we'd be on the thousands of fossils from Morocco, including these nautiloids. And I know John, or Orthoceras is their technical name, I know you've, John, got a huge great big slab. We've got a huge great big slab amongst many, many others, and they're brilliant because they're in a very, very dense limestone, so they can be polished up and look shiny and beautiful and wonderful, and they're all pointing in the same direction. So it goes back to what John says, exactly what you'd expect if this is a mass flowing deposit moving sideways, carrying the slurry, carrying the sediment, carrying the fossils, pointing them in the same direction, transporting and burying them under flow, and dumping them down very, very quickly, and not what you'd expect in the slightest if it was a slow, gradual accumulation of calcareous ooze. So there's another little perspective from the fossils.
I'm going to sneak in a commercial here, Donnie. Because we mentioned Easter, if you haven't yet got our book, Walking Through Genesis with Jesus, you will find the connect the dots argument we've been using all the time with thorns and Christ and the Geological Column, etc. You'll find it very helpful to pick up that from either the USA or England or Australia. It is available in all places. I'd encourage you to go to the bookshop there. And also this one. Joe helped write this one, Tights, Mites and Fossil Fights, dealing with rapid fossils, etc. And you'll find that very helpful as well. So pick up the resources, make use of them, share them around. Next one, Donnie.
I love it. You guys have such fantastic resources, and I'll make sure that those links, the relevant links, are all in the description box for people to check out. Excuse me, and also go support the ministry. Okay, so the next question that comes in is from Cool Jesus. And Cool Jesus, I appreciate the question here. So he says, standing for truth, I assume Joe/John trust archaeology and geology back to the time of Abraham. So what is the lowest layer rocks we know are post-flood?
Your turn, Joe.
My turn. Archaeology and geology is interesting back to the time of Abraham. I'm part of a discussion group at the moment associated academically, where we're discussing things like Egyptian chronologies. And of course, the Egyptian chronologies is the basis for, in the secular minds anyway, it's the basis for determining all of the other chronology in the archaeology. And one thing you know for sure, it doesn't matter who you listen to or who you go to, the whole thing's a mess. I mean, when you see it when you open your university textbook, or you go to a museum and you see a beautiful timeline in the British Museum, that's just the surface of it. If you dig down beyond that, there are academics pulling their hair out about it, right? And John Osgood, who's done some fantastic resources on chronology, archaeology will say that basically most people have got the wrong chronology. You need to start with scripture and move out of there. So yes, we do trust archaeology and geology back to the time of Abraham in one sense, but you've still got to bear in mind that if anything's coming from a secular source, most of the time it's still using those Lyellian kind of thinking of the present is the key to the past, that uniformitarianism, and you've got to be very, very wary of tripping up over that. Okay, in terms of the lowest layer rocks, we know that are post-flood. Again, be wary of that term lowest layer. You're still thinking in the format of Steno's principle of superposition, as in the top is the youngest, the bottom is the oldest. So as we dig down through, you get to bottom. Now, that is certainly true in some archaeological places, right? In some archaeological circumstances, it is true. The top got there last, the bottom got there first. And if you come with me to York, right, a brilliant place full of archaeology, the original one, by the way, in England, not the new one, and you start digging down the layers, right, the first thing you come to is the Victorian archaeology. Then you keep digging down, you get to the medieval archaeology. Then you keep digging down and you get to the Jorvik, the Viking archaeology, and you keep digging down, and finally you get to the Roman stuff. And there's a reason for this. There's a delta there as part of the river, which has constantly been flooding year after year, and it's been piling up this sediment. And then when people get flooded, they just knock their house down and build on top of it. And so human interaction has built this up in layers that you can say, yes, the top layer did get there last, the bottom layer did get there first. But then if you come over to Norfolk, where I am, right, where the topsoil is very, very thin, where we don't have many big rivers, and we very, very rarely flood, there's not many floodplains where we are, right, up in North Norfolk, you can come out to my back garden and start digging down, and you can find modern pottery buried next to Victorian pottery, buried next to Viking pottery, and it's all on the same layer. It's all at the top, subsurface, on the soil, right? So you've got to be careful with saying, right, well, let's find the lowest layer, because it's different depending on where you are or depending on how sediments has built up. Okay, Abraham's a bit of a strange sort of reference to throw in there, because we can certainly go before the time of Abraham to a certain sense. If you remember back to what I was saying, look at the size of deposits, look at, is it global in extent, is it local in extent? I mean, the glacial deposits were sometime after the Tower of Babel, probably within a few hundred years of the Tower of Babel, so a bit of a time before Abraham. And this is when you have this glacial stuff shoving these rocks forward and dumping them down, pushing them over and forming this glacial till. At some point, you'll have the melting waters of the ice causing all sorts of minor catastrophes, burying basins full of this clay, silty sediment, definitely catastrophic, and burying my Paleotherum jaw, right, which we're doing a whole range of tests, including carbon-14 on, so that should be very interesting. And so you've got to try and make sure you're not getting trapped into this present is the key to the past, principle of superposition. Where's the lowest we can go? You're asking really the wrong question there in one sense. John, any comments?
Yes, so remember the fossil skull you had to repair because somebody dropped it and it wasn't me.
Indeed.
Yeah, that's right. Well, that comes from the area up in the Darling Downs, and you don't expect to find any whole skeletons there because it is definitely post-flood. It is definitely where the creatures have lived. They've lived in an area that was much wetter than it is today. There's been sufficient food to feed these huge monsters, giant kangaroos, giant wombats, 5 times the size they are now. And yet when they've died, the ground has been soggy enough, wet enough, acid enough, so their body has been preserved, but not perfectly. It has not been buried rapidly. So one of the characteristics you'd be looking for the oldest layer that's post-flood is the evidence of non-rapid burial. This book we were showing you before of Tites, Mites and Fossilphytes deals a lot with flood fossils, which are characterized by either being buried active, so the fish are actually grabbing a fish in their mouth, or more importantly, the flood deposits are squashing the fish out of their mouth, they're vomiting. But in the case of the giant marsupials on the Darling Downs, there's a jaw here, there's a leg bone there, maybe a foot or two away, third of a meter, and likewise they have dissembled. They've become separated. They are not flood deposits. So you'll find nevertheless this is quite large over the Darling Downs, but you need to use that as your set of glasses. We have not far from my house a deposit which includes some giant crocodiles. Not as giant as the ones in the real fossil record, if you want to call it that, but nevertheless the Oxley deposit is big enough to be regarded as a separate deposit. We came across fossil crocodiles when we were putting the new bridge over the river. Big bear? No, really just a regional one, more like Joseph's little beds up there on the top of the north of the Isle of Wight, but big enough to be noticeable, big enough to be mapped, but most of the deposits are actually fallen apart because they weren't buried far enough. So if you want to know, to answer your question, look for the evidence of slow burial, fast enough to preserve, but not fast enough to trap real detail.
More great responses, John and Joe. Right here, this next question, or I should say objection or purported challenge to the flood model, comes in. I've seen this in a variety of ways. So the questioner says, in the Grand Canyon, we find trilobite feeding marks indicative of a calm, shallow sea bottom. There are preserved footprints and tail marks that vertebrates made while walking over wet sand dunes. Any thoughts on that, gentlemen?
Well, I'll comment on the second half. Joseph's at a bit of a loss over the first half, so I'll take the second half because of just an experiment we did recently with our strata machine. We made underwater dunes. Now, if you go scuba diving in Moreton Bay, you'll see there's dunes on the bottom of the sea, but they're not doing anything. Sometimes there's trail marks over them. Sometimes they're just sterile. They're barren. And many of them will actually move with tidal currents, etc. So we didn't intend to do this. It just happened when we accidentally changed the velocity of the water at the same time as we ran out of sediment. And we were amazed. The actual surface of the sand, you know, the layers you saw in our strata machine, the top one became dunate, and the dunes moved along the surface that we'd actually made. And then we thought, okay, let's change the speed of this fluid again. And as we changed the speed, what happened? The sand actually moved over the top. It didn't push the dunes out of the way. It just buried them. Okay, now most people don't appreciate that the footprints in the dunes, and I assume you're referring to the Coconino sandstone, are largely on one side. Now, that is inexplicable unless, of course, you have a current that's determining which side is safe to walk up. And what we found was the white sand that we pumped in actually moved over the dune and then covered it up straight away. If you'd have had critters walking up that left-hand side or the down current side of the dunes, you would have preserved their footprints instantly. Of course, if they'd reached the top, then you'd wash them away in the current. The current just continued. Interesting, in the Coconino sandstone, you don't have any bones that I know of at the present time. So something has removed the critters. It has to be moving water. It's fast enough and strong enough to shift them right out of the picture, but yet it's gone fast enough to dump stuff and preserve the sediments, preserve the footprints so you can actually see them. So you'll find that the Grand Canyon dunes, etc., even with their footprints, yes, you will have a temporary calm position there, and it doesn't matter whether you've got the whole picture or not. Remember the point we've made, Joseph's made it, you get pulses. You'll get pulses in the Grand Canyon no matter which way the water came. You'll get pulses from just 2 tides a day. You get pulses from a new explosion of fountains of the deep coming up through the actual already soft strata, but you have to cover up everything and it has to be quick. Now, if you're wondering whether you can recognize flood deposits with trilobites, I've got hundreds and hundreds and hundreds, and I mean that literally, of rolled, semi-rolled and flat trilobites. Why did I bother collecting them? Well, I've got trilobite trails, and at the end of it, you'll find a trilobite. The whole thing's covered up, and it was fast enough so that the trilobite could not react. It was fast enough so its tracks would be preserved. But then you've got some that's been a bit slower, and you'll find the trilobite has started to curve. and some probably a bit further down the current that said, uh-oh, Brother Sammy's just got buried, I better do something. You'll find he's curved over a bit further. And then you find a whole bed and they're all rolled up. So you actually see a progression of a current moving and trapping the trilobites, some so they couldn't protect themselves at all. The protection mechanism of things like the isopod family that are similar to the trilobites is to roll up, but they need time to do that. Not very long. I've watched them, I've touched them. They roll up real fast. So this is actually a rapid speed event where you've actually caught some, they're still straight. Caught others, they've just started. Caught more, they've gone like that. And some have actually rolled and stayed tight and been preserved in, well, I call it petrified trilobites, totally frightened to death. So you do find evidence of that rapid type deposition, even where there are trails. And to be blunt, if there are no rapid deposition, you won't get trails.
Well, I'll just add one quick comment onto that, because there's one other way that you can find these trilobite trackways, and I found them from the Ordovician in Morocco, and we get huge amounts of fossils come from there we can go through, and also in I believe it was called Kings Canyon, John, in Central Australia, where we went there, and I found all those trilobite trails, right? What you'll often find, as well as this kind of progression that John's talking about of flat trilobite, half rolled trilobite, fully rolled trilobite, sort of at the end of the sediment, there's also evidence that these got this freshly laid sediment, and it's got to be fresh in order to leave a trail, right? It's got to be soft, and you have the trilobite walking through it, leaving the trail. It appears that they've been covered up, and you actually see the trilobite trying to dig up through the sediment that's just been laid down, through the layer, trying to get out on top the most recent pulse, right? And then you find all of a sudden all these trilobites are doing the same thing, and so you'll get a layer where you have all of the trackways, and then on top of the next layer you'll find all the trilobites. Now that's not slow, gradual, that's not calm ecosystem, that's a rapidly forming deposit with animals desperately trying to escape oncoming sedimentation and to a final loss at the end, because they end up getting buried in huge great big beds. So you'll find lots of evidence like this. A lot of it comes down to the way that you actually view the evidence, and again, present key to the past. Don't fall into that trap. Just because we see things happening in a calm environment today, you can't automatically match that up to what you see in the fossil record.
I'll add an interesting comment to that, Joe, because I've seen that with even dinosaur tracks and reptile tracks. I was really puzzled. I'm in Nova Scotia, up those cliffs I showed you before, and here's a set of reptile tracks, tiny little ones, but then all of a sudden they disappeared. I thought, that's strange. How come it just stops? And then I moved up and a little further over, and here's the exact same tracks about that much higher with no start. So here they are. Then you've got almost like a mini cliff, and there's the tracks again. Something has happened in which the animal has had to move up. Now, we didn't have the progression like that in the incoming flow, but we certainly had the best explanation of showing two layers like that is that this creature here had moved up there. And I puzzled about this for ages, and no one could explain it to me until I sat down. You know those nice V-shaped bays, Joseph, where the water gets deeper and deeper and deeper as you bring the tide in, and it sometimes raises up 60 or 70 feet, 20 meters or so. I sat down rather foolishly watching the water come in so rapidly. At the same time as I sat down, there was one of those little sandpipers jumping along the floor and poking into the mud. But the mud was what had been deposited in the last tide, right? Now, in these big bore tidal sections, you deposit 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 centimeters of mud in a tide. So I was watching this going along the top of the previous mud, and then the tide started to come in, but it did one interesting thing. As we got a tidal surge, you actually eroded the mud it was walking on, and all of a sudden there was a new layer of mud, and what you saw was then clip, 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 jump, clip, clip, clip. Here's what we've got: a rapid surge of water producing two layers of footprints from exactly the same creatures. And if you used your standard geologic model, this second set of footprints must have been thousands of years after the first one, and it wasn't. It was merely one more pulse of flood water. Now, Donnie, I've got a similar problem to yesterday, so you have to excuse me. I've got somebody coming in 5 minutes. So it's been great to be with you. Hope you folks out there are blessed. Keep Joseph going for a few moments, and we'll look forward to seeing you again, particularly after we have our Easter camp down in the bush in Victoria. So look up our website, creationresearch.net, and if you're down there, come and join us for Easter in the bush as we deal with not only fossils on a field trip, but the great importance of the thorns and the sacrifice of Jesus Christ. Great to see you again.
Amen, brother. Fantastic stuff. Great to see you as well. Your ministry is always in our prayers. You guys are such a huge blessing, John. So we will let you get out of here. I appreciate all the work and time for this conference. So God bless, John, and we'll talk to you later. Okay, Joe, it's just you and I, brother. We can get through just a couple more questions and kind of wind it down here.
It's sort of 20 to 2 in the morning here. So we'll be looking
how about
to
we do
sometime soon.
Yes, we're going to wrap it up. We're going on 2.5 hours plus the 2+ hours yesterday. That is a nearly 5-hour 2-day event. And this event was packed with information, with some of the best answers I've ever heard coming from you, Joe, and John Mackay, the creation guy. So let's wind it down with this last question from one of our supporters. I did look through, and we pretty well addressed every single one of these major objections and challenges. So this was very thorough. And we'll just kind of wrap it up here with one final question, this coming in from Michael Hu. And he says, I've got it up on screen. He says, pre-flood continent, centralized areas like here in SENC, North Carolina, I guess, with only light marine fossils. Is there a reason places like this seem to be so stripped of non-marine fossils and are so close to, I think I might have, so close to sea level is what he said.
I'll be honest with you, I'm not fully understanding the question. Centralized areas, so if that is southeast North Carolina, you've predominantly got what we would classify there as a post-flood. North Carolina, you have a lot of the clays, and out of places like from North Carolina, and also very similar to places like in Florida, you get, it's definitely post-flood because it's a very localized deposit. So you have got an environmental thing because you're not transporting environments across continents like you are with the flood deposits. You're keeping it fairly local. You get mastodons dug out of the clays here in places like Florida, very similar to what you've got up in North Carolina. You also get shark teeth, especially from North Carolina, the giant megalodon shark teeth as well. So we're definitely looking at a localized deposit. We're probably looking at some kind of massive basin where you've got these creatures living. And as a likelihood from the flood, the Ice Age itself, we have a whole program on the Ice Age. It's essentially a massive climate change as the result of Noah's flood. And you've got a bursting of the banks and the water from the Ice Age as it melts, washing down and dumping into these basins. You've got much larger basins in the USA than Canada than you do in the UK. But that's just because you've got more landmass, right? A whole load of our landmass basins have been eroded away, like Doggerland, which is the bit which connects Norfolk to France. So you're definitely looking at a localized deposit. So that's your first clue as to why it's all marine. You're not actually transporting currents and sediment across continents. So if you come to the Jurassic in the UK, it's definitely a continental flood deposit. The Jurassic goes the same in Germany. It's the same in Australia, right? And it contains trees, and it contains dinosaurs, and it contains sea dragons, the marine ichthyosaurs and plesiosaurs and pliosaurs, right? It contains massive amounts of seashells. It's a mixed flood dump. Whereas what you're looking at in places like North Carolina is a much more local deposit, an environment which is being, over the course of most likely a few hundred years, you've got creatures living and dying. Some of the hard parts like the teeth are being preserved, but it still takes a fairly large but local catastrophe to actually bury it. So that's kind of what you're looking like in that situation, if that is North Carolina, if it's as you're talking about.
Yes, great response. And Michael Who approves. So I appreciate that, Indiana Joe. As we are now going on 2 hours and 35 minutes, I think this is a good place to wrap it up. I am looking through the questions, challenges, and objections, and I think we've done a thorough job at addressing them all for the most part. So, Joe, I want to hand it over to you for some final thoughts, final words. I can say I had a blast. I was excited for this. And Joe, it was well worth the wait. This was very comprehensive, and your team is a blessing. So, Joe, some final words, and thanks again for this.
Just a couple of quick things then. If you are interested, make sure you come and watch us on a weekly basis over at Creation Conversations. Also going out tomorrow is our evidence news broadcast. We've started doing evidence news broadcasts out on YouTube as well. The evidence news is free to sign up to. It comes through to your email. Great resource there, but it's also going out as a video broadcast as well, myself and Diane being featured. Excuse me. So check that out. Follow us at the Creation Research YouTube channel, where we go out on a weekly basis as well. And I believe I saw a comment from Sam earlier. Sam, who was suggesting that we take a number of questions that we didn't get time to deal with in this nearly 5-hour-long conference and use it on Creation Conversations, which I think is a great idea. We have questions. I mean, Creation Conversations is heavily based around questions, but every sort of 6 weeks, we dedicate an entire program just to questions and answers. So we'll certainly get through a lot more of them, if not all of them. So make sure you come and head over and join us there. Other than that, thank you very much for having me. Keep searching, keep digging, keep looking, and we'll catch you next time.
Amen. Well said, Indiana Joe. I've got all of the relevant links in the description box for people to check out. So please make sure you are subscribed to Creation Conversations that takes place on the Creation Research YouTube channel, and utilize their resources and check out their websites. They have answers to many of these fantastic questions. Joe, I'll save these questions in a document, and I'll send them over to Sam or yourself. So thank you again. I'm going to stick around just for a couple minutes, just kind of give again some updates, reminders. And Joe, we're going to let you get to bed because you've earned it. And you're a blessing, brother. So
I'm going to head off then. Catch you later. Thank you all very much.
God bless. Okay, well that wraps things up, guys. There we go. The 2-day, much anticipated event on flood boundaries with Standing for Truth Ministries and the Creation Research Team. The Creation Research Team are a huge blessing. They are putting out some fantastic material, and they are providing some of the best answers, I believe, in the world of young earth creation. Their research is amazing, so please consider supporting them. This conference has exceeded my expectations, and if you like what you're seeing from the collaboration between our ministry and the Creation Research Ministry, check the playlist titled Creation Research Team on Standing for Truth, and we've had them on a dozen times now. And if you're new to the channel, you've got probably 20 hours worth of material between us and the Creation Research Team. And we've touched on some fantastic topics, some very important topics. This was the most comprehensive conference I think we've done. We've now hosted, I believe, 3 or 4 conferences, most of them having to do with flood geology, because it's just so important. And the flood boundaries issue is kind of controversial amongst young earth creationists, as there are a variety of ideas and models. So please consider the information that you've seen here, and hopefully you've absorbed a lot of the information, and share around this content, guys, because this topic is so important. We touched on the history and theory of sedimentation, sediment formation, the boundaries of the flood, pre, post, and the flood itself. We dealt with a huge number of objections from the critics, as well as just engaged a large number of questions and challenges that I believe are important for fellow young earth creationists to kind of engage and discuss. Just looking through the chat, God bless you guys. I appreciate all the great feedback. specifically Cool Jesus. I really appreciate your questions because they were well informed, they were sophisticated, and a ton of fun to engage. So definitely God bless you for that. On Standing for Truth, when we host these conferences and interviews and presentations, we do like to be interactive, as you know, because my favorite kinds of conferences and presentations and events are those that address the audience as well. Those that not only give a presentation, but also have a time, as you've seen here over the course of this last 5 hours in this conference, where we can engage the critics, we can answer challenges, we can answer clarifying questions. Because when you don't do these live, unfortunately, you don't get that opportunity. So that's what we like to do here. That's always been my favorite kinds of events and presentations. And that's why I've strive to host those types of events as well. So again, reminders though, the fun doesn't end. I'm taking tomorrow off because I think the last week, I feel like all we've done is streamed. We've had a ton of shows. Last week, we had 2 massive debates, 2 main events in the same week. We had a huge interview with Dr. Jerry Bergman. Love to see the great feedback on that. It's already at a couple thousand views. And looks like Dr. Jerry Bergman's going to be another regular. So he's going to be here again next month. I've got it all set up here. Neanderthals, evidence for evolution or biblical creation. So we have a number of fantastic topics we are going to be hosting with Dr. Jerry Bergman. So if you have not yet seen that one, please do check it out. And although we have tomorrow off, what I'll be doing is a lot of behind the scenes work. I've scheduled quite a few more debates in our 2022 evolution debate series. And I am going to be putting those up on the event section and hopefully up on the website soon as well. So we'll be doing behind the scenes work tomorrow. And we will be back here, though, the very next day for the Evolution Debate Challenge series as it continues. I believe debate roughly number 20 in the series. So epic showdown here. Is there reasonable scientific evidence for evolution? Taylor Gray from the Snake Was Right YouTube channel. He is the next challenger in this series. And speaking of Taylor Gray, if you loved what you seen from Joseph Hubbard here and John Mackay, the creation guy, probably about a year ago now, I hosted and moderated a formal debate between Snake Was Right and Joseph Hubbard on the flood and young earth creation. And to date, that's one of my favorite debates that we have hosted and I have moderated here. And we've hosted 170 debates. So point is, please check that out. That was a very sophisticated debate. And both Joe and Taylor touched on so many important and interesting topics. Then the very next day, the fun continues as well as we have the much anticipated debate. I believe we scheduled this over maybe 3 months ago. So this is the Genesis flood debate. Jason Torn and Professor David McQueen, our very own Professor David McQueen, our team geologist. They are going to be debating the Genesis flood. This one is going to be sophisticated. 2 scientists here, well-studied, well-educated individuals discussing this important topic. So that being said, guys, thank you so much for tuning in. And Mitchell, brother, I appreciate the $10 super chat. He says, best channel out there. I appreciate that. Guys, you are all the life and blood of this channel and our amazing supporters. Remember, this is a listener-supported ministry, and you guys are the life and blood of this channel and ministry, and it's why we can put out full-time content, because your blessings and your support has allowed us to work full-time in the ministry. So looking at the chat, guys, again, thank you so much. Thanks for tuning in. This was a ton of fun. I am going to rewatch it. I look forward to it. And please share this around, share it in your Facebook group, share it on your channels. Part 1's already over, I think, 1.1 thousand views. This information is important. And that's what we do here on Standing for Truth. We believe in critical thinking. That's why we host these events, and that's why we host so many debates. But we also believe, of course, in defending the truth of biblical creation. So God bless everybody. I appreciate it as well. And thank you for tuning in, and thank you for being so engaged in this topic. God bless, and Standing for Truth is out.